Okay, thank you for that. Is there anybody here who wasn't here yesterday? Okay, we probably don't need to introduce ourselves to everybody if that's, I assume you work for the Gisborne District Council. Yes. Okay, thank you. So, sorry. Gisborne Herald, sorry, my apologies, you're the reporter. We have a different one from yesterday. Thank you. There's a provisional timetable on the up on the or provisional schedule for today up on the screen. We will see how we go with finishing today, but I don't want to rush anything. So if we can, we will finish. It remains open whether we want to discuss draft conditions tomorrow or whether we adjourn the hearing and then wait for some later comments. So we're open-minded to both options. So unless there are any other issues. Sorry, we didn't discuss things on the way down here this morning because I waited half an hour for breakfast to arrive. So Rachel, we're in your hands.
Yes, so just a couple of and that was on 3 issues. The first was around the application. Second was around some of the cases of the third was that issue of so I'll just address you on those verbally.
And the court has said that doesn't need to be unique. It just needs to be unusual or not typical. And in my opening submissions, I think I already set out for you that the applicant's position is that it would meet either exceptional circumstances or temporary as well. So I won't repeat that because it's already in my opening submissions, but I will put it again in reply just so that it's all there together. And then in relation to the temporary element, again, in the Fonterra case, which I've already cited to you, it talked about lasting for only a limited period or not being permanent. The only other case that I could really find around that was Director General in Marlborough District Council, where the court held that a hydro station which had discharges that only occurred during certain periods were considered to be temporary under section 107D. So again, that relates specifically to that issue of whether it can be temporary if it only occurs in certain periods. And in the Director General and Marlborough District Council case, they were prepared to hold that was the case.
I assume though that would be of clean water from discharge.
No, it was actually, that one was sediment laden discharge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was. So it didn't meet the section. So again, it comes down to that sort of hierarchy. So you start with the section 107.1. Does it meet after reasonable mixing? Does it give rise to any of those effects? And the court there said yes, it did because of the sediment levels which occurred during certain periods. So they then went to the section 107.2 and decided that it was temporary because it only occurred during certain periods.
So adverse effects on conspicuous colour and clarity.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. And in relation to your question around whether you can have a mandatory review clause under 128 if the applicant offers it, I couldn't find anything directly on point on that. But the case law is pretty clear that 128 authorises reviews in a discretionary manner only. So the case law is pretty clear that it can't be a mandatory review. And as I explained yesterday, that power actually sits with the consent authority to decide whether to exercise their discretion. So it won't be the applicant that will be determining whether that 128 review should occur or not. That is for the consent authority to decide in the circumstances whether it's appropriate to initiate a review of the consent conditions. But I think it's probably something that we can look at in terms of drafting. So if we could understand a little bit more what the issue is that you're trying to address, I'm sure that there is a drafting solution within the conditions that will incorporate what it is that you're trying to achieve, because we do have the 10-year review clause there, which is a mandatory clause for the applicant to undertake a whole lot of work at 10 years. So that's like, I guess, a mandatory review, but it's not a section 128 review.
I think I'm speaking for us all, but I'm speaking for at least me. Our view is that somewhere along the track, there needs to be a significant review of the implementation of drain wires, if you like, and how successful that has been in reducing rapid inflow into the system, and depending on the level of success, how progress is going to be made from that point.
Absolutely.
So, and I guess there's also some concern that the Gisborne District Council is both the applicant and the consent authority.
Yep.
So I don't know if the District Council we could delegate to an independent party the ability to determine if a mandatory review is appropriate in those circumstances. Sorry, if a full review is appropriate in those circumstances. So that might be another option that would satisfy that. There's just the District Council being both the applicant and the consent authority is not a common situation. So it's something that we're certainly quite conscious of with that. So
Okay.
if you can give some thought to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's something that can be addressed through conditions.
Sure.
And Mr. Mayhew will talk about the conditions and what's required at that 10-year review, which is exactly what you're talking about, which is a comprehensive review of the success of drain wise, you know, measuring how those measures are actually coming through in practice.
Yes.
Are we on track? Do
Yes.
further improvements need to be made? And then resetting of the targets downwards as well. So continual improvement from year 10 to 20. So again, I think that's a matter that can be dealt with through the conditions of the consent without needing to get into this technical issue with section 1 to 8. So if we just deal with it straight under the conditions, then.
Okay, thank you.
Were there any other questions that you had for me, or is there anything else that you wanted me to look at?
Okay, thank you for that. We'll get this in writing eventually and
Yes.
like reply all the detail, but that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. And the applicant now calls in Mayhew.
Ian, is your summary evidence somewhat updated from your previous evidence? Is it?
Sir, I've circulated that summary, which I wrote several days ago. It's there for your record. I'm not
Yep.
proposing to go through that at all.
Yep.
If you've got any questions on that, I thought it would be more helpful if I was to address some of the issues that you have raised, the panel has raised through the hearing, rather than laboriously go through things that you've heard a few times already.
So
With that.
does your summary
So,
statement?
no, I've just got points that I unfortunately are not in a state that I would be happy to circulate. But again, I was, some of them were done quite late last night. But I would be happy to put them in as a summary to you later in terms of that.
Okay, if you can read them, if you can read them to us, but don't read them too quickly, because I'm pretty proficient on a keyboard, but I can't type at speaking speed.
The one thing I would just say is I will have a talk about the conditions, which were appendix 1 to my original brief of evidence. So if you had those at the ready, I'm not going to delve into a lot of detail, but I will talk about the philosophy and the approach and some of the conditions. The first issue that I was going to address was the issue of the discharge to the CMA, which is Rachel has just discussed and pointed the finger to the person who's giving evidence last. Just by way of context, we applied for a discharge for the CMA out of an abundance of caution. What that really meant was we were concerned that there might be some interpretations of the plan that may result in someone saying that a coastal permit was required. We think there are 3 possible scenarios. So we were talking about this again and just refreshing where we had been several years ago, to be honest. One is a wet weather overflow in a very large event, an extreme event, where wastewater is mixed with stormwater and may come out of informal overflow points and flow to the CMA. That flow would be to land. There are no direct discharge points. So an example of that may be it flows over land, down the bank and into the coastal marine area. I'll come to whether they are, this consent is required in a second, but that was one of the issues. The second one, and this is an occurrence that has happened before, is where a dry weather overflow from a blockage causes a backup in the system. Water comes out, wastewater comes out of either a gully trap or a manhole, and again flows over land or possibly into a stormwater drain, overland into a stormwater drain and into the coastal marine area. And the third is a pipe rupture that results in the direct discharge to the CMA. In my opinion, The first two are discharges to land and not direct to the CMA, and consent isn't required. However, before I confirm that, I'd like the opportunity to talk to Gisborne District Council to understand if that is their interpretation of the plan as well. As you'll be aware, the discharges rules relating to sewer overflows do not refer to land or water. They're simply discharges of sewage from overflows. They are in a section that is entitled discharges to land and water. And the coastal plan rules are written in a way that refers to covered by other rules in the plan. So I think it would be prudent just to check with that in the case of those first two, whether that is actually deemed a coastal permit or requiring a coastal permit. In respect to the latter scenario, I understand that there is only one wastewater pipeline that spans the CMA. It runs along the rail bridge, which is on the seaward side of the Gladstone Road Bridge, which is the CMA boundary. There is a small but not zero chance that could rupture. I think if that was to be the case, then conceivably that would be managed under emergency provisions or that sort of thing. So I got to the point, and as I say, I'd be pleased to just discuss this, that would be really two options, and one would be to withdraw the application for the coastal permit if it's not required. The second, and looking at it now, I kind of understand your concern about that, is what exactly does that authorise and how broad is that? The second is to be very constraining as to what that particular coastal permit covered to those particular instances, and that it couldn't allow a reopening of a old discharge to the CMA or things like that. But my preference is, with your leave, is to discuss that with Gisborne District Council and get their view as to whether that coastal permit is required.
Do you have any comment at this stage, Todd, or do you want to discuss it and perhaps come back to us after morning tea, mate?
I think, yes, it would probably be better if we have a little bit of time to consider that and come back to you.
Okay.
So that's on that point. As Rachel has indicated, separating it out and potentially either narrowing it down very much or withdrawing that component of it as it's not required.
Clear, the pipe that goes across the CMA is not the one on the upstream side of the Gladstone Road Bridge. It's the one about 200 metres downstream where there's a large pipe over a footbridge to the side structure. Is that correct? The railway bridge, yeah. Okay, thank you.
And that is within the CMA.
That is above the sea.
But the primary discharge point is outside.
So the line is the Gladstone Road Bridge, and the discharge point is upstream.
Thank you.
There have historically been overflow points that would have in the past discharged directly, but they have been blocked. So the next part, I'd just like to turn to the conditions. And I think it would be useful just to provide an overview of the approach. I appreciate that you have looked at those and have drawn your own conclusions, but I think providing you with just a background as to why we got to where we got to, and then we can talk a little bit more about the details as we go. And also potentially around, well, also around the level of specificity. An important starting point from my perspective is that the discharges for which consent is sought are atypical discharges. They're not the ones that most of us deal with in the consenting regimes, which are discharges of things that are more or less continuous or things like that. They're infrequent, irregular, and generally unable to be predicted in advance. Perhaps the only exception to that is when the mother of all storms is coming down on Gisborne, and you know there is a potential, but the ability to predict where they are, how big they are, and all of that in advance is very limited. In respect of dry weather overflows, you know, they are in part, and probably in the major part, consequence of actions of other parties. It can be influenced, but not entirely eliminated. And that action such as maintenance, operation, education will contribute to achieving that. But also there are network issues around redundancy and pumping sizes and all of those sorts of things. In respect of wet weather overflows, they respond to climatic conditions that can be highly variable across Gisborne, which limits the ability to have a clear relationship between rainfall and overflows, as indicated by Ms. Boswell. You would have seen from some of her graphs that in Gisborne, you can have 10 mils of rainfall on one side and 90 mils of rainfall for the same duration event, which makes it a little bit difficult. Accordingly, in my opinion, these factors require a different approach to consent conditions that you might normally see in most resource consents. And what we have proposed is an approach that reflects this progressive improvement in what I might term adaptive management, rather than a more prescriptive and standards-based approach. So just in terms of those that particular approach, I just sort of wanted to highlight some of the conditions that I see as being those adaptive management type approaches. The first, as you pointed out, is condition 17. Now I accept that some of these conditions can be improved and reworked, which sets some fundamental targets and bottom lines. But importantly, and I really want to highlight this, is the role of attachment B to that, which sets not just timeframes, some targets, and it also includes monitoring and reporting parameters that, in my opinion, are important to be able to undertake the type of review that we've just been talking about. So in attachment B, there are targets, timeframes, and reporting parameters for wet and dry weather overflows. I take Mr. Callender's point that he made pretty much right at the outset, I think it was, around whether the consent is authorising, on what circumstances is the consent authorising discharges from informal overflows. I think that is an area where that can definitely be very clear, that that is not provided for under the consent of anything under a 10-year rainfall event. It's implicit in my opinion, but it can be made explicit, and I think that was your point around that. It does provide a staged approach to the primary and tertiary, secondary and tertiary overflows, with the aim that as stormwater inflow into the system is progressively reduced, then the manner in which the overflows and their frequency can also be adjusted to limit the spatial extent of overflows and wet weather overflows and potential effects. And in that, we did find it very difficult to come up with very clear performance metrics. The hydro analysis we commissioned in the hope that it would actually show quite a clear trend and quite a clear relationship. As you heard from Ms. Boswell, it didn't. I think an area where these can be improved, certainly Mr. Callender was alluding to this yesterday, is whether there can be some indicators of progress towards achieving that are not currently there. We certainly are reporting numbers of flows, durations, volumes, and things like that. The one advantage or a advantage of the Gisborne network is that wet weather overflows in particular are manually operated. We know exactly when they are opened. We know exactly when they are closed. They are not automated as many councils are. So we have good information on that. But again, it's all event related. If you have a very, very large event, they will be open for longer. And you will discharge a larger volume. But one of the issues we were saying was, well, can we actually look at seeing the same sort of scale event, are the volumes getting down? But it's more of a subjective and qualified assessment rather than a quantifiable one, given those variables. So to address that, and then where we've just been talking about those was the review processes that we had proposed. So certainly there's the annual reporting, but I see that more as a reporting that is providing people with an understanding of progress, but in particular the 5-yearly review and the 5-year reporting, which is a more extensive process to understand or to attempt to understand, detail the progress that has been made in the performance across a range of measures and a range of considerations, including the type of events, the causes of those events, the reasons for those events, and duration, and all of those. Aligned to that are the updated protocols, where in particular we have included more reporting to make sure that the information that is required for those reviews is collected and provided and is available for people. So the aim of the 5-year reporting was to undertake a more significant review and progress. Commissioner Cowie has talked about, well, at what point do you have a review where you say, actually, this isn't working? In my opinion, that sits somewhere between the 5 and 10, because the council is committing to achieve its performance target, particularly in relation to weather overflows in 10 years. If it is not, if the drainwise is not achieving the outcomes that it intended, it will need to make a decision as to how to do that and provide the appropriate capital budget to do so.
So would that be more appropriate? At the moment, your condition 30 talks about a 10-year review and reset of targets. Would that be more appropriate at a slightly earlier date in your view? This slightly earlier time.
The aim of the 10-year review was really on the basis that targets were being achieved, and that we're then saying this isn't the end of the story. It's what's the next tranche of improvements. So that is really the aim of the 10-year review. In my opinion, and the way that we had intended the conditions to work, and you may obviously have a different view of that, was that council is seeking to achieve that performance target by year 10. If it's not working, it will have to do what it needs to do to achieve that performance target by year 10. And then in year 10, it would be saying, where is the next tranche of improvements? Where can we go from here? And that particularly came from submissions and our own assessment that the consent had really largely looked 10 years out and not beyond. And this is a mechanism to say, well, it is about continuous improvement. The first issue is to get to significantly reduce the inflow, which Mr. Garside said was particularly significant investment, and then to look at where you can go from there as part of that progressive and adaptive approach. It could be codified into conditions. Mr. Cowie could certainly do that.
Attachments A and B.
Oh, well, I think they are already as part of the conditions, but but another review just to see there. But I think that's an obligation. Personally, I think that's an obligation on the consent holder to say, if we are to meet our targets, we will have to change course if this is not working. So the important thing to me is ensuring that that target is very clear. I think that was your point around condition 17. It's a little bit secondary, and it needs to be primary. You know, in my opinion, I think that is a transparent approach, as you would have seen in my summary, towards progressive improvement. I think that this sort of approach is very similar to other consents that I have worked in, particularly around stormwater, and to a lesser extent wastewater, where it is very difficult to control the inputs into the systems and the variables that are outside of control of the network operator. But I appreciate it is not as perhaps as prescriptive and clear cut as a continuous discharge, where you might have discharge standards and things like that. So you asked whether there could be a mandatory section 127 review. Ms. Amy has addressed that, and that I think
128.
Oh, 128. Oh, okay, mandatory. Sorry. Okay.
Well, the 127 is initiated by the consent holder.
Yes.
So,
So
127. Sorry.
So sorry.
It would be 127 if it was volunteered.
If it was volunteered, it would be.
127's application to review conditions.
Initiated by the consent
Okay.
holder.
Anyway, I think that the 10-year review would necessitate a 127 change of application to change conditions, because we are saying that we would be at that point changing the targets. As a 127 application, of course, it would be limited to the extent of changes that the applicant itself seeks, rather than a holistic review of the consent. And so I'm sorry, I slightly misread you, misunderstood. We have in another consent that I've been involved in, put in conditions around 127 reviews. But again, they are limited to what the applicant wants. So just turning on to some of the specific issues around conditions, Mr. Callender talked about a preference for a specified number of wet weather overflow events per year. I think yesterday I got the sense that that's where you might be going. I think this is very difficult when the consent holder doesn't control the conditions under which overflows occur. Wet weather overflows are related to rain intensity, and of course you can get any number of high intensity rainfall events in a year. But if you were to go down that route, then a way of achieving that is to average that performance over a number of years to help smooth out the annual variability of rainfall. But that comes with its own problems.
Yeah, the difficulty, I think, with that approach is that it would, you'd need 10 or 15 years before you could measure success or otherwise, and who knows what sort of storm events are going to, there may be no large storm events in that time, there may be 15, nobody knows.
Yep, and that's kind of my last bullet point. That's not my preferred approach. However, that is the approach that is used by Watercare in its discharge consents. So its discharge consents provide for an average of 2 overflow events per year on average, but I couldn't find over what period of time that was averaged. And that was also for each overflow point, of which there is more than 750. So it's not necessarily a good example, but that approach has been used in the past. I don't personally think that is a better performance metric. I think for a wet weather overflow, the approach of working to a specified overflow event, notwithstanding that there are something, it is measurable, it is determinable what rainfall events occurred. It is variable, I understand that, but it doesn't require multiple years to determine compliance. I'll leave that with you. Commissioner Callender Also discussed the measure to eliminate or prevent dry weather overflows discharging to water. I agree entirely that a key aim of dry weather overflow management should be to prevent them reaching a waterway, and this is already a key objective of the protocols and things like that. But preventing them entirely is, in my opinion, not feasible. Some occur at night, and there is an example where a blockage from a rest home caused by products that were put down the toilet occurred overnight to the river before anyone saw it. So, so while I understand that, the circumstances of them are such that, again, it is very difficult to eliminate them. In my opinion, the aim of the consent should be to ensure that the operational processes and education stopping that, of course, are in place to ensure that they're responded to as quickly as possible, and that there's an educational regime to help prevent them. Commissioner Cowie talked about and discussed whether a bottom line such as no fish kills is a way of reducing dry weather overflows and achieving that outcome. I understand the motivation for such a condition because it will drive council to try and prevent them as far as it can. But it also risks council being in non-compliance, even if it's done everything that it can reasonably and practically done, because it relates to activities that lie outside its control. You know, to me, dry weather overflows is something that the council and its community need to work together to reduce. You know, an approach that directs council into potential enforcement for the actions of others that it cannot predict or control directly is not warranted in this situation where council has proposed and currently implementing a very significant program to reduce overflows. That said, the consent should also not legitimise you know, a failure on behalf of the operator to act appropriately. And I think that, to me, is where the focus should be, is how do you differentiate between that? I know we could say they can all go down an enforcement route and then, you know, council will have its statutory defences available to it. I think that's a very inefficient and I would call it almost punitive type approach, but that should be available where there is negligence.
Yeah, I understand the point about third-party actions, but the council itself, through negligence or poor management, shouldn't be responsible for fish kills.
No.
So they could readily, you'd be happy with a condition that said no fish kills caused by a matter within the council's control or something along those.
I think if you started to narrow it down, I totally agree that the consent should not authorise poor management or negligence. How that is expressed in those conditions, it's certainly not intended, but I can see how you would do it. Just turning to some of the planning issues, Mr. Callender questioned Dr. Kelly on policy 1 of the NZCPS in the context of whether the discharge will result in the significant adverse effects listed in the policy. I consider this policy as primarily directed at outcomes for plan drafting rather than resource consent evaluation. It's directing councils to identify where water quality is deteriorated and set in place plans to improve water quality. That said, the proposal is to progressively reduce overflows and to improve water quality. And in my assessment, I think it is consistent with that, but I think that I was concerned you might be taking that policy a little bit out of context. I'd just like to turn to policy 23. So Commissioner Cowie, you indicated that applying for coastal consent out of an abundance of caution is not sufficient justification to trigger the exclusions provided in the Minister's guidance on the application of policy 23. I would just like to clarify that my evaluation applies to all the consents that are sought and not just the coastal permit. That particular provision relates to discharges to the coastal environment and not the coastal marine area, so it's not exclusive to coastal permits. It is to the coastal environment. Gisborne has mapped the coastal environment in the Tairāwhiti management plan, resource management plan, and that includes some of, but possibly not all of, the estuarine, the saline parts of the rivers. To do that. In my opinion, the guidance, which has been relied on by other councils, of course, in similar circumstances, does not preclude consents for these activities from being granted. Rather, they need to be considered against a high bar. That is that council, that they're not just routine discharge. A lot of work has been done to minimise those discharges to ensure that they are occurring as infrequently as possible and to manage to that. So I don't see personally that policy precludes consent being granted, including the coastal consent should it be put forward, but rather that it sets a high bar that says that these are really occurring only as necessary.
It's the coastal environment boundary in the lower river.
I would have to get the map, and I could get my colleague to put it up there for you, but it is definitely mapped in the Tairāwhiti plan, so I could do that. But it would certainly be, I think it goes, do you know how far is it? Yes. We'll bring it up. I think that would be the easiest rather than me. It's certainly Wainua is well in, and I think probably both of the two secondary ones on the Tarahiru are in the coastal environment as well. So, but we'll bring that up. But I just wanted to make that distinction and just be clear that that policy is not specific to a coastal discharge. I will just move on while we're waiting for that. That's right. I've only got a few more points here. Policies 6.2.2.1 and 0.9 have engendered some discussion in section 42A, my evidence, and of course by the panel, as to what constitutes an extreme rain event, noting that this term is used in policy 6.2.2.1. In my opinion, while a 2-year event is a large rain event, I personally wouldn't call it an extreme rain event. I do a lot of work in stormwater and do that. I have been advised that in Gisborne, some 10-year events can lead to extensive flooding. So what constitutes an extreme event may be event specific, but it would be, in my opinion, somewhere greater than the 10-year. But I have quite a difficulty in reconciling policy 0.1 and 0.9. I think they are somewhat contradictory. And it's not just, policy 0.1 and 0.9, it's also rules 6.2.31 and 6.2.39. And that I consider them to be somewhat contradictory. One says, not have these, and then the other one explicitly provides for it with an entirely different performance requirement. In my opinion, lesser weight should be given to policy 1, because I think it is inconsistent with a number of other provisions and is practically, in my opinion, unachievable. So I'll just pause there for a second as we.
So just so that policy 6.2.21
Yes,
is the one you're saying should
be given lesser weight because it is, in my opinion, contradictory with policy 9, which specifies a different, minimise and 50% probability.
Just Just on. Make this net bigger.
I think they're just going to move it loosely. She'll zoom out in a second, but so the blue, so that's the blue dotted area, Megan?
Yes, that's coastal environment.
Okay, so if we can now zoom out and show the extent of that. So that's the Waimata River surf. And so, so this is Owen Road. Yep. So that particular tertiary overflow will be there. And if we just look at Tarahiru, this goes pretty much to the edge of the, near the end of the urban boundary. So the two secondary overflow points are also within there.
So where is the coastal environment?
So that,
Those are the coastal environment.
yes, so this is the mapped coastal environment boundary.
I hadn't appreciated it.
No, and that's why I just wanted to correct.
So in other words, we have to do an assessment.
Yes.
I thought that was like
Yes.
sorry, I need to speak. The CMA and coastal environment boundary would be the same,
Yes.
but that's obviously not the case. So a number of the discharges are to, not to the CMA, but are to, and the CMA boundary is Gladstone Road Bridge.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what my.
Okay, thank you.
So no, and that's why you would have seen that reasonably extensive consideration of policy 23, but it was in relation, and it wasn't clear in my evidence. It was in relation to all of the discharges and not specific to the coastal district.
So there are a number that go to the coastal environment,
No,
None.
yes, yes,
as it stands, none that go to the CMA.
yes.
The policy applies for the coastal environment. And if that's the case, given their existing discharges, there are plenty of precedents, including a decision written by Shane Kelly and I, that such discharges are not inconsistent with the reinterpretation of the policy.
I think that's a very good way of putting it. It caused a stir, if I recall, when it came out. Back in the day. Just turning to section 104D.
Just
sorry.
before you do, what you were saying earlier, let's make sure I've got it clear. In relation to policies, I'll call them 1 and 9, C 6.2.2. Whatever. In relation to those, you don't see those as being consistent with the restricted discretionary activity status of the wastewater overflow, wet water overflows. Have I got that right?
I don't see policy 1 as being consistent with that.
Yeah.
I do see policy 9 as being able to be consistent with that, because that is setting, a performance standard, albeit in a policy and not in the rule itself. But I do see that is that I find it hard that you would permit a discharge, even with just the one. I know it's a transitional arrangement where you have such a strong policy, and then also make it a restricted discretionary activity to do that with somewhat limited matters of discretion that didn't relate very explicitly to that particular.
As I remember the RDA, the matters for discretion were quite narrow.
Yeah, they're sort of broadened out by policy 8 as well, but that they are, but I don't think it really gets to the heart of that matter that would be dealt with by policy 1. I think they are sort of reasonably broad, and you could read them as you want to about effects and things like that, sir.
Just while we're talking about policy 9. It seems to me that you're interpreting that as applying to wet weather overflows only, but I guess when I read through it seemed to me it's just talking about overflows in general. So it would be both dry weather and wet weather overflows. Is that?
I have to confess that I never interpreted B where there's about a probability as applying to dry weather overflows, because I cannot see how statistically you can determine a probability of something that is entirely random. And I have always considered 9A to apply to dry weather overflows and wet weather overflows. You want to minimise them to an extent.
Yes.
And that B apply to wet weather, because that is something that you can determine a probability of in respect of rainfall events.
Yeah, so
But I hadn't read it that way, sir. No.
yeah, see, I read it as just referring to the frequency at which overflows occur. So presumably I mean, it is just like rainfall or the number of overflows per year. They will occur at a certain frequency, and you can measure them because you know how many overflows occurred in any particular year. So yeah, when I read it, it's talking about the frequency of overflows and sort of setting a target for all overflows.
As I say, sir, I had not been able to tell that from my evidence.
That's right.
Because I do not think that you can have a probability for a random event. Whereas I could understand how that applies to.
Yeah, but you,
and that would be
simply
targeted,
because you're relating it to rainfall.
because you can statistically determine the probability based on rainfall of the wet weather overflow occurring. I don't see how you can determine the probability. I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, if it's 50% chance, that's 1 every 2 years.
Yeah.
But that's a very strange way of expressing something that is not, in my opinion, related to frequency and probability.
But you can, you can measure the number of overflows per year.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
That's right.
There.
So you can.
But you can't determine the probability of them occurring.
You can determine the performance of them occurring. But anyway, I understand what you're saying. And
so, I mean, I think part of this is, you know, to me, and particularly in my 104D assessment, was really I took a holistic view of that. And when I look at the plan provisions as a whole, they are talking about enabling providing to essential infrastructure, engagement with tanga te whenua, and meaningful engagement and involvement. And I would say the overarching issue is around improving the quality of receiving environments in the coastal area. And I accept that there are some specific provisions in Policy 1 and Policy 9, and certainly in relation to wet weather overflows. I think they are actively seeking to achieve 9A and 9B. And in respect of dry weather overflows, they are seeking 9A.
Problem with any highly directed policy that's not drafted quite right. And I think the drafters of the plan are entirely responsible for that. The gentleman to my left.
You're allowed to say that, sir, or not. So to me, I took that approach, and as Amy referred to that approach in section in the open sections. So I have concluded as you will see that application not contrary to and they are existing discharges we're trying to make better. I think there's a lot on the plan around making things better. As I said in my summary, and that to me it is to what end point, at what rate, over what time. Briefly address section 107, although that's been already addressed. I think it's actually better if you separate these two and you assess them independently. I kind of conflated them, and I don't think
So you would be happy with a section 107.1 condition for the wet weather overflows?
I think we can't really avoid it.
Pardon?
I,
Yeah, you
personally,
can't avoid it.
I have to say I'm not particularly in favour of those, and I'm just as I'm not in favour of permitted activity conditions that refer to section 70, whatever. No, can't. But I think we could accept that. Yes, we are saying that they shouldn't occur, and they should be managed to ensure that they don't occur as far as.
The difficulty with 107.1 is there's always ambiguity about what the actual performance targets mean. And for instance, not rendering water unsuitable for the drinking of stock is hardly a relevant provision in this case. If some more quantitative measures rather than just qualitative statements can be determined for the no conspicuous effects on colour, and I'm talking only about the wet water overflows, colour and clarity, and oils, fat and grease. I don't think you can do that. I'm just trying to remember them all. No significant adverse effects on aquatic life. I think that's very difficult to quantify, and the evidence is that there won't be. But maybe conspicuous colour and clarity, and I'm forgetting one of them.
It may be, Sue. I don't know if you walked across the bridge today and looked at the river. That was very, very turbid.
Yeah,
Extremely turbid, and that was nowhere near a rainfall event that would cause everybody.
and I think that would be the case for, it may not be the case every time for all receiving environments. There mightn't be some effect on colour and clarity. But if that can be quantified as a change of no more than 5 NTU or something like that, I'd much prefer, speaking for myself, than just a simple narrative standard.
The last point that I just wanted to raise was the last one made by Mr. Callender in relation to whether a breach of the national bottom line would constitute a significant adverse effect. Look, I acknowledge that some of the bottom lines are developed on aquatic ecosystem protection rules. That's quite clear in the tables themselves. But in my opinion, adverse effects need to be considered in the context of the receiving environment into which this look at globally and say that anything is a the national bottom lines are there to help guide councils in their discussions with tangata whenua and communities about setting freshwater objectives, limits and targets and timeframes to achieve those. And given the current the current state of those receiving environments, which may be well below those states. The other very tricky one, particularly around ammonia, which is the one that we focused, of course, is that range, that national bottom line is set at the bottom end of the range for 95% species protection, and the qualitative standard says that it starts impacting occasionally on the 5% most sensitive species, as you heard from both Dr. Kelly and Dr. Wilson yesterday. In an urban environment, irrespective of wastewater overflows, there is a thing that Dr. Kelly has often called the urban stream syndrome, which is an interaction of multiple stresses that he talked about yesterday, including imperviousness, channelization, lack of riparian management, stormwater runoff, urban runoff. That means that those 5% of species that are the most sensitive are very unlikely to be in the environment. And so even if you exceed that standard, you're unlikely to have any chronic or potentially even acute effect. It's very low.
Yeah, certainly Dr. Kelly's evidence was that the species present are, as you would expect, pollution tolerant species. You won't find any mayflies or the like in there, I suspect. Yeah. So I accept the point. I have real difficulties with the bottom line as set to some of these things, because I think it's they're not set for rivers and streams that flow through urban areas or even through intensively developed areas. And ammonia is not easy to remove from things like wastewater discharges. And they're very onerous standards. And I think the ones in the management and the local management plan, therapeutic resource management plan, are much more appropriate as providing appropriate levels of species protection in all but the most pristine rivers and streams, to be quite honest. I can't reconcile the MPS standards with significantly modified watercourses or major point source discharge.
And I just wanted to stress that Mr. Wilson's, Dr. Wilson's assessment of that potential for effect was a worst case assessment that included a large dry weather overflow into a small stream with the maximum ammonia concentration, and assuming that overland there was no removal or any treatment of that. And I would really stress, in my opinion, it's very important not to normalise worst case and say this is what is happening all the time. It's a very important issue, is that as scientists, you do take a conservative approach and present the worst case. I think it's important as planners not to then normalise that and say, oh, that's happening all the time. They are rare events, they really go to water. I have conferred with council, and some fish mortality, eel mortality has occurred in the past. The last one was 2015 or thereabouts. It's not a regular event. That was operator error where they didn't switch off the pump. Didn't switch them on, sorry. So it was actually, not insignificant. And council was prosecuted, or council and its were prosecuted.
Situation where the no fish kills bottom of the no fish kills measure should actually apply
As a result of
as a result of I was going to be profane, as a result of the stuff up on by the council, if you like. So yeah.
Sir, sorry, that's probably longer than I had anticipated, but that's the points I wanted to raise. I'm happy to take any questions or on obviously my evidence summary or any other aspects.
And others might have them as well, but in terms of the virus assessment, condition 16, there's no follow-up action. So just something to consider what the follow-up action is.
Yes.
Obviously, there's a need for a condition after 17, the default condition if it doesn't work, if this doesn't work. And I do wonder whether it's necessary to include the conditions 19, 20 and 21, given that the evidence is that matter has been resolved.
Yes.
Maybe it's just something that the council should closely monitor performance of, or something along those lines, and carry out any extra remedial works if necessary, rather than, because my understanding is that those, from Mr. West, that those works have been completed anyway.
No, sir, they haven't been completed. That was the issue. But I think we can simplify it by, I've discussed this with Mr. West, sorry, I could come back with this one, and that we should just simply put a date in there at which the attachment 2 comes into force. So rather than have that thing, it's just saying as of, it might be just slightly longer than a year. The reason for that was just the slight uncertainty about delivering works, but council is comfortable that's all provided for. And I think that would address Mr. Webb's issue around that condition as well, that it would be a hard and fast date.
I also had notes about Ralph's comment about the Tangata Whenua reference group
Yes.
and the overlaps and various groups and so forth, and the extent to which that is could be rationalised at all.
Yes.
I realise that's not really a matter for us, and we would probably include it as a condition, I suspect. But do you want to comment?
I was thinking about approaching it in a slightly different way, which is to focus on the undertaking that's been given to work for Tangata Whenua to work alongside council going into the future. And almost in saying that, people are saying how difficult it's going to be just to accept that. And I pick up in your original evidence, and it's on the section headed up pre-notification and engagement, 4.7, where you refer to council undertaking engagement with a range of stakeholders. There's hauora, tairawhiti, water user groups, and interested stakeholders. Now, it's the third bit that I'm wanting us to just focus on a little bit there. And included in that group is iwi representatives. I've tested this with other councils around the country at the moment, which is to whether or not they've asked a real hard question around what that means. And if you talk about adhering to the principles of the Tiriti of Waitangi, that talks about partnership, right? Not stakeholders. And I think that's a challenge that a lot of councils are struggling with at the moment, because they've accepted that it's not a partnership that they're really talking about. You know, and I just wondered whether that sort of conversation is being had in the Gisborne context. It's not an easy issue to deal with because people don't want to deal with it. But I think part of the answer to this ongoing, you know, sort of working together is to demonstrate this in the sense that you have two partners at the same level, not one up there and the other one down here, if you understand what I'm saying. Now, what's your thinking along?
Sir, I would just like to refer you to my evidence.
Oh,
So there was very extensive collaborative engagement with Tangata Whenua through the Kiwa group. That's paragraph 4.6.
yeah. Yeah.
4.7 simply reflected that some iwi representatives, we went out to wider stakeholders, and iwi were made aware of that and were able to attend if they wanted to.
Yeah.
The first engagement is what I think you are referring to.
Sure.
As you will see from the report, which is called the Kiwa report, it doesn't hold any punches back as to Tangata Whenua's. It was presented in full in that, and it has led on to the Tangata Whenua reference group. I appreciate what you've said previously around the demands on Tangata Whenua and their ability to resource those demands and the need to rationalise that. But it did flow on from that, and that work has been very collaborative. And Mr. Kant's talk about this, not me really. So I did separate those in the evidence. So please don't think that 4.7C was referring to that process. 4.6 and Mr. Kant's evidence was really around that collaborative process. And as you would have seen in the evidence of Mr. Dave Wilson, council at a strategic level has engagement and partnership with iwi as a core thing. Yeah. I think, and I totally agree with your point around this, Vincent, is how do you do that in a way that is efficient, that provides that input where it's needed without broadening those demands too much. Yeah. And broadening and potentially watering them down if you spread too thinly.
Yeah, no, I agree, yeah, which, you know, addresses the point I raised earlier on yesterday about the sort of, you know, the plethora is the word I used of, but it just seems to me that part of that holds the key, I think, to how the ongoing relationship is going to be conducted, because my sense is that the system, whilst it recognizes what needs to be done, is struggling to really get that going in a way that addresses everybody's concerns, I think. You know, I mean, you can come partway towards dealing with some of the concerns, but I'd be surprised if, and I'm looking forward to hearing from what some of the others are going to say today, just to sort of tease that out a wee bit more. I think that.
And I agree, I think it's really important now to hear
Yeah.
from kind of whenua and
Absolutely.
how they see those conditions, because they are recording council's obligations, but it is, you know, to be one side of that
Yeah.
partnership and collaborative approach.
And I think from a personal point of view, I'd be kind of reluctant, or I wouldn't be comfortable with including something as a condition of, you know, that it tries to address this. This is not a condition. That's something that you've got to do.
Yes,
It's not, you know, I mean, that's, Te Mana o Te Waia is saying that, right?
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And I understand the point that the Gisborne Council yet hasn't had time to work out how it's going to deal with Te Mana o Te Waia. But again, I think there are clues, there are avenues under Te Mana o Te Waia, or the whole, you know, that that will give some support to how this issue is going to be dealt with in a longer term, because it seems to me that one of the last things you want is for it to just keep on going.
Where the sister commissioners.
Okay.
See how body relationships, even level, chair level, individual level, both here, it's a whole range. So maybe your sister.
No, because it misses the point I'm making. I understand exactly what you're saying. You can put processes in place and set up committees, and but it still fails to address the more important question, in my view, and that is, what does partnership really mean? You know, working together is one thing, but if you're working together with two different sets of rules, that's not a partnership in some people's eyes. I mean, that's what a number of other councils around the country are grappling with at the moment, to get a better understanding, because Te Mana o Te Waia is only a starter, right? The Y262 claim stuff is just coming out now, and they're they've been throwing the questions at me, and I don't know the answers. To be honest, I'm not sure that there's an easy answer, but my sense is that it's issues like this that will lend a hand, you know, to help the bigger picture. I mean, this is quite a key issue for people. You live here. It's something that you have to live with all the time, which is a little different from some of the other issues I deal with under the same question. When people ask me the question, I say, well, yeah, okay, but, you know, do you have to live with it? Is it an everyday thing? Whereas in my view, this one is. It's a real living question. And I acknowledge that everybody's doing their best to try to deal with, but I mean, even at the central government level, they're struggling with this. I mean, I'm part of a group at the moment that's trying to work out how we deal with this broader philosophical / political issue around what is the more appropriate way, I suppose, of dealing with a very a key issue that I think most of us have known of it for a long time. It's been there. We've kind of talked about it, but I really enjoy listening to people like yourselves who are working with it all the time, you understand it. And then you might even argue that you're the kind of people who are going to add the feathers to the bird to make it fly. That using a Māori analogy. Yeah. Nothing, I mean, I don't want to prolong this discussion, but
The short answer was no.
thanks,
Yeah, just briefly, I just missed, and I think you skipped over it, your current views on the section 104D gateway. So
Yes.
how are you seeing those at the moment? Or how are you suggesting we justify getting through 104D?
I don't think it's a matter of justifying. I think that, to me, what I took was a holistic approach that's looking at the provisions as a whole. And I think that's consistent with Amy's advice earlier. As I said, I think the provisions of the plan are supportive of activities that are seeking to reduce adverse effects and progressively improve in respect of those particular policies that I think you might be referring to, 1 and 9.
Oh, well, I think there's lots, but hang on, just in terms of the scale of effects, is that a gateway that you think the applications can get through and that the effects are minor?
I think if you are considering Western science effects, I think that the adverse effects are minor, other than very extreme circumstances. And as I say, it's very difficult to do that. In relation to effects on Māori cultural values, I can't really speak on those. It's very clear from the Kiwa Group minutes that overflows, any overflow is offensive, whether it's once a year, once in every 10 years, or whatever frequency. And that's a more challenging one. However, in my opinion, only one of those, it's a matter of law, that only one of those 2 gateways needs to be passed. Yeah. And accordingly, I have focused on that. It is a difficult decision as to overall whether effects where they sit on that spectrum. But I think that.
Okay. No, I just wanted to clarify how you were seeing things in that matter. And the only other thought I had, which is maybe some information you could provide to us, or you or the council, in terms of the schedule of overflow points that we've got, just which ones go to smaller streams, which I think Dr. Wilson and maybe Dr. Kelly indicated might be or would be most affected. So we've heard lots about Seymour and Turini Street intersection. So I was just wondering if you could maybe give us a schedule. Actually, I thought perhaps it was somewhere in the documents, but when I looked for it again, I couldn't find it. Which waterways they are actually going to, and which of those would be considered small waterways where the sort of worst case effects might show up. So, you know, there's that little table of the primary, secondary, and tertiary. So for each of those points, which ones are to small waterways like Seymour Street, Turini Street, if any?
We can certainly do that.
Yeah.
So I think you are potentially conflating 2 issues. So one is the wet weather overflow points and the dry weather overflows that could occur anywhere on the network and could go to small streams. So I can't give you that because
that could be any
come out of a manhole or somebody's
Yeah,
gully trap.
And
But
I understand
the
that.
ones we can certainly tell you where they are directed.
Yep, just for those, well, I guess it's obviously
And
not the primary
I'm
one.
fairly sure that none of them go to a small stream. One may go to the Waikato. Yes, we can certainly do that.
Yep, no, that would be helpful.
But thank you for clarifying, because I was,
No,
I recall I hadn't.
And I guess that's the idea of wanting to split the consents, because they are quite different in that regard. So, yep, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not going to take permit questions from the floor for Mr. Mayhew because it's largely opinion with an element of fact and not really matters that are open to question. I'm aware that we're running behind time and I apologise for that, but it was important we did discuss some of those. We will take a break, come back for 1/4 hour, and then we will try and catch up with the timetable during the day. So can I just check? Murray Palmer is here, if I correct? Yep. Yes. Josie McClutchy, yes. Janet Crawford, yep. Owen Lloyd, yep. And Gordon Webb is here. Are any of you strongly constrained by time, please? So, okay, so we'll just take you in the order that is up there. So we'll come back at 11:45 and start immediately then. Thank you very much.
Kia koe, ko te kotora, ko tā mai i trangi nei ki te kororo mai ki a mata. Nā re uri no, tēnā tātou.
Welcome, Murray. Can I call you Murray, Mr. Palmer? Okay. I think I'll settle for Murray. I am, cheers.
But elevation. Oh, tēnā koutou i ngā rangatira, i ngā tangata pai kua hui mai nei ki tēnei hui. Tēnā koutou, ngā mahina kia koutou katoa. My name's Murray. Oh, shall I begin? I'm sorry.
Yes, sure.
My name's Murray Palmer and I'm an independent consultant, but I have been working for Rongpukata Iwi Trust for about the last 5 or 6 years, 7 years, as a resource management advisor. I have tertiary qualifications in environmental science, resource and environmental planning, Māori resource and environmental management, and philosophy. I have been a member of the Wastewater Technical Advisory Group since around 2010 and subsequent iterations of it. And I've produced numerous technical reports around the wastewater processes on behalf of GDC and of Rongpukata. I produced a few additional notes, not by way of evidence, but just as additional notes on our submission, if that's acceptable. Yeah. And yeah, if I can work through those, that would be much appreciated. In 2010 and 2013, we were commissioned to undertake two surveys of the values and the perspectives of people in Tūranga around wastewater. And the 2010 survey was pretty much a desktop analysis, a literature review. But in 2013, we went out and we contacted about 250 water users through a series of structured interviews, focus groups, key leaders in the different life-saving, wakaama, canoe, kayak, etc. And some of the responses are, I believe, really useful. We have, for instance, yeah, the water quality of the river is a huge concern for us as wakaama paddlers, and it's something that raises its head as a topic both in our clubs and as club members. Individually, we always talk about the rubbish and the sewage that's going in there. We're one of the top voluntary organisations around. We're doing this for our people when we've got this barrier of water quality. There were actually some quite insightful conversations that were undertaken, including the ailing infrastructure, reference to ailing infrastructure, reference to notification processes, and reference to whole of catchment approaches to improving the water quality in the rivers. Interestingly, that of 88 respondents we interviewed, 99%, okay, let me read this. 95% of the 88 respondents out of 94 stated that they would stop using materials that were damaging to the sewage system. and that they would be happy if these were banned. Generally, though, the paddlers certainly didn't think that the effects of the discharges were temporary. For them, they see them as cumulative. I do have a question that's been sitting, and that is around the timing of some of the water quality testing. If the 5-day threshold for acceptable recreational use is so, I would ask, is there any, on what that's based? Is there any actual data that says that it is so? And I haven't seen that myself. I just make the point too that, and I know it's excluded from this discussion, but that when the flows reach around 30,000 metres a day to the BTF plant, that they go over the weir and it goes straight out untreated. So we have that as another consideration in terms of cumulative effects, even though it's separate from the actual discharges to the rivers. I'll just make a comment around the signage. We used to have signage up along the rivers everywhere warning against taking shellfish. Now, they were removed because apparently they were sending the wrong message. I'm not sure what the right message would be in that context, but that's apparently what it was. However, people were still gathering those shellfish even when the signs were there. And my perception would be that that's because they probably couldn't read the signs. And we had the question about impacts is really, it is quite important. And I was really keen to hear, I think, Chris, I can't remember his second name, his discussion of public health threat. We actually, the Wastewater Technical Advisory Group in 2011, I think, undertook sampling of bivalve shellfish throughout the bay. So we went to 5 or 6, possibly 7 sites. I just can't remember offhand. And we gathered bivalve shellfish, and these were macerated and sent to Hill's laboratory, I think. And we tested for 3, well, I call them phenotypes, but I'm not quite sure if that's the right phrase, but 3 phenotypes of norovirus. One that was specific to humans, one that was specific to bovines, and one that was shared by both ruminants and humans. In all of the samples taken within the rivers in the bay, human norovirus was present. On the piles at Gladstone Road Bridge, the mussels that were taken from there were at the highest level at the very high level. So I'm getting pretty close to the highest level that could be accurately sampled. And all throughout the bay, all of the samples contained traces of human norovirus. Interestingly, the Whetawhero Lagoon didn't, which was kind of counterintuitive in a way. But yes. So this would be, and we've suggested it before, I think, in some of our forums, that this could be a useful tool in measuring impact. Number point 2 of our submission, this is particularly so given the urgency, and this was our health. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. So we've asked for a epidemiological study to be established, and I would hope a long-term one, so that we can actually gauge what the real impacts are. We've been asking this for a while, but that's not necessarily GDC's fault. So yeah, in terms of point 2, the high recreational and cultural use of our urban waterways, there is some literature supporting that. And I actually wrote them down. I wrote the references down for you, but Coombs 2000 and Awatiri et al. 2000 also. Certainly the mixing of wastewater with natural water with Waimaru, Waitai is anathema to tangata whenua. It is fundamental tikanga, it is fundamental cultural tenet. I would like to, just as we go down through this process a little, I'd like to tag my colleague when we get to point 6 here, just to give a better description of rongo whakaata values impacted. There is no doubt, however, the effects on mana whenua have been huge, and it has removed the lowland river delta areas from almost all traditional uses. Point 3, funding allocation. I think it's unrealistic to compare the Gisborne Tūranga cityscape with other larger, older urban areas and urban waste and stormwater systems. This is for 2 reasons. One is the high cultural values associated with the area, and the other is the more accessible infrastructure. You know, we do have these things within our reach. It's not like we have to move a 6-story, 60-year-old building out of the road. At point 4, I referred to policy 9C622, and that it does make clear that the consent period should be 5 years unless there is the performance demonstrated. I'd also, something I've always struggled with myself is, and at point 5, is that discharges of untreated sewage are actually prohibited. And unless they're from the municipal authority, when they're of course restricted discretionary. So I do have a philosophical, there's a philosophical leap that I'm trying to make as to how that can be so. And at point 6, we believe that the application fails to adequately recognise and provide for the relationship of rongo whakaata with our waters. And I'd like to touch base, get Samuel to have a brief discussion around that. But just before I do, and seeing we've been talking about coastal marine area and coastal environment quite a bit, my understanding is that the coastal marine area is defined as 1 kilometre upstream of the mean high water springs, or 5 times the width of the delta.
More usually the CMA boundary is defined at a readily recognisable point, and it's often a bridge. Like I think here it's the Gladstone Road Bridge, and you'll often find, for instance, Waitangi Estuary is defined, the upper limit is defined as the State Highway 2 bridge near Clive there. So that's a very common approach around the country, is to use a readily distinguishable landmark.
Yeah, well, I thought, and this maybe I've been fostering a misunderstanding for years, is that the overflow point is at the pump station at Gladstone Road Bridge. Is that correct?
Just upstream. It's about 100 metres upstream. The one we went to the other day, 100 metres upstream, the Gladstone Road Bridge. Yeah, it's 50 or 100 metres upstream.
Okay, so it puts it just out of the...
Yeah, there's a green pump station on the north side of the river, or the northeast side of the river, about 100 metres upstream or 50 metres upstream of the bridge. That's the overflow points just there.
Okay. And just one other point around point 6. In terms of stopping the flows, of the ability to halt flows, I'm not sure, but there was an overflow a few years ago into the Wainui stream from the Steel Road pump station. Now, that was a extra holding capacity was placed at that pump station. And as far as I know, there's been no further overflows. So, you know, I think that, again, we don't want to make too many assumptions. Okay, Mr. Lewis, could I ask you to speak to the relationship of Rongo with your waters? Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, I'm Samuel Lewis. I am of Rongo Toto, and that's not as simple a statement as one would think. Rongo is made up of probably about 25 to 30 hapu that today is seen as 3 specific hapu. The hapus that are consistent with this area down in here would mainly be Ngai Tawhiri. Rongo we have a line that it kind of separates, one would think, because of iwi entities. Today they're seen as separating us, and one hapu will fall on the other side of the line. In actual fact and truth, they're actually our strength. They join us together. The river systems here in Tūranga for us were actually our lifelines. It's where we birthed. It's where waka pulled up, people came in and out. That there really is impossible for it to take place these days. The essence of the rivers, they come from the springs. So we start down in Te Waio Hiharore down there. And Hiharore is a tipuna that was the grandmother of the principal ariki here in Tūranga, who held all of the mana. And his name was Te Wairua Pane o Te Ora. Those springs are there for specific reasons. It's where the ariki bathed. And as we came down the rivers, the lesser hierarchy joined in, and they bathed in specific places as well. It spells a jurisdiction. It spells a jurisdiction of how we all interacted with one another. But none was separate from the other. Rather, those bloodlines formed a holistic route and fell upon each one of us over a period of time. So everything that takes place around these river systems, it's actually consolidated within us. It's where we come from. It's consistent with us. And we actually still live and breathe it only in essence today. Through the Kiwa group engagement, I was involved in that as a member for Rongo. We spoke about Rahui, Tapu, and Noa, and how these practices were applied to a system. I think there was general agreement. The whole place is under Rahui. It may not be recognized within the authorities that are here today, but they're certainly recognized within ours. We developed a rating system, and there was great debate on actually what the rating was between 0 and 1. And anything between 0 and 1 was of great effect. It impacted upon us and our feelings and what we know, what's inherent, the practices, the stuff that I spoke about this morning. He Punawai, a spring of living waters. If we go down here to the river mouth at Waikanai, there's a corridor. It speaks about the kanai coming. And I know this as a fisherman. They come and they wait for the right tides to pour in over what would have been once here a half bar. They wait for the king tides and the moon. And they pour in and they come in for a reason. They make their way up to the reaches of where the salt water and the fresh water mix. And it's in that region there where they spawn and they drop all of their eggs. The point on the western side is called Waikanae. On the western side, it's called Waikahua. Waikahu is actually the embryonic fluid. That, as you will know, is around the young, and it actually is all a part of the birth that takes place, as it is with these young kanai and all other life forms that are in here. A lot of them are not existent today. They don't come here anymore. But they pour out through that side and the current drags them back out to Hinemoana and Tangaroa. And that's Waikahua, that's what it's about. It's speaking about this life system that's in here. When we're surrounded by this Waikahua in here, we're in a taiao. All young are within a taiao, separate to this taiao, but dependent on it. When they're burst into this one, they then become dependent upon the provisions of this world and this taiao. It's all breaking down for us. It's in the weakest state we've ever seen it. These impacts overflow, one overflow, dry or wet, is impactive, and it goes against the way that we have lived for many, many centuries. It's totally impactive. I've been in Wellington involved in a lot of the water reforms. I've been down there with the Department of Internal Affairs prior to the launching of Taumata Arawai. I'm well aware of a lot of the plans that they have for the future. And they have thresholds, they have all types of things. Systems, a lot of them they're still working through. And it's a little too early to say whether this will come to fruition or not, but certainly there is something that needs to take place. And we all need to be in the same place, and it is total reform. Rongo Whakaata feel absolutely impacted upon. It is the overflows, it is what's happening to the river systems, it is the way that we're all interacting with one another. And it impacts upon our ability to plan for the future. And that's probably our greatest role for us in the present, is to consolidate the past, that's our role, into the future and plan far ahead. We totally oppose and wish this to stop. And we should be a part of it in the truest sense, through true partnership, which has not come forth as of yet. I'm thinking of maybe applying for a job with the GDC to show them how to do that. Because it's not that hard. Kia ora.
Kia koe, Samuel, thank you. I guess, oh, sorry, Sue, okay, just by way of final points, the relief that we have sought, one was an independent community, and I should say this is prior to the development of the Tangata Whenua reference group. So this submission was written quite a while ago. An independent community-based stakeholder and iwi hapu liaison group established to work with GDC to assist in the cessation of sewage overflows to land and the city rivers. And I would say that it's really important, having engaged with our water users, and I mean all our kids and our nieces and nephews are paddlers, that it's really important that we can have those water user groups there at the table too, and resourced by GDC. But I initially envisaged that sitting alongside the Kiwa group. But anyway, that's I guess a work in progress. Point 2, in partnership with this liaison group, further research and monitoring is undertaken to ascertain the actual risks associated with use of our urban waterways for contact recreation and shellfish gathering. And I just kind of highlight the uncertainty with modelling processes and developing those type of health risks. So basically that is, we would like to see an epidemiological study established and established under a long-term approach. So like possibly intergenerational. And also we've suggested a shellfish monitoring methodology that was based on our original viral survey. And that could use, and we've actually started some of this, but it was one of those projects that didn't quite take root, was using bivalve shellfish as biosamplers. So we know they accumulate viruses and bacteria quite effectively. So that would be our suggestion, our relief sought at point 2. Point 3, we have requested an independent review of the DrainWise program. We've asked for that now for a little while, not because we don't have faith in GDC and what they've done. And in fact, you know, I think some of the work has been exemplary. But again, you know, a new set of eyes is always useful, I think. So we would ask that an independent reviewer be engaged. Point 4 of our relief, further funding is made available to by GDC to more rapidly implement the current DrainWise program, including any recommendations provided by the independent review that are acceptable to stakeholders, liaison group, and the wider Tairāwhiti community. And again, I think that there are innovative models that we can develop for funding. And I think we need to do that. You know, we multi-agency approach rather than just relying on rates. And point 5, we would request that the consent is confined to 5 years and with an annual reporting requirement. Now, I see there is a level of reporting required in the conditions, but I would hope that could be worked through in some more detail with us. And we believe that would provide incentive to reduce overflows and improve infrastructure. Who I know, I think that's probably me, us. Thank you.
Cora, I guess one of the difficulties for the submitters is these submissions were made a long time ago, and it's taken a long time to get between, I think they were made in June last year from memory, and we're a year later. I know this hearing was originally scheduled for 6 months ago or more than 6 months ago. So I appreciate that some of the matters that you've raised have probably been addressed by the applicant, and I'd refer particularly to Dr. Dada's evidence in relation to viruses and the work proposed to be undertaken on that, which would seem to satisfy some of your concerns around that. Obviously, also, we've been talking about, you've talked about independent reviews, and that was something we raised in a slightly different context this morning. I'm not sure that the consultative group as proposed to be formed through for this process would meet your concerns. It would seem, as Rao said earlier, to be a consultative group rather than a partnership group. But is there anything else you wanted to add in light of what the applicant has now provided by way of information and draft conditions of consent, Murray?
Oh, I've actually only just looked at the set of conditions just a little while ago, but I would appreciate the ability to comment on them at some stage in the near future. Yeah, if that's, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. But I think it would be useful for us to engage with the applicant, whether that is post-hearing, post-decision, or prior. Yeah, I'm pretty open.
It would need to be pre-decision for sure.
Okay.
Would the applicant be comfortable with doing that? Yes. So, Ian, perhaps I can leave it for you to discuss, or you and Todd to discuss with Murray about how that could, but obviously it would need to be reasonably quick because your comments would need to be incorporated into draft conditions, and the applicant then gets the final right of reply. So you're welcome to follow those up, please.
Yep.
Kia ora kōrua. I'm guessing, in fact, no, I'm not guessing, I know. Your iwi is very little different from mine. The minute you stand up and say, I'm talking for te whānau Apanui, they disown you. Because no one can actually stand up and say, I'm here representing the whānau Apanui, or in your case, Tonga Whakaata. But that aside, the point is being made that you've been impacted by what's being proposed here. And I'm not entirely sure what those impacts are. And to a certain extent, I'm not hugely concerned about them because I think I understand it. But what I'm leading up to is the point I made yesterday around the sort of conglomeration of different groups of people. And here's another one being suggested here, an iwi hapu liaison group to deal with it. I understand why you want it and maybe why it should be there. But I go back to the question I was posing yesterday about the number of different groups that are having to deal with the district council. And I'm wondering whether or not this isn't an opportunity to sort of sit down and work out how can we all do this together as one group. Now you've got the iwi engagement group, I know, which has done quite a lot of work. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking to myself, well, why can't something like that keep going forward with this take? You know, we take the take forward, but it doesn't. Whilst I understand the independence of each iwi, I mean, you're not going to replace any MOUs that Rongo Whakaata has with the council, for example, or Te Aitanga Mahaki, or Tā Manuiri, or whatever group it is. But for take like this one, overarching take, as I put it, it kind of seems to me that the sensible thing would be to have kind of one group that takes it all through, or at least one reference point for the council. Because there's nothing like divide and rule, right? You have a whole lot of groups, you divide them up, and so you sort of keep them there. So I'm wondering, I have two parts of my question, or my query. One of them is to the extent to which this might have been already discussed amongst the various iwi in this rohe. And two, if it hasn't been, you know, really broadly and seriously discussed, what are your views on the issue that I've just raised? Am I barking up a tree? Am I going down the wrong avenue, or is it an issue that is worth pursuing? I happen to think it is, but it may not be. I'm throwing that at both of you, Murray.
I agree totally. It is worth pursuing. It has been in pursuit for a long time. I could just cast a light on a similar group that is in existence, and it came about through the environmental court. It was over the redevelopment down at the port. And so out of that, a part of the resolve, and it was a very, very sticky condition, out of the resolve that came was for the port, GDC, and all of the hapu affected groups from the port activities were formulated a new group called Te Taiuru. So it's a new model. Basically, we think it's informing iwi direction and its hapu relative to every area.
Yeah, I think one of the key things about that group, and yeah, I support what you say too, you know, absolutely, but it's, but the thing with the Te Taiuru is that, for instance, one of its functions is in the preparation of resource consents, applications.
Yeah.
So it's not seen as something that's added from outside. The anticipation is that it's generated internally, and the port has said that if it had been in operation when they established some of their current consents, that they would have done them differently. So one would go in good faith to those type of relationships, which I think is pretty key. But that's something probably that would be earned over time. Yeah, but I agree with Samuel that absolutely we need to be more strategic, probably, if that's.
Now, if I just go to the relief that you're seeking here, number 5, that the consent is confined to 5 years with an annual reporting requirement. That tells me at least one thing, that you're not totally opposed to the application. Otherwise, you'd say, you know, the relief sort is get rid of the whole application. But why 5? Why not 10? Why not 2? Why not whatever? I'm interested. I'm interested in learning why you think 5 is the right number.
Personally, that will come back down to the wind that I've been facing down in Wellington, and with the reform that sits out in front of us. And I think 20 years will kind of place us into a position where the urgency may actually dissipate slightly. Whereas if it's a 5-year permit, it sits out in front of us, it's ever present, and we're right with the move that's taking place nationally, and that is in the total reform.
Yeah, and I would think that 5 years is a reasonable time to gather information from the effectiveness of some of the drainwise work, and some level of certainty, because it still really hinges on that 50% return event. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just sometimes I'm never quite clear why people say 5 and not 12 or 10 or whatever. But I guess, I mean, what you're suggesting here is that 5 is long enough for the system, or for the council to get an idea that the system is operating or doing what it's meant to do. Is that how you see it?
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it doesn't burden us with having to have a major review if the statutory framework changes. Yeah.
Do you have any views on how this reporting process ought to operate?
Well, I guess if we set the parameters that we need reported on, and I note that there is a cultural monitoring program provided for in the condition. Yeah. So that's seems to me a pretty open-ended statement or condition, if you like, and that needs to be fleshed out. I think it's just a matter of agreeing on what the parameters are that we measure, and any thresholds that as the chairs suggested, any thresholds that need to be incorporated into the monitoring and reporting.
I just have one last question, and that is around something that was raised yesterday, but it certainly hasn't come up today, or except in a peripheral way. I mean, you were referring to the things that used to happen around the river and Waikarai, that's all that aren't there anymore. And what I'm really interested in is the issue of mahinga kai. We've had various comments on mahinga kai, the abundance of or the existence of. Talk to me about mahinga kai. I mean, that used to be there and it's no longer there, those sorts of things.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we gathered kai everywhere from out of the river systems. People still do.
Oh, yeah.
But I would not touch any of the kai. They themselves will tell you that they actually put it through a process prior to cooking it and eating it too. And that's flushing it. They'll flush it through for water a few times. They'll leave it sit overnight. These people are poorer. They don't have much, and they're down there and they're getting kai out of there. I wouldn't touch it at all. The cockles and that have been referred to here, there's cockles and that in the river. The river system has changed totally to what it was. It was once a shingled creek, a shingled river, this Taruheru. Now it's a waterway of mud and silt and so the cockle has made its way into the very center of the creek. This is a layman thinking. It's made its way into the center. Yeah, that's where all the water movement is too. And so, yeah, some of the testing I think would be a little inconsistent to what it could be if the testing was done from cockles from set specific parts. Basically, mahinga kai doesn't take place. It is a value though. It is a value. As I said, it sits in the space under Rahui, under tapu at this point in time.
Do you have any comment, Murray?
Well, I just intrigued by the word waikanai, and when I think of the mama and how when they're feeding on the plankton, that the water is actually bubbling with them, and I think I imagine the kanai feeding and waikanai filling that stream up with the bubbling of the fish, that an abundance is something as well as, as cleanliness, if you like, hygiene.
Yeah. Oh, well, kia ora kouroa. That's the only questions I have. Thank you very much.
Could I just raise one issue about term? This has been a 2.5-year process or something like that already. The applicant, I'm struggling to lift them despite going to the gym. The applicants prepared all this material for this particular application. I don't know what this, and a lot of it's highly technical information, as you'll be aware. I don't know what this costs, but it's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then they've got the cost of the hearing, very expensive lawyer, moderately expensive commissions, a lot of people involved. To me, to have to repeat this in another 3 years' time, if it's a 5-year consent, isn't it much better to actually get on with the work rather than spend it on funding consultants, lawyers and hearing commissioners and everybody else along those lines? Because it will be a major distraction from the council's ability to get on and run the program and get on and implement improvements in the wastewater management system.
I would totally agree. I wouldn't envisage that the 5-year period would trigger a whole new set of those and a whole new set of us because things wouldn't have changed that much. And so the AEE should still be just updated.
They would have to do a new one. They
Yep.
would have to do new ones. They can't rely on previous information.
So they couldn't renew that consent?
The consent could be, the conditions of consent can be reviewed.
Yes.
And that's what we were, sorry, I'll put this down. That's what we were talking about in terms of a mandatory review by, say, independent experts, or going to independent, not a mandatory review, a decision on whether there will be a full review going to independent experts when the council reports on progress, and then a review of consent conditions if they don't believe that process is sufficient process has been made. So that's my main difficulty with a short term, is it takes away from the council's ability to get on and fund the work rather than funds lawyers, consultants, commissioners, etc., etc.
Yeah, no, I do accept that, and I would like, yeah, if possible, I would like to explore ways where we could avoid a full consent renewal. Yeah, some middle ground. However, historically, there has been a major underfunding and lack of investment and poor decision making around wastewater in our region, in our district. And I guess that is a legacy that we're determined to avoid or to change. And I'm sure it is changing. I do feel that, but yeah, I think you understand that.
Thank you.
Just really more a comment and following on exactly from what Brent has said. I mean, I thought 5 years was probably the starting point because that's what's indicated in the plan. So, but I'm interested and think that's very relevant about the reforms from Wellington. But I think the applicant is saying that they can propose conditions and systems that will enable an improvement to the system that's going to be more effective than having to go through another consent hearing like this. So I guess it will be good to get your comments on the conditions, and it would be good when you do that to think about that and whether you feel through the way conditions are worded in setting timelines and targets or things that must be achieved, whether that might be a better way of improving and minimizing the discharge than just a 5-year consent. Because it seems to me to go beyond 5 years, you would have to say, well, because we can achieve a better outcome because we're proposing these set of conditions. And I think that's where the applicant's coming from. So it would be interesting to get your comments as to whether you feel through how the conditions are worded that is or can be a better way of improving things faster. So we'll, I guess, look forward to your comments on that when you get the chance to go through it. Sure.
Thank you very much for your submissions. Thank you. Josie?
It's okay. I just asked if Murray can stay. Is that all right with the commissioners?
Sorry, you'll need to speak.
Is it
You'll need to
okay
speak.
for Murray to stay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Murray. Tēnā koutou. Kei te rere? My name is Josie McClutchy and I'm a Tarini Street resident. I'm one of the few probably around this table that's not funded to be here. In fact, I've taken 3 days annual leave to be here.
Just Josie, before you start, where do you live?
I live on Tarini Street.
On
Tarini
Red
Street.
Street. Okay, thank you.
Tarini Street, is that better? In my written submission, I've detailed how I became involved with this issue as an affected homeowner. And today I just want to summarise some of the main points, although it's a while ago now. When I started this journey in 2012, Tarini Street was not programmed into Drainwise's work plan. At one point I was shown an aerial map of Drainwise's priority areas and it did not include Tarini Street or Seymour at the time. That is until me and a small group of my neighbours complained as a collective about the sewage overflows to our properties. It took from 2014 to 2018 to get council to be as responsive as they are now. And although it's long overdue, I'm really pleased to see how proactive council has become in the last 3 years and to see the improvements to the network that have been made. And not just on Tarini Street, but in the surrounding Kaiti area. Prior to me arriving to Tarini Street, there had been decades of neglect by council of the street's sewer network. According to 2 long-time Tarini Street residents, their complaints to council about the street's frequent sewage overflows went ignored since the 70s, maybe even the 60s. And this is consistent with the historical mismanagement of the wastewater network by council detailed in the Brad Coombs 2000 report. And his research shows that the local authority had for decades taken a least cost approach to managing Gisborne's sewage issues, which included discharging untreated sewage into our waterways. But since 2018, there has been a lot of activity on my street and the neighbouring streets, and I'm really grateful for the urgent attention that is now given to our area from the Drainwise team. And as the applicants team outlined yesterday, there's been a lot of investment by council into helping homeowners eliminate stormwater issues, from installing stormwater drains to fixing gully traps and downpipes. And there's been major investment into trying to reduce sewage overflows to the most vulnerable properties with the installation of non-return valves. I have one in front of mine, and more regular jetting of the sewer lines. But that still does not fill me with the greatest of confidence that the council's long-term wastewater management plan is robust, or that it's working towards eliminating the need for opening the valves when there is a significant rain event. And without the technical or engineering expertise, there's no way for any of us ratepayers to really know how good it is. And that's why I would like to see an independent review, just to give the community a better level of confidence in Drainwise's long-term plan going forward. I agree with council that there needs to be a lot more compliance from private property owners if the Drainwise program is to be a success. And I applaud Drainwise's new kind approach that they'll be taking to engage homeowners and getting commitment to address any infrastructure repairs. For a long time, I have advocated for that kind of engagement as a way to encourage compliance from homeowners. And many of those, many of them have inherited aging infrastructure, inadequate clay pipes and or poor workmanship done in the 60s and 70s. And so for many, the costs to repair these problems will be a huge barrier. Otherwise, I don't think there would be too many homeowners that would not want to repair their drains if they could and knew how. But I also don't expect council to be responsible for that cost. But maybe there's another financial avenue that's staring this community in the face. The Gisborne ratepayers have a trust tairāwhiti that we're beneficiaries of, and the trust manages income-bearing assets on our behalf. I understand that they don't want to fund infrastructure, don't believe it's their job, but do wonder if there's a possibility for the trust to provide interest-free loans to property owners who need help to afford any repairs. The trust actively promotes that it exists to assist the well-being of our people, the success of our businesses, and the future of our region. So to make good sense for the trust to invest in our community's infrastructure by way of their commercial arms. The other key part to compliance, I think, is an ongoing community education program. And again, I applaud Drainwise's education campaign that was started in 2019. I was involved in that initiative because I really wanted to be part of the solution. And unfortunately or fortunately, going through the issues that I've had with the wastewater network has taught me a lot. But I believe the campaign needs to be an ongoing thing in order to really influence a change in attitudes and behaviour. And it was good to hear yesterday that Drainwise thinks so too. Just my last point. I have a spiritual and cultural connection to the local rivers and to the sea. I whakapapa to this area through my rongo whakata, ngai tā manuhiri, Ngāti Porou whānau. Growing up, the local river and sea was our mahinga kai. My father is a fisherman. He fished and dived the area all his life. His role was to provide kaimoana to marae, tangihana, whānau and our pakeke. At one time, he was the kaitiaki for the hāpaka for the iwi of Tūwhaka Iriora in Onipoto, Hicks Bay. So my cultural connection to our awa and moana runs deep. From a Māori perspective, the protection and conservation of our waterways and kāpata kai is paramount. When human waste contaminates these bodies of water, not only is it a fundamental breach of our practices and beliefs, but it desecrates a taonga or a precious resource. As is true for the Whanganui people, ko au te awa ko te awa ko au. I am the river and the river is me. When the health of the river is at risk, it puts the health of its people, our community, at risk. Sewage discharges into our rivers has gone on for long enough, and I think it's time our council looks to cease the operational practice of discharging sewage into our rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Josie, and I'm sorry to hear of the problems you've had in the past. That's pretty disgraceful, to be quite honest. In the last year or so, has the situation improved to your satisfaction, or is it still something that you hold deep concerns about the overflows that have occurred in the Seymour Street, Terrain Street area.
Yeah, I think there's been a marked improvement, but I don't think we've had the right conditions. We haven't had
You haven't had the wrong conditions of really heavy rain would be
yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, it's hard to know. I feel like there's been an improvement, and I feel like a lot of improvements have been ongoing to try to rectify it. And I certainly don't have the level of stress that I used to when I first arrived. Yeah, I would dread the rain, and in my submission, I've said we would have to self-evacuate. So definitely my stress levels have gone down, and like yesterday, well, I wasn't at home yesterday to know fully, but that was a rain event. That felt like a rain event to me, and I think we came through clear. So there've been improvements, I feel.
But you really needed to bucket down for a day. You really needed to bucket down for a day or two.
Yeah, and if you
it's
talk to others on the street, the ones who've been there since the 50s, the 60s, or since the street was built, they all say, they'll say it's not the right event, it's not the right rain. This is not, there is an event that needs to happen for those issues to occur. And there was a time when it would happen 3 to 4 times a year for me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Josie. How long have you been in Terrain Street?
2012.
All right.
So
You were born and raised in Gisborne?
Yep. And then I went away and I came home to raise my child.
All right.
Under
And your
her
father, you
mountain.
said your father was a fisherman here in Gisborne, or
Yes, all over the coast, and now he's a fisherman
Not this-
in Tuparo.
McClutch's up at Hicks Bay?
Yeah, he used to run a charter there.
I say I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I asked this question of the previous submitter around mahinga kai and stuff like that. And the other question, which is, I think you've answered that question as far as I'm concerned, but the other question I'm going to run past you is the same question I asked the previous lot about whether or not, as a Māori, I mean, you said you're spiritually and culturally connected, ko au te awa and ko te awa ko au, that sort of stuff. Now, are we overdoing the awa in a sense? You know, the way I've been describing it previously is that we have all these different committees and groups being put together. But I don't know, in the time that you've been here, are we giving the awa enough attention or too much attention or what?
Maybe not the right attention. No, not enough. And if you look, the Tūranganui, it's the base for our wakaama clubs.
Okay.
And I wish they were here because they would have a lot to say. And they've been saying that they've been singing the same chorus since they set up on the river. So yeah, maybe not enough. And this has been going on for a long time.
I mean, the issue you highlight is the discharge of sewage into the wastewater or stormwater system, right? But are there other things around what's happening to the Wai in the rivers, the Waimata, the Tūranganui, all of them, that you're aware of that maybe we all need to be more aware of and be doing something about?
Not quite sure.
I'm guessing there isn't, because if there was, you'd have spurted it out straight away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do think that I would like to see like a community or neighbourhood representative group, like the Kiwa group, that is set up where there could be engagement or
Right.
communication from council around what's going on, because as affected homeowners, I mean, I like to know what's all this busyness going on the street, and you know how, and sort of try to get a gauge on, you know, the improvements that are being made. I'd really like to see something like that, but you know, I would not allow my child to swim in that river.
I'm sure, yeah. And then were you personally involved in any of the engagement stuff that's been undertaken
No.
around this take?
Kahore, no.
Hey, Kāore?
No,
Oh. I was going to ask you
No.
to tell us all about it, but obviously you haven't.
no, but I will say this is that, you know, I do have a slight emotional guilt when they do discharge, open up the valves, because it takes away a lot of the pressure from our area, and it alleviates, you know, sewage overflows on our streets. So, you know, there's a guilty sense of relief when that does happen. But is that the solution?
I have one last question. It's around the consent term. Your Murray said beforehand that the relief he'd be looking for is a 5-year term. Do you have a view on, you know, if the application goes forward, how long it should go for? Do you?
I'll just go with whatever Murray says. Yeah, I mean, you know, in an ideal world, I'd love to see it stop tomorrow.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I trust Murray, I have to acknowledge Murray too in terms of his support given to me. Without him, I don't think I would have got as far as I have with the council. And I feel like I've got a better relationship too with council, and I'm being heard.
Thank you very much.
No.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Just, you mentioned that the local neighbourhood had complained about the problems in your area for a long, long time and nothing happened. But in the last 3 years, there has been significant improvement. What changed from your perspective, or why do you think that change occurred?
Because we came together as a street and we demanded, I wrote to the council and I copied the mayor, and I was so stressed out, but then so were my neighbours. They'd come to me, are you having the same issue? So I put it in writing, and we had a meeting on the street with council, and then for 2 years it sort of went on and there was not much, and then so again I went and surveyed the residents, some of them, not all of them, and we all had the same issues. So that collective power, I believe, is what made the difference, and that's why I think a community representative group, you know, neighbourhood could possibly make a difference, because I feel like now our issues are being heard and addressed, but they weren't for a long time.
Yeah, okay, no, that's interesting, and it does tie in with, you know, why you're saying a group like that would perhaps help to keep the standards high going forward as well.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
No, thank you.
So do you think that was partly due to changes in council personnel or changes in attitude? Or?
Yeah, a lot of those things, yeah, personnel. I have to thank Wolf for his his work and his dedication to, well, his genuine care, actually, I think, to, that's what was missing to our area. You know, because Kaiti is predominantly a Māori area, and in the Coons report, it also, the research shows that Kaiti has been neglected too. So there is all that stigma that goes with the place, and the attitude, yeah, or the lack of attention or care for the area.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Josie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. I see you've tabled some additional information. Do you just want to speak to that, or do you want to speak to your submission as well? It's over to you.
I will speak to this because when I lodged my submission, some of what I wrote happened because there was a break in the link to the data in the information on the website. So I couldn't find something I needed. Things have changed.
I'm still looking for your gang patch too.
It's a big COVID sign. I've lived at Domini Street for 3.5 years. The first point I'm making is that there is contact recreation in the Owen stream, notwithstanding the fact that it relies on stormwater mainly, and a lot of that comes from the schools. When I lodged my submission, Wolfgang Cairns and Mike Grief visited me together, and I've had constant contact with Wolfgang since. And I very much appreciate the professionalism that they showed. The heartening thing about Pickles finding and catching the banded cockapoo was that we found they were there, and that gave me some confidence that with an improvement in the amenity values of the stream, the Owen drain would become a stream, and I'd rather put my time and energy into that than anything else. So Wolfgang lent me a fish trap. The kids and I used it for a long weekend. We caught the fish. We know they're there, but most recently, in fact, ever since the pre-hearing meeting, I haven't seen them. They might have escaped. There was a big fresh at the end of April. But overall, I'm satisfied with the applicant's initiative with respect to the Seymour Road overflow. That's reducing it to a tertiary overflow, and to their decision to reactivate the Owen Road line as a tertiary overflow, because that's better than the current situation. What I'd like to know, and I wasn't sure from conditions 19 and 20 to 21, was whether it would be done in a timely fashion. And as you've heard with the history of this, hasn't always been good management on the council's part. But I was motivated by points 8 and 9, which is clarification of that condition, and also the request for an independent peer review panel, by 3 thoughts really. This application, which, and I'm speaking as a resident, which I think you have no choice but to grant, needs to have adaptive management regime. And under those circumstances, it has to have aspirational targets and a term of 20 years, I think. And I think we have to trust that the conditions and the processes that they put in place will result in the fine tuning of the approach over time. And I would say from my professional experience in planning, working on Whitford landfill and other ones where I was part of peer review panels, that one of the shining stars in that system of adaptive management is peer review. So I also think that money and mojo are important. And in the council's case, sustaining the money flow to the team doing the drainwise work is important, and that's a political job for us as residents to see that that happens. But you can help by putting some conditions in where independent peer review panel could comment on failure to do timely work and fund it properly. That would be helpful. And then the third thing is the mojo part. It is true, with the time that I've been in Dominy Street, I've seen good action in my neighbourhood from the council's drainage team, and it goes from the top to the bottom, because after my submission was lodged, there have been people come to look at the state of the weeds. They have unfortunately trimmed some things that were hanging over the creek that I wish they hadn't, but that work got done. The gully traps at my place have been inspected twice in the last 3 years. When the builders parked over the Toby and disconnected the water and did some damage to the council's infrastructure, it was repaired within 40 minutes of my phone call. I mean, I rang and I literally went out the front to say to the builders, okay, somebody's on the way, and the guy turned up. So I have seen good action in that part. I haven't with the dog rangers, but that's another story. I think that the energy of the council, and it needs to go into action and then into reviewing the effectiveness of those actions, and then updating and learning and reviewing practices. And I would hate to see yet another application in my lifetime. Thank you. So that's what I wanted to say. I have listened to all the evidence. I understand you have some gnarly issues to deal with, but that's not my bailiwick today.
Thank you, Janet. So when I asked Josie the question of does she think the issues being solved, I think her answer was along the lines of she hopes so, but it needs to be tested in a large rainfall event. Would you go along with that point of view?
That's correct as a general observation. For me, where I live, most of I'm not near the Seymour Road. The creek goes like that. I'm here, Seymour Road outfalls there. There's a big stormwater pipe from the school and a smaller one from the school. So most of the water that goes past my place in rainfall comes from the school. I don't notice if there's any sewage in it, although occasionally I've had the odd whiff and thought, oh, that's odd. But those events tend to happen at times when I'm not down there and the kids aren't down there either. We're not playing in July in the water. So I haven't noticed anything.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, I'm always impressed at people in the community who submit at hearings like this. I mean, they're not being paid by big organizations to do it. But the fact that you went out of your way to put in a submission, I have a really stupid question to ask. It's really got nothing to do with the hearing itself. Well, a little bit. You talk about how good Mr. Cairns was in lending you an eel trap. Did he ever come and take it back again?
Yes.
He did.
Well, yes, and upbraided me for not providing sufficiently clear photographs. But I was
No, I
edgy.
thought he might
wanted
have
to
lent it to you and left, said you can keep it.
No.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, blurry pictures. Well, we did try more than one stream, but more than one part of the stream, but we only found the fish in one.
Yeah. Well, I warned you it was a fairly frivolous question. Thanks very much.
Well, we learned from that.
I don't have any questions, but thanks for your submission, and it's good to hear you've had some positive experience. So it's good.
And thank you, Jan. It's actually really good for us to hear that despite all the past issues, the district council has done work which has received praise from people. So that is, despite apparent past neglect, it's good to see that some of this has been done. So thank you very much. And we certainly hear the comments about independent assessments in the future. I think we've already spoken about that this morning. So
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Owen. Are you going to speak to your submission or?
Kia ora anō tātou. Me tuatahi ara mihi atu ki ngā mihi ko mihi tia, ki te runga rawa, ana ki te wāhi ngaro, ana ko tātou hui hui mai nei mo tēnei kaupapa, tēnā tātou, tēnā koutou o te komihana nei. My name's Owen Lloyd. I'm the kaitiaki of Ngā Ariki Kaipūtahi Iwi. It resides in the Mangatu district. And also I'm part owner of a house in Kaiti that from time to time has the misfortune to gather all the water from the hills at the back of Kaiti down into Huxley Road and suffer from some of the drainage issues. I'm also a member on the Kiwa project team and providing cultural advice from our perspective as well. I'd just like to make a few points before. Taku tūnga ki konei tuatahi ki te tautoko aku whanaunga. O rongo whakāta te aitanga maha ki tā manuhiri. Mō rātou kaupapa I muri a mātou. I'm here to, in a sense, to support the submissions of Rongo Whakāta and Tā Manuhiri and Te Aitanga Mahaki. As you probably know, and we all think we are all interconnected in so many different ways that Gisborne itself, if you want to keep a secret, tell everybody. And if you don't want anyone to know, then you're too late. Everybody already knows it. But I just wanted to make some comments in terms of the Kiwa. As you noted that the Kiwa has been successful in the council agreeing to take out all wai tūpapaku from the streams and waterways of Gisborne. And I think one of the key things we saw was the working together with Māori and council. And that was an acknowledgement of iwi's input, an acknowledgement of iwi's mana as mana whenua. And not only that, the sweat that was created from the brows of each around the table, because sometimes nobody was all in a favour of a particular direction, but e ki te kōrero, mā te kōrero, ka mōhio, mā te mōhio, ka mātou, mā te mātou, ana te māramatanga. So it is from the discussions that we gain knowledge and understanding and as a result of that knowledge and understanding, we see the clarity of the path that is before us. And I think that's one of the things that we have succeeded in doing so. I know it's not a big job. It's a big job, but sometimes it gets a bit concerning for Māori is to hear the words we're working towards it. It's a complex situation. And so words like that can become a little bit annoying or temporary. We've had a lot of temporary stuff that's been going for years and years and years. I think the Puni Kōkiri temporarily took over the wardens for 2 years, 11 years ago. And so consequently, those words become annoying because it doesn't have any mana anymore, because depends on, you never get told what temporary, the length of time temporary is going to be. And so when we, Tūranga iwi have been for a long time saying take all wastewater sewage systems out of our water. And one of the things that we couldn't understand is which part of all that they didn't understand. Was it the A or the other two L's? But yet I must acknowledge that the fact that the council is trying its best, doing its best. However, in the years that, as you can see, the colour of my beard is been there, done that, seen a t and got all the t-shirts and know the language, and I know that we've heard it before over and over again, and it's always been kei he te huru huru mō tēnei waiwai. Where's the hair for these legs that they may stay warm and move? And it's difficult for us as Māori too, because the sea is our swimming pool. And we hear it's expensive to fix our drainage system. Yet we're spending nearly $50 million on upgrading our swimming pool. Now, if we can clean up our rivers, the sea will be clean enough to swim in. We don't need a swimming pool. I go back and when I used to come back here, and many of the years of my mother and father lived in Kaiti, and we were a big family. I've got 27 brothers and sisters. And in order for us to survive, kai moana was an important aspect of our diet. And of course, tūranga was very well placed that you could go out onto the Kaiti beach and get sufficient to feed the family, or you can go to Waikanai stream and get pippies. And then very quickly, and not long after that, it became a no-go zone. And today it's still, we have the same situation. And so I also hear to tautoko the Mahaki, Ian Ruru's approach and his korero in the media, and also to reflect on some of the things that, from a cultural perspective, that one, we have a opportunity for iwi to be at the table, but yet it hasn't been fulfilled yet. We've negotiated on behalf of the Tūranga iwi with the government as part of our treaty settlement, that an LLB, which is the local leadership body group we formed to sit and to work with council on issues, so that we may be able to have a better understanding of each other's needs, and that we may find a path that would be agreeable to all parties. Yet that's yet to be, and I'm talking about at least 10, 12 years ago when that was agreed to. I reflected, water is an important part of our lives, and we were able to actually drink water whenever we were thirsty, wherever we were. I was quite taken aback when I was in Rarotonga and a friend of mine said, I just will pause for a moment and go into the shop and buy a bottle of water. And I couldn't understand, why would you want to be buying water? Just turn the tap on. And then he explained to me, he came from Europe, and he said, if you want to kill somebody, he says, get a water pistol, fill it up with the water from the Rhine River, squirt it on him, in 3 days he'll be dead. And so this is where I've come from to where we are now, because people have seen it as important, but not as important maybe as other things that may bring the votes to get people in the appropriate chairs. Our relationship with the Wai has always been strong and powerful in our cultural background and history, and that water and earth, or Papatuanuku, had a synergy, because Papatuanuku couldn't move without water, and water also needed Papatuanuku for it to rest itself. But I agree with what has also been said: healthy water, healthy people. And we have an agreed by council a Māori compass, which has not been used effectively because there is too many costly issues that and the difficulties of the other party to try and understand the essence of Māori. And again, it's because we haven't had those discussions deep enough to understanding to be made with both parties. But it's not only just something that is customary, but it's something that it's a oneness with our own environment. And we've seen what's happened to our environment here. We have a small, about a 4-acre bush called Gray's Bush, which is the remnant of our environment of this place. We built a city on a swamp And we can't understand why the water won't flow freely to where it should go. And these are, yes, let us learn from those, but let's build a system that will take us through to the future, to our grandchildren, so that we're kind of playing with it and we're doing what we can afford. But I think at the end of the day, we need to think a little bit further ahead of 3 years. We need to think about generational impacts, and these homes are going to stay here and they're going to be here. In fact, we're going to be adding more homes to the city and therefore more stress onto the infrastructure. And so when we talk about wanting to have this, whenever there is an opportunity, a back door, when you get into a tight squeeze, instead of trying to figure out the solution, we've got the back door we can slip out. And I see this proposal as a back door, that if it fails, we've got a back door, we've got a plan B. I always say go with plan B first, because plan A is the perfect plan, but plan B is the one that you're going to end up with if it rains. And so these are the things that, as far as area is concerned, we have called for it. No, all waste to stop from going out into our rivers. The solution is, as Ernest Rutherford said, it is a big job, but gentlemen, we don't have much money, so we're going to have to think. And I call on the council and Māori to sit down and think of a solution rather than an application to have a trapdoor that would allow from time to time to allow the wastewater to go into our rivers, and say, well, it's only a one-off thing. But I think if we calculate the one-off in 100, 1 in 100 has happened about 5 times in the last 5 years. And so I don't want to take up too much of your time, but Paukahu tip is another good example of just not having good planning behind it. And now we've got an area which is now leaching into our drainage system of the effects of our years of dumping rubbish in one spot in a wet area. And so I just appeal to council and to Māori that there is a solution. It's just that we've just got to find it. And rather than appealing to organisations, commissions and courts and other things for a solution, that if we can sit down and discuss it and try and find, in the same way as we've done with the Wai Tūpapaku, with the Kiwa organisation, we came up with a solution. And I think it's a good one. And I think it's something that we all can buy into, and we can see the impact on our environment and on the morale and spirituality and that of the people, that we're ticking all the boxes as a result. Nō reire, koutou ka mā, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, i te whakarongo ana ki tēnei whakaro, e pānei ki tēnei kaupapa. Nō reire, tēnā tātou. Any questions?
Ka tira tēnā tāua. Tēnei te pātaitai Māori me huri ki te reo ngāre o kia mohi mai rātau he hoa tāua kōrero. I want to explore the Kiwa engagement group a bit from 2 perspectives. One, from your own experience in being part of that leading up to now. And secondly, where you see its future going, all right? Can we sort of just look at the first bit first? I suppose to come straight to the point, how successful do you think the Kiwa engagement group has been?
I feel it has been quite successful. Is the fact is that council has been ready to listen and to learn. Ko te kai whakahaere o tērā kare e whānau mai ki kone no tā wāhi hoki. Engari, I rota ona whakaro me whakarongo ana ki te reo o te tangata whenua. Pupuri ana mau tonu ki tērā whakaro ko te mea nā rātau tēnei kāinga. Kei te mōhio te āhuatanga o te tangata he manuhiri ia. Me rongo ana ki te tangata whenua.
Can I just translate that? He's saying that the convener of the Kiwa engagement group was a useless guy. He's pretty hopeless. No, it's not that at all. He was praising the way in which the Kiwa group is operated. And I think we know who he's talking
I suppose
about.
in English, I said that the person at the convener of the Kiwa group, I felt that had a really in-depth understanding that being a manuhiri or an immigrant to New Zealand could understand being a visitor to the land that, you know, you take heed of the people who've lived here and learn from them so you don't stand on their toes. And likewise, you create a partnership and a friendship to enable a good understanding and respect of both parties.
Yeah, could I just delve into that a little bit more? I mean, the various iwi groups, including your own, Ngāriki, Kaiputahi, and all the others, do you feel that they all had a equal opportunity to participate or to engage in the process?
Well, we're all at the same table. We all have the same opportunity to discuss our issues and then to debate them if needed be. And also from time to time, park it.
Okay.
And then come back to it later when more discussion has been had on the footpath or back at the marae. And then, but eventually the discussions brings us to a conclusion that we're agreeable to that, whatever the outcome is.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And one of the issues I'm sure you guys have discussed, and I know Ian's coming later on today, so it'll be a question I throw at him. But it's around the question of Māori, the Māori or te wai. Now, I'd like to get your sense of how that conversation has progressed in the Kiwa engagement group.
Well, I was part, and some of us were part of a earlier discussion with council in terms of the Māori or te wai. And the Māori compass on how, because the question was, how do you measure the Māori? And so the compass itself is constructed in such a way to enable even a layman to understand, because of the components of Māori itself can be measured quite easily in terms of what are the key factors that enables Māori to be strong. And Māori itself sits in various environments and various situations, and therefore is measured in a different way. The life principle of a forest is a little bit different to the life principle of a river. And so therefore it has various components, but most of the components are consisted of is basically science itself, the human factor, and also the environment on which it enables the appropriate life form to develop, grow, and thrive. And then how do you know it's growing and it's thriving? I think you ask any gardener, if he's garden, how do you get your garden so green and so lush and beautiful? He will tell you the things that he's done to it. And one of them was to probably talk to the plants as well. I've tried that. It hasn't worked with me because I've had some long discussions with my lawn, and yet it continues to grow despite my threat that I'll use a lawnmower on them. But I think it's something that we've all agreed the kind of measures that we use and that we can all understand. And a lot of things in terms of cultural and customary ways, and that is that it's just our language. It's just our language. You ask the scientist, he only knows the Latin word for it. You ask the common person, he'll tell you the marketing name for it. And if you ask a Māori, he'll give you a name of an individual, because each and every plant thing has been personified and given a name to enable the memory to hold and to understand what it is about. And so when you put the three together, you find that we're talking about the same thing, and the same thing that we're all trying to achieve. It's just that it's a matter of utilising the skills and knowledge and understanding of those that are concerned and acknowledging them and respecting it and then working with it to achieve the goal. And that's why I believe that there is no such thing as can't, that we can. It's just a matter of approach by human and our communication to each other.
So the approach that we're talking about at the moment is the Māori compass model that you. Have you used it yourself?
Yeah, I use it in our 7th-generation principle in our iwi our iwi strategic planning. We use it. We have also council has accepted our iwi environmental plan. I think we were the first ones to produce one. And in there, we talk about how we would measure the various aspects so that we can look in our 7th-generation plan. And this is where I'm talking about, is that it has to be a long-term, the decisions we make today has to have an impact on our 7th generation, because the last thing I want from them when they meet me on the other side, thanks for nothing, you left us.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's in the evidence somewhere. Whānau Akai didn't go along with it.
Whānau, yeah, there is and there are times where other iwi have a disagreement.
Okay.
And we agree to disagree. I think it will be not having disagreements, you got to start worrying that people are becoming too agreeable, that someone might be paying someone and someone else is not getting anything from it. But they've still stayed at the table and they're still returning to the table and they're still contributing as well.
Okay. Now let's jump to the second part of my question is, what do you see as the future of the Kiwa engagement group? Is there a role for the group going forward, and how do you see that?
I think at this point in time, we're now we've gone the Waitu Papaku point. Now we're looking at wastewater and Te Kraka. And I think that if we continue down this pathway, I think we can just get stronger because we see that iwi has been involved. Now, I think one of the things we need to understand is the difference between iwi and Māori. And I think there's a belief now that the council has agreed that we could have Māori wards, that we're going to solve the treaty issue. From an iwi perspective, you're not going to solve that problem. We have under the treaty, we have a right as a partner, not a stakeholder, not as a democratic approved, because until our people are at the same level socially, educationally and intellectually, we can't say that democracy is actually working in our favour when we're 17% of the population.
Okay. I mean, okay. And just to add to your point about, there's a role for it going forward. Would you see any need to change it in any way? And what sort of changes would you?
I think it's an evolutionary process. I think everything we do, we need to consider at the end or part away, are we achieving the goal? Right. If we are, fine. If we're not, could we have done it better?
Okay.
I think that adding quality assurance to everything we do is something that needs to be consolidated in every plan that we get involved in.
Okay. Thank you.
Because kare ki te hua o te raka mau time whangai te raka. So you see, if the tree's got no fruit, then it's a waste of time feeding the tree.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all I have there. Well, kia ora.
Kia ora, Owen, for those comments and your submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So welcome, Gordon. I see you've provided us with some additional material. Do you want to speak to that material rather than your original submission?
I will speak to part of my subsequent material. I just have a few additional comments to make. I'm going to largely take what I filed last week as read.
Yes.
So I'm sure it has been. And I've just got a few comments to make now before I revert back to what I sent in the beginning of the month.
Okay.
To me, some of this today is a little bit of deja vu, because if you refer to Neville West's evidence at his paragraph 69, you'll see he refers to the report of the Fitzmorrison partners who did two substantial investigations on the Gisborne city wastewater system. And the first of those was commissioned because there had been a special tribunal sitting of the East Cape Catchment Board to decide whether there should be permits granted to discharge wastewater overflows into city watercourses. The council or the commission declined 3, I think, of the 4 of those applications. And as a result, the Gisborne City Council commissioned the 2 Fitzmaurice reports, and they went into some detail of what they thought needed to be done to rectify the city situation. Those reports, I think, were dated about 1988. And I suspect that to a measurable extent, residents have felt that, at least since 1988, something more should have been done. They do have raised eyebrows, I think, when the council says something will be done, and in particular, we're still getting overflows. The most recent of those, I think, for memory, was in July of 2020, where I think the valves were opened on 3 occasions over a short period in that month. Anyway, we need to move on. But I think there is a genuine feeling amongst residents, myself included, that it's time that our rivers were removed from the threat that they will be inundated with wastewater when we get an episodic rainfall event. Something has to be done. I am pleased to say there has been progress, and it's pleasing to see that the long-term plan, which has just been, or the new long-term 10-year plan just been adopted by the council, recognises that and commits funding to drain wires. At a personal level, I'm a resident in Seymour Road. I've been there since 1984. I've experienced a lot of wastewater overflows from the manhole cover at its junction with Turini Street. And it's not particularly pleasant to drive around the corner and see the manhole covers being removed. There's a warning sandwich board there, and there's overflow of wastewater down onto the grass berm, which goes down to the Owen drain and flows at the back of my place. Following the pre-hearing meeting here earlier this year, we arranged a site visit with Neville West and Wolfgang Kahns. I'm extremely grateful for that visit and for what was discussed. They took an active interest in where I was, my location and my property. And in particular, they explained, and I listened, what had been done. And I've just been thinking about it in the last hour or two, when the last overflow happened at Seymour Road to Rennie Street Junction. And it certainly was not in July last year. And it would be some year or two before that at least, since it last happened. So that tells me there has been a significant improvement in what the council has done in our general area.
So is that via that manhole, the low manhole cover? Is it in the middle of the road near the supermarket, or are you talking about another point?
No, it's back at Seymour Road. There's a manhole. It's not quite in the middle of the road. It's just slightly to the left-hand edge.
Okay.
Yeah. So I really hope there are no more overflows. I think the team at the council have done a good job around our area, and I'm really appreciative of that. There is a condition in the draft relating to the Seymour Road to Rennie Street overflow, which I've made some initial comment on. I would seek the Commissioner's indulgence to be able to have a look at any further draft. I'm only interested in that condition. I'd seek to have a look at that. I note from the application and the subsequent evidence that there's going to be some further work done. In fact, it's been budgeted for to take away the overflow or the potential of the overflow in our area down Owen Road to the Waimata River. This, as I understand it, becomes a non-specific or an informal overflow, although it is listed, I think, in the most recent schedule of where there'll be overflows. I was a bit concerned about that initially because I thought it probably should have been notified. But when I have a look at the original consent application, and in particular that refers you to the assessment of environmental effects on page 4, section 1.5, and I think this is important to note. It does, I think, cover the fact that there can be informal overflows from any part of the network, and that I don't think it needs a fresh application in relation to Owen Road. On the question of the term, I have to accept that a consent authority, in this case the council, is entitled to assume that the terms of the conditions of any consent it grants will be adhered to. And my point about that is that if there is, as I think there should be, a 10-year term, then we must hope that that consent will be carried out, conditions met, so that at the end of that 10-year term, there will be no more overflows. Can I now please just take the panel back to my 6th July submission, and I'll revert to the last page, paragraph 24. And in particular, I note there in the second sentence that a balance is required between quickly resolving the environmental effects of its discharges and not being in breach of the Act. I think the city's entitled to ask for a consent and to be given one. It should not operate illegally. But the solution is not a 20-year term or refusing a consent, simply because that the applicant and its predecessor have been dilatory in the past. As a citizen, I want to see a prompt solution and one that is legal. The works program for drainwise is general in its term and times. And I've noted there from a particular report recently to a council meeting, the program may only show to start visible results towards the second half of the long-term plan period. And I suggested in terms of a term that that's a signal. Align the consent with the long-term plan, in essence, a 10-year term. Mr. Dave Wilson's response to the earlier, to a shorter term consent was that, this is working back from 20 years, was that better environmental outcomes would be achieved by providing the applicant with a longer term consent and targets which are required to be met at key points. The longer you have a term, the longer you allow discharges, the greater the environmental effect. Let's shorten it. I think that there are some issues the council faces over compliance in any term, and that is causes may still not be properly known and solutions which may be dependent on further engineering studies or property owners' buy-in have not been worked out. But equally, I say, where there's a will, there's a way, and it must be done. My suggestion is to let the applicant sort out what it has to do and how long, as long as it's completed over a 10-year term. Its checks will be expenditure measured against an already set budget, inquiring ratepayers and diligent application by the service delivery section of the council. This is a unitary authority, and I'm sufficiently comfortable with the scrutiny that the regulatory arm of the council to see that the job will be done. I note in my last paragraph that this is not a consent for what I would call new greenfields work. Rather, it's to avoid decades of poor environmental processes by some new sound engineering involvement and good practice. If what is to be done can only lead to improved environmental outcome, then what's the point of comprehensive monitoring, reporting, committees, etc., as this happens over a relatively short period? Are we not as a city best to say, look, you know what has to be done, get on and do it, and don't come back and until it's finished, unless it's done in under 10 years. And just on that aspect of reporting and monitoring, I'm trying to think of an example that would help where a whole lot of reporting is just unnecessary. And the best example I could think of was school boards of trustees, where for my sins I've been on several, and that you have monthly meetings and management spend 2 weeks out of every month getting ready for the next meeting. So let's not have a whole lot of reporting and monitoring. We know the river's in a bad shape. It's not all to do with the overflows. There's a great deal of other issues that are in the river that are part of a bigger picture which the city is trying to undertake at the moment. But there's a fundamental problem to be dealt with. Give us consent, short, sharp one, and we'll see if we can do it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Gordon. It was very considered, thank you. I haven't got any questions, but I'll ask Rao and Peter whether they do.
No, I think that's very, you made your points very clearly, so that's all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gordon, and thank you very much for providing that in advance. It's always helpful that we have it rather than we're trying to follow something new or just people. It's good that you provided that written material and you could speak to it. So thank you very much. And to the other submitters who've also provided that. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We will take a break for lunch and come back at 1:30, and then we've caught up with ourselves.
It is one of my great pleasures that being part of that particular rōpū. So yes, I'd like to speak to a particular hearing and explain a couple of our points of view and our points of view. So I'd like to start with Matariki being a time of reflection and acknowledgement of the past, the present, and the future. So in terms of past, the people, uncles and aunties, our mums and dads that have guided us and set a platform for the Kira group and our particular journey forward. Speaking as part of reflecting on, I'd like to acknowledge the present. So I have our whanaunga from Ngāti Onuri behind me, to my back. Particular great whanaunga, and also the other members of the Kira group being Taitanga Mahaki, Ngāriki Kaiputahi, Te Whānau Kai, Mai Tamanuhiri, Rongo Whakaata. Apologies if I missed anybody, but it's a large evolving group. And yes, we have a lot of constructive conversations. I'd like to talk to the, firstly, part of the acknowledgement that our Respect and Dignity bylaw that was passed a month ago comes under the Mortuary Waste Trade Waste bylaw, but we prefer to keep it to respect and dignity. We're respecting the wisdom of our elders and respecting the dignity of our tūpapaku in all senses. It's particular, I'm proud of the Kira group and the Wastewater Management Committee that helped push that particular bylaw through, and also acknowledge the officials within the council. Without them being part of the team, we would not have got this over the line. So acknowledge everybody that has had a part to play in that. It is a significant bylaw. It recognises tikanga in a lot of different senses. Also it respects the wairua of our wai, both in our awa and in our moana. Wasn't too long ago when we first, good things take time. So this one took 2 generations to get over the line. So wasn't that long ago that when we proposed the prohibition of mortuary waste entering our sewage system and entering our rivers and our sea, that we were sort of deemed to be quite out there, quite radical. But I think with the passing of this bylaw, it sends a strong signal around the country that our viewpoints, our values around tikanga, respecting the wai, respecting the wairua, and upholding the te mana o te wai, we can give a concrete example of how we can give effect to upholding those values and across multiple cultures and across the whole community. So I'm very proud of Te Tai Rāwhiti and achieving that milestone. Yeah, it was a great achievement. In saying that, it's only half time. The whistle was gone, it's half time. We still have a long way to go, but I think that sets a good platform for the second half. And I outline some other areas that the Kira group is working on in addition to this particular consent. So other areas that the Kira group is looking at is our main vision and goal is to restore the mauri of Tūranga Nui a Kiwa. That was set down as part of a consent clause, and I remember the day when I was talking to Dave Wilson at that time, and he said, well, there's this clause in here that says the applicant has to restore the water quality, or improve the water quality and mauri of Tūranga Nui a Kiwa. And he says, how do you do that? I said, just hold on, bro, that's a good one. How do we measure mauri? Was the question. And I said, oh, don't worry, give us a week, we'll come back to you. went back to Taitau Mahaki, our office, for the office, and Dad was in there and started Googling everything I could about Māori and assessing Māori and saying, oh, geez, there's not too much, Dad. How are we going to do this? And he was quite, in his way, he was quite quiet and quite calm. He said, oh, you'll work it out. And I was like, oh, gee, that's a big help. So we sat down and we went through a list on just on an old Excel sheet, and we listed the 12 what were to become attributes. So the first 12 things that popped into our head, we thought, oh yeah, that sort of might be able to use that as something to form what was then to become the Māori compass. We thought we'll just get somebody into Dave to keep him happy before we could talk to other groups, other troops, and you'll be able sort of just to buy some time. As it worked out, those 12 attributes have stayed true right through the development. They've gotten a lot more sophisticated. With 12 attributes, now we have 300 and something sub-attributes or questions that inform that. And but the basics, the heart of it, the essence of it is about mana, mauri, and wairua. So yeah, really, and the other cool thing about the model was a framework that brought a lot of people together. We were able to talk through within iwi and hapu groups about how we might be able to use this in different examples. I can quote the leaky landfill at Te Pāo Kahu, being a trustee on that particular land block. It is really painful. Kahu was a great chief, and you'd be sad to see his lands today and the effects that the leachate is having on our wai, our tuna, and the people, and the air as well. So we were able to use that model there to help explain our point of view to the Gisborne District Council, who are in charge of that part of their remediation plan, and able to impart on them that the importance of tuna and the importance of our connections to waterways and the importance of restoring the motive of our lands and ultimately our people. And I want to say I mean wider than just the hapu and iwi or the owners of the land block, but indeed the whole community, because it affects everybody in Tūranganui-Kiwa. Other hotspots or things on our to-do list as far as the Kiwa group goes is about turning the marine outfall pipe off totally. We're not, there's, they talk about bottom lines, as the commissioners would know well about bottom lines across the MPSFM and NOF process. Iwi Māori do not have bottom lines, so I haven't met one that does. We aspire for A, we aspire for the top category. So for us, to meet that particular threshold, we have to have the pipe turned off, no longer polluting Tangaroa and our moana. Another one on our list is to stop the port polluting the bay, both in terms of, for example, the rock lobster or the ruakota. So the runoff from the logs, storage of logs in the harbour there affects our taonga species, the nursery, and it continues to be a work in progress, point of contention, but also about where the dredging from the port, to keep it deep in it, those dredgings are taken over closer to our whānau on the other side of the bay and dumped in out in the bay. And again, that's another impact on the Māori of Tūranganui-Kiwa. The last point, as far as the Kiwa group goes, there's our main sort of our tick box, the ineffective oxidation ponds at Te Karaka. So the connection here, and this is what we discussed as far as the main marine outfall pipe, is that the whole bay, we look at everything in the whole bay, not just the end of the marine pipe. So unfortunately, the oxidation ponds at Te Karaka are ineffective, and they continue to pollute that part of upper part of the Waipawa River, which then comes through right through productive, fertile Poverty Bay flats. So that's another key piece of work that the Kiwa Group is trying to address and trying to be a catalyst to encourage the council to move to put in upgrades for that problem. So yes, onto this particular consent. So sorry about that, have to include everything because they're all connected. We all see we see the world as one. We don't actually compartmentalize. We see everything as part of a bigger solution, providing bigger solutions. So there's the effect. If I can drill down to my connection with, so Tautanga Maki has a maramataka based on tuna. And I didn't know it. We've been collecting a lot of data, and my father was very big on data collection and had meticulous records in his diaries about the day, the temperature, the weather, how he was feeling, how the tides were. And I just thought it was just fastidious. But he also did the same thing for tuna and for kora. And it wasn't until just recently we realised that there's maramataka. So at the moment we've got we're monitoring the Lake Rupungairi, and those tuna are getting ready to do their tuna heke back to their oceanic spawning grounds in Hawaii. So they're starting to get the tapered head, they're darkening, they're getting the blue eyes, the lateral lines well pronounced, so they're getting ready to trek back. So that's a signal we're looking at. We can go back in time and see how the effects of climate change have changed, because it was 10 years ago where they were in the same stage 2 months earlier, April. So you can start seeing what the effects of climate change and what the tuna can do to tell us what's going on and what we need to do about it. So the connection with that maramataka and that mātauranga and the connections of with our taonga, it's been corrupted with the overflows. So I can talk of Tārere Marae, whānau iwi, a hapu there, no longer possible for them to safely eat the tuna. So there's a whole generation missing out on those fun stories about playing around in the dark and chasing eels, but also the serious stories about whakapapa, about connection, about those memories that we take for granted. Our kids no longer have that. We'll have to go elsewhere to find it, and that's wrong. And so that's another example of the impacts of these overflows have been having. To tie back to, loop back to timing. So this is not a new problem. I can go back to 1965 that we've been campaigning. We didn't have microphones or RMA or commissioners, but my parents and their parents were at a similar sort of table, pleading for the same thing, everything to be sped up, not slow down. Now, almost 51, and I'm pleading the same thing, not so much for me, but for my sons and all our kids, so they don't have to be here another 50 years saying, I remember when they're old fella Ian talked about tuna, and they can no longer know what are they, if you go into an aquarium to see them or something like that. So those are sort of the other impacts that we feel, I think I can speak on behalf, we definitely speak on behalf of the Kiwi Group, that will feel impact on us across cultural, environmental, physical. I just had a first aid course, and we were sort of wondering about, a lot of people have a lot of allergies these days, and they're allergic to peanuts and all sorts of things that some of them I've never heard of. And we just sort of scratched, I wonder why that is. And I thought, well, we started looking at, what do we put into our waterways? What are we drinking? What are we breathing? And I think this all ties into that. So we have to start treating our rivers as taonga and not as trash. And I think we might start looking at those larger health water problems and issues. So yeah, that's sorry, just one more point on the particular the 5-year review. I think that's great. I think that's the council does need to be kept on its toes. I think the Kiwi Group's got a lot, has come a long way with support from the WMC, and with the bylaw in particular is a great example, but that's based on relationships, strong relationships, personal relationships, the Kiwi Group and others, and we have with people within the GDC. So my caution would be, what happens if those relationships or those connections dissipate in 5, 10, 15, 20 years? Where will we be? So I do urge that the commissioners consider some safety mechanisms so that, well, we've got good people, good team, actually 2 teams on the same side at the moment. Going forward, we like it to stay that way. We don't, that's my sort of concern in going 5, 10, 15 years out from here, that we have these safeguards put in place so that if people change, the land will endure. Sure. Questions? Yes, thank you. Sorry. Yeah.
Just, you've spoken fairly generous terms about the Kiwa committee, about the Kiwa group. So that's for councillors and for iwi representatives, is that? No?
I think you're referring to the Wastewater Management Committee.
Okay.
They are our governors, so yeah. Yes, yeah.
Okay. So the relationship of the people you represent with the council, how would you describe that working relationship, Ian?
Nothing but praise. I think, I know. Probably in the last 2-3 years, we've moved further than the last 10 or 20. There's been really genuine and authentic catalyst. Yeah, there's been a big boost. Like we've always had our values and views, and then with the Kiwi Group, we've been able to, we've got officials within the GDC that think the same way, understand, okay, that's how it works. Well, actually, these are community good things. They aren't just the iwi Māori thing. This is something good for the whole community. How do we do it? So we sit down and scratch through them there. We bring our mātauranga Māori, and that's another point. So as far as a demonstration of that relationship or that genuine partnership, is that our mātauranga is held on the same level as Western science. It's not a tack on, it's not an add on, it doesn't need to be justified by Western science. It stands on its own 2 feet, has its own mana. And I think that's what the iwi hapu groups of Kiwi Group feel and see. So they, I'm not saying we're very robust. I remember we went through lockdown. That was classic. Speaks of resilience. We had one uncle up in Wharatutu had to hop into his closet because it was the quietest place in his house. So he's in the dark, sort of candle-lit thing, zooming him. Had another uncle out of Waituhi there, couldn't work his computer, which I was struggling too. So he got his moko and his Chromebook from the Kura Kaupapa, set us all up, zoomed us in, so we had uncles all over, and cameras are pointing to the ceiling and all sorts. But we had some great productive discussions, debate, sometimes arguments, and it showed real resilience and a staunchness to the kaupapa.
Sure.
Yeah.
Kia rewa. I want to pick up on a theme that you've touched on. And the theme is, this is not a new take. It's been around for a long time. All right. I think you even mentioned 1956 or something.
65, yeah.
If I heard you correctly. So in that time, there have been various attempts, I suppose is the way to describe it, at addressing the issue. And now we're at this point where we're just addressing this particular issue. And one of the mechanisms that's been introduced to deal with this is the Kiwa engagement group. And you being the chair, I suppose you're the sort of person I want to throw these questions at. And I kind of divide them into two bits. What's happened to date with, around the Kiwa group, but then in going forward, what's its role in this context, or in even the broader context, working with the council going into the future? I'd like to hear your comments on the way in which the Kiwa group was first of all set up and the way it then operates. Now, for example, I looked at the terms of reference about how the group should operate, and it's a fairly definitive list of things. Got to be friendly to each other, put your hand up, and all that sort of stuff, which is great, absolutely great. But talk to me about how it was set up and how it's actually worked in your view.
You say that we've got a couple of grouchy uncles on there, so I don't think they've read their hands up. No. But that's things Māori, yeah, people.
Yeah.
So it's open, frank, and the great thing is, I think one of the strengths is I talked of kotahitanga, but also of recognising each other's mana.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean that in the respect of we don't have to get 10 out of 10. If 2 or 3 or 4 don't agree, or they don't think it's particularly their area, because we stretch over a broad geography. We start from Maunga, Te Moana, Kia High. So in some topics we go on, well then it's a certain hapui, we focus, drill down on that, kapai, and everyone else will either stands back or stands in support, or might be up further up the river, up to Waipawa. So we've got this dynamic of sort of fluidity, but like our meanders, a bit murky at times, but it goes to the same point. Yeah, so I think that's one of the special parts of the Kiwa group. Obviously, it was born out of the technical consent conditions, Tūranga Nui Kiwa Water Quality Enhancement Group. But we brought it back to Kiwa, understanding our shared whakapapa in the Kiwa. So, yeah, I think that's the magic of it. We stand side by side. Some may lead. I sort of just saying at the front there, it's a bit like playing rugby. Doesn't matter who scores the goal. It could be a breakaway, blindside, solo try, or it could have been a rolling maul where everyone goes over. And the main point is when the whistle blows, we're at the right end of the scoreboard. So I think that fluidity is quite key, and respecting each other's mana, supporting each other. I think that goes a long way to.
And that's worked.
Oh, yes, yeah, well, that respect and dignity bylaw first in the country, and I just acknowledge everybody that's been part of that. Not only I speak of the iwi hapu, but then the council staff as well.
Okay.
So moving on up to the governance level, that's obviously come from senior management and from the councillors as well. So acknowledge the councillors. We've got a really proactive, excellent councillors that provide that air support for us, so we can get on and do the sort of nuts and bolts, and provide something that, as I said before, tauranga Māori, Western science, tikanga, regulatory bylaws all come together, and we've got a great example of that success.
And to jump to the second part of my question about how do you see its role going forward?
I would love to see the Kiwa group having a big role in this particular consent. We've got reporting requirements, etc. But you can't beat that face-to-face kanohi ki te kanohi, what's going on, keeping up to date with, being able to provide advice. I think, I would recommend that commissioners consider a really solid role for the Kiwa group with WMC.
Yeah, I had a partly sinister reason for asking the question, because I'm particularly interested in and you haven't been here to hear me say this because I've said it a number of times, okay, which is the iwi of Tūranga Nui have been called on to respond to any number of things, right, including what the council has done. So you get increasing number of different committees and groups, and the Kiwa's one of them. And then underneath that, or maybe even overriding that, are the individual relationships that each iwi has. Aitaitanga Mahaki has their relationship, Rongo Whakaata has their relationship. So without looking to cut across those, it did occur to me that maybe this is an opportunity for the greater Turanga Nui a Kiwa Rohe to be dealing through one body that every iwi is comfortable with and happy to work with on these sorts of issues. And I even wondered whether the Kiwa group was that group, or might be that group.
I think we're,
No, all right.
no, and if I can explain, we've got a set task. Our task is to provide Aotearoa Māori, tikanga Māori, Western science expertise, and particularly around our way.
Yeah.
And so kaupapa driven. I think we like to be tight and tactical, try to be too many things to too many people. Yeah, I think we'll lose our agility, our speed, our ability to react in time. So I would, yeah, I personally wouldn't think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, because the very point of view just made there about the, I guess, the juxtapositioning of mātauranga and science is one of those things that I see in my mind's eye as I'm having this conversation around who represents who.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a technical person.
Yeah. I mean, and you've mentioned mātauranga a couple of times already this afternoon. And again, being aware of the Māori compass model that you've developed, where you attempt to bring those together. But am I right in understanding that what you're saying about mātauranga is that it hasn't been or isn't being recognized sufficiently well enough in the broader picture here, and maybe it should?
Wonderful question. If I can speak to Te Mano o Te Wai and how that has been rolled out through different acts. I think that's one example of that demonstrates that, I think it's trying to turn that around. So that Mātauranga Māori does stand on its own mana and has its own mana. So yeah, I think that's quite the case around the country, that there's always this tension, this battle for our voice to be heard, our values to be understood. So yeah, through the Māori compass, there are other models. There are 6 great ones around the country that are awesome. And I think the really good models always take the tikanga back to the hapu and iwi, or the tangata whenua. So they define and they can develop that, and their voice through mana whakahaere, for example, is then heard through regional councils, central government, through consenting processes, which meant RMA. So I think there's still a long way to go for that mahi.
Another point you raised this afternoon is the one around relationships. And, I can't but agree with you that relationships are key to any sort of interaction between groups. And it's the ongoing relationships that sort of help take people on the journeys that they have to go on. What's the Kiwa group's relationship been with the council, generally speaking, but I think more so with the iwi at home? That's what I'm really getting into. It's not so much the council, but I wouldn't mind a comment or two on that. But I'm more interested in seeing how it's being dealt with the Wakainga.
yeah, probably our toughest audience. Marae, as you know, yeah, marae, our uncles and aunties, they definitely keep us. The Kiwi Group, another great thing about the Kiwi Group, we have some people that are both governors, like the leaders of their organisation, and also technical. And another example, we have technicians that report back to their iwi or their runanga. So we've got a mixed model, and yeah, creates great discussion, robust discussion. But I think that's part of that, yeah, the robustness and yeah, the genuine ability to understand. It's about generosity of others, patience, great things that yeah. If things take a bit longer and milestones get a bit delayed, we have to understand some people have to go back to a whole lot of big chain of command to get the cordial back. But we just keep that fluidity, we just keep that understanding, we're generous with each other. Yes, understand each other's perspectives.
And the last question is, again, one I've posed with other submitters already, and it's around the notion of partnership as opposed to just working together. You know, and I ask it in the context of the undertaking that the council is given to working with iwi groups to work out this application, if it goes through.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd argue even beyond that, you know, that's just one manifestation of the relationship. And the argument goes something like, partners are there, not like that, you know. And the argument is also premised on one partner not being a stakeholder. Partners are partners.
Mm-hmm.
One is not more of a partner than the other. What's your take on that in terms of, and the Kiwi engagement group is partly what I'm still on about, or a way of having a sort of going together scenario. What's your view?
Great point. And sometimes it's sort of taken for granted, or it's not given the full respect of what a true partnership means. And I'm a practical, I sort of can't think too high, sort of practical about, I'm sort of a give effect to demonstrate principles of, I go back to a respect and dignity bylaw. I think that if we didn't have even partnership there and we didn't respect each other's mātauranga and science, we would never have gotten over the line. So I think that's the give effect to, the demonstrate. Yeah, to me, that's just so practical, it pops out. And I don't know how it works with others, but it should be a good lighting, should be a good sort of flagship to say, look, if they can do it there on something that's never been done before, that was just totally left field, it can be done elsewhere. Things can't be as hard as, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure it can't be as hard as what we got to with our respect and dignity bylaw. So hopefully that might shine a light and say, hey, look, if they can do it there in a little gizzy, then transpose elsewhere. So yeah, it's just like
It's one last comment. It's not a question, but I think you've put your finger on it, and that is that scientists say things and we accept it because they're scientists. They're good at what they do.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that us with Mātauranga Māori are listened to in the same way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Total. Yeah. Excellent.
Kia ora, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I really appreciate your comments, and they're sounding very positive about the interaction you've had with the council. So would that extend to the point where you're saying you support the application as it's now being put forward in the conditions by the council?
No, I support all the whānau and, well, submitters actually that have gone before. The 5-year review plan, and particularly the involvement of the Kiwi Group would be the other thing I'd recommend as part of the.
Oh, okay. But in terms of the application and the currently proposed consent conditions, would you would still oppose those, would you? Because your original submission was to oppose the application. So that's still your position, is that?
If the 5-year review period is.
Yeah, in your submission, you had a 5-year term,
Yeah,
say the
yeah.
consent should only go for 5 years. Council are asking for 20 years.
Yeah.
Do you have, what's your view on how long the
Well,
consent?
we oppose the 20 years. We
Still stick with
still with 5.
5? Okay.
And purely for that reason, I said 5 years, relationships, 10, 15,
Yes.
20, keep it tight.
Yes, okay. But you're obviously finding the interaction and the keyword group, that's working well from your point of view.
Oh, wonderful, yes.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
6 years from now, I'm not sure.
Sure, okay.
Might hang up
No.
my gumboots by then.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that and thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much for your submission.
Oh, thank you. If I just have one last comment, and it's acknowledge Wolfgang Keynes. He finishes at the GDC on Friday, and on behalf of the Kiwa Group, I'd like to acknowledge Wolfgang's involvement as convener. Like I said, we've made a lot of progress, and a lot of that is due to Wolf's genuine and authentic approach. German South African, comes over here and he picks up tikanga faster than I have. So, and that's transposed through all our mahi. He keeps us on time, on track, sort of scratches his head when we're sort of a little cup of tea, storming teacups. But yeah, I think he's a great credit to the Gisborne District Council, and yeah, we'll be sad to see him go.
Wolfgang's had a lot of praise today. If we keep going, his head will get swollen. But I understand that he well deserves it. So thank you for that.
He's the way.
Mr. Gibson. How do you want to be addressed? Do you want to be addressed as Zane, Sandy, Mr. Gibson? Sandy, yes. I hope there's not a drain in that box. There is a drain in that box. Okay, now you've provided us with some evidence. Are you going to speak to that, or are you going to?
I provided evidence earlier.
Correct. Correct.
But no, this is a presentation. I believe you have a copy of my presentation.
We've got a copy of your. Let me check. Yes, yes, we do. And we've also.
The one that starts off for Turahina to Maunga
Both my evidence and my presentation.
has got it in.
start off with that.
Okay, so you'll be speaking to the presentation rather than the evidence.
Evidence, correct.
Thank you.
So I oppose Gisborne District Council Community Lifelines application for overflow discharge from the wastewater system. Ko tuahini, toko moanga, ko wainui, te moana. Ko Ngāti Pakiha te iwi, ko Lex Rawa, ko Kai Oku Matua, ko Zane Sandy Gibson, Toku Ingoa. I'm sure that's totally incorrectly pronounced, but we must try.
Not totally.
report has been reported by myself, Sandy Gibson. I'm a self-employed water cartage contractor. I'm a certifying drain layer. I've spent 20 years as a practicing drain layer. I am a past employee of GDC between 2009 and 2011, where I managed the then called inflow infiltration program. Since leaving GDC's employment, I have worked on various drain laying projects around the country as the on-site certifying drain layer. I've actively searched for the answers to the questions of inflow infiltration cause in Te Rāwhiti and their remedy since 2009. In 2019, I was employed by Gisborne plumbing company C&G Plumbing on 2 GDC drainwise stormwater pipe laying contracts. I am an expert in the field of inflow infiltration. The application for the overflow discharges from the wastewater network, the applicant seeks consent based on the drainwise program and other measures to progressively reduce the frequency and volume of overflows and to manage the actual and potential adverse effects. The drainwise program is significant. The works program with the applicant working with private landowners to identify and to resolve inflow infiltration issues within the private pipes and connections which join the public network. In heavy and prolonged rain, the wastewater network may overflow because of too much stormwater entering into the system. The technical work completed by the applicant identifies the main sources of stormwater and as floodwater flowing over into gully traps and roof water being piped straight into private gully traps or leaking private wastewater pipes from the private property. The applicant says that the high impact causes floodwater flowing over the gully traps, water getting into leaky private gully traps, roof water being piped straight into these gully traps. Medium impact, private laterals leaking. Low impact, council pipes and access points. My position is based on this incorrect prioritization, the cause of how stormwater gets into our system. For all works conducted to lessen the stormwater ingress, have got to be based on correct prioritization. The correct prioritization. High impact. Council wastewater system leaking. Private laterals leaking. Medium impact. This is how it should be. This is correct prioritization. Roof water being piped straight into gully traps. Low impact, flood water going over the top of gully traps, water getting into leaky private gully traps. How do I come to those conclusions? Well, personal observation, and also listening to Mr. Garfield, yes, Mr. Garside yesterday, he pointed out the quick flow response. Not only, he says, quick flow response is not only water running into gully traps, but also private laterals. He concludes them as both. That was a key point he made. For the council are only repairing gully traps. There's no money to repair the laterals. They're the low-lying fruit. It's easy. It's politically correct as well. Hard to get people to fix their laterals when the council pipes are actually leaking as well. My observations. Well, we would go out and, while working for the council, our team would go out after midnight and open manholes when the ground is saturated and raining. We'd have a look. After midnight, nobody's using. There's not producing any wastewater. The odd automatic washing machine might be used, but you can easily discount those. You can see them as bubbly water. But it also corresponds with what Ian Garside says to a degree. I'll get back to that later. Today I've been given an email showing the age of the council network. I asked for it earlier and it's hard to really analyze it with half an hour. It says I'm not allowed to show it to anybody, but may I do that, Ian? May I pass it to the commissioners? On it will show you the age of the council network. It's crucial evidence. From that evidence, you can surely ascertain that the council pipe network, well, they're old. Three quarters of the pipes are over 50 years old. Now, this is a brief summary of mine. I'll let you guys have a look. Private laterals leaking. As Mr. Garside said, this is fast flow response. Not only does it include gully traps leaking and illegally piped connections to them, but it also, according to Mr. Garside, laterals leaking are the fast flow response. In the consent, we are aiming at reducing that fast flow response by 85%. Laterals are in that fast flow response. There's no money to do it. It's a third party. We have to encourage the landowner to replace those. That's the key element. 85% fast flow response that's the aim at reducing that fast flow response by 85%. That's the key element. The council are working on repairing gully traps. The water's coming in the laterals. My investigations into finding my own proof that the private laterals were leaking consisted of knowing a manhole, knowing its flow, noting the increased flow during wet weather, that manhole being at the top of the catchment, walking around the properties that fed into that catchment, checking out the gully traps, discounting them as being a leaking source because there's no lake around these gully traps. There's no illegal connection. So where's it coming from? Possibly illegal connections. We went back and we put smoke in them. The smoke comes out the downpipes, then you've got an illegal connection. There was no illegal connections. So the gully traps weren't leaking. The council have been fixing gully traps for 40 years. Surely that most of them are pretty much fixed. I'm not saying they don't become unfixed, they do. But they're in pretty good nick. Water, go into gully traps, there would have to be a lake around the gully trap. How often do you see a lake, a pond around a gully trap? And even over the years, I've seen a photo of one where the council have used them to promote this aspect. I asked the council, where did you get that photo from? Oh, we got it online. Well, I thought, well, surely everybody's got a phone in their pocket. How come they haven't taken a photo of these lakes around these gully traps? Occasionally you find one. There was one in Rootney Road, which you got onto and sorted. That was great work. It's if you do find one, you got to nail it. But it's a rarity. There's no ponds around gully traps. So I do the sums. Over the last week, I've heard 3 figures for illegal connections to gully traps. One was 50, one was 68, one was 100. So, okay, let's take it at face value, 68. 68 illegal connections, so half the average sized roof, because there's 2 downpipes from a roof. So let's say half the roof. So let's say 50 mil of rain. So 68 times 60 square meters times 0.05, which is your 50 millimeter of rain. You end up, when you convert it to liters per second, it is 2.36 liters per second. That's actually significant because it takes a lot to reduce infiltration. Auckland, for example, are putting a pipe under the Waitemata Harbour to transfer wastewater from North Shore to, they need to get it to Mangere. So they're putting a pipe under the water. So it's crucial that not too much stormwater gets in there. So they're throwing all this money at Devonport. They'll replace the council mains, laterals are all being lined or replaced. Their achievement, 40% reduction. We aim to achieve 85% by fixing gully traps. Totally unrealistic. Check my figures, Wolfgang. You're the mathematician. We've been fixing, we've had infiltration programs going since, I think, the 1970s. In the 1970s, an application to allow the overflow of water into our waterways was rejected. And as a result of that rejection, some serious investigation and work was done on our network. This is what Helen Churton writes in the infiltration magazine, 2015. She also says in that manual, the infiltration manual, edition 2015, that I'll read her words. During the whole period, flows were monitored and reductions in flow identified. However, the overall objectives of eliminating overflows and reducing discharges have yet to be achieved. A major review is currently being undertaken of all the work to date. So what we were doing then is what's being done now. Gully traps. She was questioning it then, I was questioning it back in 2009. What we propose to do is the same thing, with possible reviews in the future to make sure we get it right. We've got to do something better than that. What we're doing, we've been doing for a long time, and it's had no effect. Get it so wrong. Well, I'm not sure they have got it so wrong now, because listening to Ian Garside speak yesterday about the fast flow response and how that determination also includes private laterals, they haven't got it so wrong. How we're dealing with it, that's what we've got wrong. We can only fix the gully traps and the illegal connections because there's no funding. They are the third party. Fulton Hogan. Fulton Hogan are the heroes of our community. You know, they got pages on them. A radio signal goes every time a pump doesn't go. There's a high level at a pump station. They work in dirty situations. I have no complaint about their work. I do have a complaint about their direction. The DrainWise team, what they're very good at is going on to private properties where I'd knock on the door and I'd annoy people. They would knock on the door and half an hour later, the landowner would come out with scones and tea. They do that very well. Public consultation. Any work that the council have done on private property, the private property owner needs to be given the chance to say, hey, how have we done? What impact has this had on wastewater? How do they behave? How is our privacy observed? All that sort of stuff. So then the council can know whether what they do this time they can do better or not do it at all. It's a key element. Trade forum for correct decision making. Fulton Hogan, drain layers, plumbers, GDC engineers, DrainWise team all need to get together and in working as an equal idea sharing team. Stormwater in Gisborne, even if a new stormwater pipe is laid, you're allowed to lay these things. 90mm diameter pipes. You can't clean them. They get blocked. You can't get a jet around that corner. Most councils in New Zealand have limited their use to about 2 meters. It's tidier if you have a junction of 100 mil and then it comes off at a 90 and it comes up. It's nice and tidy. If you got, it just looks tidier than that big thing sticking up in the air. It's crucial. That they block up. You can't free it. So as a result, the ground gets saturated, and these laterals are leaking, so the water gets into the sewer laterals. Swimming pools. What do swimming pools got to do with wastewater? I was talking to a swimming pool installer the other day. He says that 1,000 stormwaters in 1,000 swimming pools in Gisborne. What happens when it rains? They fill up with water. What do you do with the water? You can't pump it into the open drain because it's full of chlorine. You've got to pump it into the gully trap. What has to happen is prior to a rainfall, the landowners, the swimming pool owners need to be contacted either individually or in a public announcement to lower your pools down prior to a rain event. I do the sums on the swimming pool. So I do the same sort of sums. That'll lower the litres per second by 10 litres per second, where the illegal connections only will lower it by 2.36 seconds per litre. It's crucial. It's something which has been overlooked. Swimming pools. Daycare centres. I dug up a pipe the other day outside a daycare centre and it's full of wet pipes. Yeah, that has to be done better. There's only a few daycare centres in Gisborne. They all need to be individually approached and said, don't use wet wipes, or use them, but don't put them down the sewer. Gully traps. This thing here is actually a gully trap, but for the sake of this hearing, we call this a gully trap. But I guess it doesn't really matter. So that sits like this, like this. Pipes either you drill a hole in there, in here, or you bring them over the top. What happens in other regions, and what is shown on the building code, is you have to put concrete around this. That stops the pipes that go in here and are sealed around here, either with silicon or epoxy. It protects that seal. In Gisborne, even though it says on the building code that we have to do that, it's not enforced. And Christchurch is enforced. Concrete is all the way around here, supporting this, and goes like this. Those pipes that go in there and sealed with silicon, silicon's hard to stick anything to plastic. Silicon doesn't like sticking to it, it breaks away. Epoxy, which is better, if you knock this, the epoxy can crack away as well. It's important to have that concrete around it. It protects it from cars running into it, but also protects that seal. Drain layers won't do it because they, well, you can get away with it. You've never done it in the past. Why should you do it? You know, they need to be done. They need to be enforced. Other wastewater networks in our situations, many of them like Whangarei and Christchurch, have used there's a better word here, I'm sure. So if you've mixed low pressure pump systems with gravity feeds, so you put up like they've done in Mahia, a tank goes into private property, it's got a pump in it, it pumps down the road, ultra-thin pipe. You have no inflow infiltration problems. In Christchurch, after the earthquake, I was down there installing these things, and they work in well with gravity feed. And Whangarei they're using. So some of the gravity feed. In Gisborne, we could stop it. We could start at the top of the catchment, especially in a property that's getting overflows. Put all these tanks in, work your way down. You follow the system down and keep it dry. If we could lower the flow in Gisborne, we could even include Wainui. Can't do it at the moment, but we can't even, there's a subdivision which is being started on opposite the old country club on the way out to Wainui. Just Tamarau there on the right-hand side, a hill's been lowered to for a subdivision of the future. I don't believe they can hook up. We haven't got the wastewater capacity. The applicant seeks a request based on the DrainWise program. DrainWise program only addressing the gully traps, water flowing over the top, illegal connections. Yet to make the reductions that Mr. Garside says is required. We have to fix private laterals. Not even doing it. 85%. There's not a council in New Zealand what has achieved that reduction. In the 1970s, then city engineer applied for the East Coast Catchment Board to discharge wastewater into the rivers. The application was turned down. As a result of this, a courageous rejection of the city, of this courageous rejection, the city initiated an earnest groundbreaking steps to firstly understand, then to implement actions to reduce wastewater overflows. I implore this hearing to reject this application. For if you don't, the same will carry on as normal. The same thing that we've been doing for 50 years, probably. That's me. I'm done. No, I'm not quite done yet. I managed this program for 2 years. In those 2 years, after about 6 months, I realized what we were doing wasn't working. So I tried my best to report to council, because it was my job to write those reports and present it to the councillors. I tried my best to inform the councillors at the time what was happening. Of course, I couldn't do that. I'd write a report, it went to the hierarchy, put a line through that report. You can't do that, my boy. We need to move on to a more enlightened age where we're honest with the community. We've improved in some aspects. If we have an overflow, we tell the community now. We've got a long way to go. That's me, I'm done. Any questions?
If we decide to grant the application, what's your plan B, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
If we decide to grant the applications, what's your plan B, please?
My plan B.
Well, you said we should decline the applications. What's, if we decide to grant them, if we decide to grant them, what do you think we should include in terms of conditions? Sorry, I'm being obscure.
Well, I can't side with the devil. So I can't answer that. I think if you reject this, money will be found to do something about it. As Josie mentioned before, there are assets in the community, even to fund lateral renewal or relining on private property. If you reject it, something will be done. If you don't reject it and have reviews, there's been some great reviews done in the past. There's one review done by Kevin Strongman and Dwayne Polminer. Wonderful. It's about this thick. I can still remember words in it. It was a great review. We've been reviewed. Need to move forward.
Well, if we reject it, what happens is the council appeals to the Environment Court.
What if is that the process? I'm not familiar with the process.
Yes, it would be.
So if you reject it, the council reviews, appeals to the
Environment Court. So it's addressed by the court. So the decision made by the court would be based on the weight of evidence. So the weight of evidence on one side of the issue, if you like, is your evidence, and that on the other side of the coin is reasonably substantial expert evidence. So if we reject it, the court probably says, well, the weight of evidence is that we should grant it. And that's an additional cost and process for the council to go through.
I see badly spent money now. And those sums, I can only project the sum that would cost. They can be no more than the money poorly spent at the moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to check, I mean, one of your main points is about the leaking private laterals. So when the council does smoke testing, does that not identify leaks in the lateral going from the house to the street?
Not really. If you get a real bad leak, it might come to the surface. It's got to be a real bad one, like a hole like this. What is really good at doing smoke testing is if you've got a downpipe that's directly going into a sewer pipe, then the
When
smoke
you see
will-
it coming out the gutter and the
Yeah,
roof.
but you've got to have a real bad hole, like a rat hole that goes from the surface down to the sewer pipe, then the smoke will come out there. And then you can, it will come to the,
Okay, I think I've just seen videos where you see smoke coming up through the lawn.
right, it's a rarity, but yes, it needs
Okay.
a real big hole for that to occur. Like this hole, this big.
Yes. So how else do you identify which private laterals are causing the problem?
Okay. What you do is you dig up where it goes into the boundary. From you plug it. You can either air test it. So you put a plug there, and then at the top end of the gully trap, you put in another plug with a hose coming out of it. You blow it up like this till you create a foot-head of pressure as far as pressure wise, and you put it into a flagon. The flagon represents about a foot of head. And if the bubble sits at the bottom of that hose, you've kept that foot of head. So it'll keep bubbling until it equalizes. Once it equalizes at the foot head of pressure, the bubble will sit nicely at the bottom of that hose. If it gradually goes up the hose, you've got a leak. So that's the air test. Other test is a water test. You fill it up with water and the water level goes down, it's leaking.
Okay, now I understand that. And you passed around the email, which I think came from you originally. So I guess if that could be provided to Katerina. Oh, so and you can provide it to us. Okay, all right, no, thank you.
Just one other question, Sandy, before you finish. Yeah, I think Mr. West said that 50% of the network was on private property and 50% was on council property, more, give or take a bit. What you're saying in terms of your prioritisation is that it's the specific parts of the network, both on private property, in other words, the subsurface network on public property, the public network and the private laterals that should be the priorities. Which of those would you think would make?
I received that evidence today. My projection of my estimation of the blame council pipes, private pipes, was based on a 10-year ago observation. Pipes have been replaced and lined. My evidence there is fairly shaky. I'm not prepared to elaborate on that much more. I've just received that evidence. I'd have to analyze what pipes and how deep. The deeper ones are going to leak more. So it's depth and age, which is the crucial thing.
The deep ones are going to leak more because of groundwater infiltration.
I'm sorry?
The deep ones are going to leak more because of greater groundwater infiltration.
Yes, more head of pressure.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission.
I reckon you should keep that.
Just to let you know that the author of our submission has graced us with her presence today. She wasn't meant to be here, but she is here. So she's going to join me at the table to kōrero about our submission. I also just want to make you aware that we have got the support of Ngāti Ononi whānau, the support of Whaia Tūtirangi, very significant why they are here and present today. And we have the support of, if you don't know her, the Green Party candidate, Elizabeth Kiriki. For our submission. First of all, before we commence about the submission, I just want you to tell you a pūrākau about Ngāti Ononi's journey. Prior into the, so when Charlotte asked me to come and to present the submission for Ngāti Ononi, I thought about what it is that I could talk to everybody here today and make it significant. So I thought about, I have great grand mokupunas. And I thought about the generations to when Cook first entered our bay in 1769. That is 11 to 12 generations ago, 252 years to this day. In 1840, the Treaty of Waitangi was signed. That is 6 to 7 generations to my great-grand mokupunas today. I'm not on my own in this room who have great-grand mokupunas or even great-great-grand mokupunas. And I think about the line of all our tipuna. So part of my kōrero, and our kōrero will be based around tipuna kōrero. The death of Te Maru was significant for Ngāti Ononi in many ways, because he was a tohunga of Marae Kai. And all along Titirangi and all the hills going through to the Waimata Valley were all gardens that he was responsible for. And all to Te Wharau and to Kaiti, he was responsible for. His conversations out in terms of rarohinga, because he had conversations, because he had a kaitiaki role as well in Te Aotearoa, but in rarohinga, his conversations were with Eo Matua and our Atua, Papa and Rangi, and all their children, and the kaitiaki in all those spaces. Not only with our whenua, not only with our ngāhere, but also with our wai, awa and moana. His grandmother, Hineha Kirirangi, she was noted, and she was noted to be a tohunga of our wai, moana and awa. So her conversations, and we know that gardens rely heavily on water. So there was conversations going on in those spaces with those kaitiaki. There were 3 hapu at the Tūranganui River. There was Ngai Tāwhiri, who is with Rongwhakata. There was Whānau Iwi, who is with Te Aitanga Mahaki. And there was us. And we come under Ngāti Porou. We are in a very unique, special situation. Te Rena o Ngāti Porou has not been asked to be part of WNC. I want that noted. Nor has Ngāti Ononi. So just to give you an understanding, now I'm just going to, so in that realm and in those spaces that I'm talking about, not at any time, according to the history of Poverty Bay, 1796, already we had whalers and traders and Pākehā coming in to settle into our community. Our marae, Pohorawari, was down where the port is. That's where we were situated. We have been moved 3 times. My grandmother was brought up in Pohorauri down by a port. So when you had that understanding, and at no stage was Ngāti Whanoni engaged by settlers, Pākehā, into the well-being of their taiao, of their wai, or themselves. In history, I don't need to tell you, gentlemen, that history is well known. And when the treaty was signed, and now Tupuna signed the treaty in 1842, I think, he signed it here in Tūranga in 1842. Nobody from Pākehā asked us about our awa. Nobody consulted with our people, with our tupunas. We're asked to respect. Now, I'm a nurse by trade, so I know all about Western science and Western research. I have to. I'm a health professional. And I appreciate and value anatomy, physiology, all those Western sciences that have an effect on my practice and how I deliver services to people when they're seeking health. So I have a deep appreciation of Western science, but Western science hasn't worked for us. This mess that we're in today and why we're here today, and the cost should go to the GDC of all of this, is because Western engineering, Western science, Western thinking, Western design, Western architecture are totally responsible. And we're asked to trust that. And all we've seen is devastation on our people. And we're asked to give some leniency towards this practice of dumping sewage into our awa, and think that we should trust that Western thinking. I also am Ngāti Whanoni's rep to the Kiwi group. And I need to just give you a little bit of background. So in terms of the wastewater and the drain wires, Ngāti Whanoni, after much deliberation and discussion, and I was very clear with GDC that my mandate was a Ngāti Whanoni mandate and not a GDC. And I wasn't there to tick a box for GDC to say, yes, we've consulted. In fact, I challenged that whole process, much to my detriment, may I say. But the Māori Compass, we did not engage with the Māori Compass because we went through a lot of discussion and Ngāti Whanoni hapuhui on that. And that was, I'll tell you the reasons. So first of all, we had to get our heads around this compass that, and I want to just first say all credit to Ian. He was very patient with me. I was trying to get my head about the science, and I'm trying to get my head about what Wolfgang was putting into that space. And I wasn't valuing anything he was saying. I could get Ian and where he was saying, and I had to bring that back to Ngāti Whanoni, that corridor, for us to seek consensus whether we wanted to engage in the Māori Compass. But there were significant loopholes in that whole Māori Compass. But more importantly was my question at the table was, what value does GDC place on our mātauranga, our intellectual property, mātauranga Ngāti Whanoni, and to that Māori Compass? What value? And I think our answer is here today. They're wanting another 20 years consent. There's no valuing. So we withdrew from participating in the Māori Compass. And the second issue for us was we weren't about to hand our intellectual property over without first of all being guaranteed that it wasn't going to be twisted and turned into something that approved the council's position. And there was no guarantees coming from the council for that. So that's the reason, but we stayed at the table in terms of the wastewater and drainage wise project. In terms of the mortuary wastewater project, which we were asked to be part of that, and we were the Jenny Come Latelys on that group. So we agreed wholeheartedly that human tissue and formaldehyde in the embalming process should not be drained into our awa and our moana. We agreed in every way. But the process and how it was being managed by GDC, I objected to very strongly because there was no true partnership in terms of the treaty was one reason. The second issue for us as Ngāti Onone, GDC did not consult widely with iwi to ask iwi and hapu if they had traditional knowledge of traditional preparation for burial and burial practices, because there is no evidence pre-European that we had waterborne diseases. So our tupunas must have known what they were doing with their tupapa at all times. We weren't asked if we had the concept or the technology of mounds. So based on that principle, took it back to Ngāti Onone on those issues. And we withdrew, Ngāti Onone formally withdrew from the mortuary wastewater project based on the issues that I've just described. So that's me, and we're now going to talk to the submission, and Charlotte, yeah, and Charlotte wants to add to that.
Tēnā koutou e te pai, tēnā koe e te pāpā e raure. Nei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa o te whare nei. Tāpiri atu ki te kōrua taku tuakana, I just want to add about the particular piece within the Kiwa project, which concerns us as hapu, as iwi, as Māori, and that was the instigation of the Wisconsin Mound. Now, the Wisconsin Mound is amazing, and I'm sure we had something like that. I have no doubt about that. But to go to Canada and take another Indigenous tribe's mātauranga and bring it here, oh no, that shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen, but it happened. And it happened with council sending their staff representatives to Canada to do that. The mind boggles. Hey, the mind boggles. People came and took my mātauranga and planted it in England and whatever, wherever. Hey, that's just, in this day and age where everyone's quite au fait with what's acceptable and what's not, that's not acceptable to us. So when it comes back to when we're doing these things, and that the other thing that came back, the council was quick to say, well, if you could write us the cultural values report, hey, we know about it. We've been playing this game on all these levels for quite a while. We know what happens with those cultural value reports. We know they get shelved. We know this because I've actually used them to battle the same people who got it written. We pay. So it's not about just paying in. It's not about us being a pain on the side. There is purpose to what we're doing, and the purpose of us withdrawing was that we do not agree at all the improper use of Indigenous knowledge. So that was us withdrawing from the Kiwa project. In saying that, e te papa, I pātai atu koe kia Ian, you talked about the partnerships. Hey, there's partnerships, and then there's whanaungatanga. Ko tā mātou, ko te whanaungatanga te mea tino pai kia mātou. We can fight in front of everyone, but when it comes to getting the work done, hey, this part of me is rongo whakaata. My big toe in my left leg is Te Aitanga Mahaki. My right arm is Ngai Tā Manuhiri. E harama tētahi atu ki te whakahe. So, I runga I tērā whakaaro a te Māori, ka whakawhanaunga tātou ia tātou anō. Partnerships, when you say partnerships, things go askew and then we hate on each other. Whereas whanaungatanga, we'll agree to disagree. There is an absolute difference. So our way of being, we're a hapu. We didn't get any funding out of the treaty settlement. We're just a little old hapu. We are lucky in that Ngāti Porou, which is our iwi, have left us the decision-making to us. How? Because all the decisions that are made around us and upon us are for us to decide. E hara mā Ngāti Porou e kōrero mō mātou. So that's a good thing for us because they're trusting us. And if we need a big brother hand, well, we'll reach out to Selwyn Mark. So insofar as the hapu making decisions, we've seen this 61 years, Oxford Street, 70 years, Tyndall Road. So we're pretty kaiti hard, us here and some others. Hey, we've been brought up here now all our lives. For every 61 of my years, I have crossed the Gladstone Road Bridge. I have walked past the Kōpua Whakapata stream. I have no longer seen, we used to get flounder when we were kids in the Tūranganui River. We used to get pippies in the Tūranganui River. That's why Hey Pipi Park is called Hey Pipi, because hey, there were pippies. All of those things which I can't get. My children will never know. One of them's here. She can attest. She has never fished in the Tūranganui River. One, the kai is contaminated. Two, the other kai the delicacies that we liked is no longer there. So when we talk about te mauri o te wai, well, I'm not getting in the water for a start. Hei whakaora I te mauri o te wai. That's for one. Because I'm not getting in it because I've seen some of our mokopuna on the wakaama come out with scabs. No scientist told me that. I actually saw that with my eyes. And yet no one has done anything about it when you're talking about scientific evidence. The evidence is we have a good 5,000 participation rate in wakaama clubs in just the Tūranga Central, and all of them have to get in this awa. And the majority, and I mean a good majority of them, are getting scabs. Scabs in their ears, scabs in their heads, scabs in their legs, scabs up their bums. Scabs. So again, scientists didn't have to tell me that. I could see what our mokopuna were doing. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand ours is a real heringa pā tuki te wai. E hara I te tangata, just drive past and say, oh, and carry on. No, ours is real. Yeah. It's real. That was our kāpapa, and it's paru. And 250 years, for 250 years, we've let it go. Why didn't we consult? Well, we had our say, but no one was listening. So guess what? We found our voice and we're raising it a bit. Because this actually can't happen again. You've asked, it was interesting, you asked the question at the end, what would we do? And I don't mean to rush us to the end of this presentation, but you asked the question, at the end, if we agree with it, you cannot, you cannot. Because if you do, then we're going to be the same. We're going to come back 50 years time and say, well, we said so, and then we're just going to sound like a bloody broken record. Hey. So 250 years we've been saying, kare pai te rā mo te wai. Hey, ko ngaro te hā o te wai, ko ngaro te hā o te taiao, there is no breath, therefore there is no life. Hey, therefore the Māori is moi kore and just apuni pia ka ngaro atu, moa ke tonu atu. Hey, that'll be gone forever. So yeah. As you can see, we've got a whānau behind us. They might look like your bodyguards. But they are of sorts. They've been given the responsibility to look after the body of water that we're talking about. They've been given the responsibility to look after the body that closed the maunga. That's their job on our behalf. Difference being, they are the maunga, they are the river, they are the water. It's not different. They're not just employees. No. Believe me, when they start sending you texts like they do me and sending me pictures of, sometimes I don't know what the hell I'm looking at, but apparently it's bad. It's bad. And I have our whānau here quite broken and shattered. So I've got to sit with them and see, you know, I got to feel what they're feeling because they're in there every day. When you see that the last time not just recently, but the last time before last, when the Kōpua Whakapata stream got flooded, honestly, I cried from watching the response from our crew. The absolute moke rātou mo te awa me te wai. And I'm gonna
Carry on.
stop for right now
Just talking about our
and go back to
submission.
our submission.
So with the help, Charlotte, as I said, is the author, with the help of Ngāti Te Rūnanga o Ngāti Porou, who we always look to for that kind of admin and knowledgeable support. And I want to mention that so that you commissioners know where we got the support to put our submission together. Because we've also got other jobs. And so we're also, you know, more than most, we're more full-time to our hapu and our iwi. And then
We're trying to find an employer who will pay us to work for our iwi.
So you read it and you'll see, I think that the issue there of all, and it's not much different to other iwi submissions, but the 5 year. The 5 year, we've said, you know, we're only willing to look at GDC having another 5 years in terms of their practice that they're and their application and what they're stating and how that would work in their application. And full marks to the speaker before I saying, I mean, Josh and I'll be seeking him out because, you know, I don't know one pipe from another. I mean, I wasn't born to know what a pipe was. You know, my father, he did all that. And so that was Kate Pine. My father was everything. My father was a plumber. He was a freezing worker. He was a forestry worker. He was a builder. He was all those things. And he said, you just have to find a man that does that all for you. And so that was Kate Pine by me. But since being part of Ngāti Ono on the Kua group, I have learned a lot, but in terms of what pipe's all about, what the network is, what reticulation is, all that kind of stuff. So as you'll see in our submission, but I guess the question comes to the 5 years and why we, Ngāti Ono, and I guess that we thought about it and we just wanted to say no to the 20, and we're still saying no to the 20-year consent application. But there's always hope. And I guess that's the hope is that GDC will work with us in finding solutions. One of the things that I found was blatantly missing in the whole Kua group thing, meetings, and that was discussions with other stakeholders. There was no other stakeholders in that group, and I wanted to hear what they had to say. I wanted to hear what David Parker, who is every Māori on the coast goes to David Parker for their deed. And he wasn't in that forum. I asked, why isn't he in this forum? So that together we could look at all options and all solutions and not just a Wisconsin mound. And that we weren't encouraged to think about what iwi Māori in terms of their traditional practices around the dead. We weren't encouraged to bring that into that forum. There were other stakeholders, Te Aitanga, the coast, they all come to Gisborne for their dead, but there was nobody asked from Te Aitanga Hawati, Ngāti Pro, or the hapus along the coast to be part of the big picture discussion. So the big picture from where I could see for GDC was about their network system, where us as Māori, the big picture is bigger than just a network system. It's about the engagement of other groups of people. So we live in the hope, and in the 5 years, if whatever happens, that at least they will consider a culture change in the way that they think and operate. And when I say a culture change, and I mean, so Ngāti Onona, for instance, we don't only engage with GDC about our waters, about our ngahere, about our whenua, our maunga. We also engage with DOC. We have a very proactive relationship going with DOC. We also engage with the Ministry of Cultural Heritage. We also engage with the Historic Places Trust. All those people, all those groups and all those other stakeholders, they have a relationship with us. And I'd like to see, and I spoke to Neville yesterday, and Neville and I, funnily enough, when we were talking, I talked to him about a man called Tony Martin, who was like a foster brother to me. I come from a big family, just like Owen and many others in this room, big farmers. And Tony Martin, he worked for the council for years, and he was the best friend. He did all the freshwater stuff. And he was a close friend to my father. They were, Joe Ngātoro, he was also worked for GDC, and he did the wastewater. And on a Sunday, these men didn't go to church, they came to my father's shed. And in there they had 2 crates of flagons. You know, the days when you had 4 or 5 flagons in a crate. And that was the discussion, and you're running, playing around, and you're running in and out of that garage, and you're picking up conversations. And you'll say, Daddy, what's that? And he'll say, oh, don't touch that water, don't do that. Yeah, and he knew, and my dad knew all about the rivers and the awa and the moana. So that was really relevant, Neville and I talked about the culture change. There must be a culture change in how GDC operates. And we don't expect them to know everything and have all the answers. But if they open up and stretch out, there are other people that come in and they've got answers that we could, as a community, as a group of people, work together on. So that's what we're hoping in the next 5 years will happen. Kia ora. Anything else?
Ka te kia ora no tātou. Hei te ronga ki ngā kōrero me ngā wanga ke runga i a koutou. Nara ke runga i a tātou katoa. Hei te me nā koutou nā ke mui nei tau mahatanga waha aere ana nā tātou katoa. Yeah, thank you very much, all of you, not just one or two, all of you. Me ngā mokopune tūmaina. Koutou katoa. Because that's the kind of typifies what I've been trying to get at over the last couple of days, you know. He iwi ko tahi tātou, kia haere ngā tahi tātou, ka pai ai te huarahi mō ngai tātou katoa. In other words, the point I've been trying to make about having kind of one pathway that everybody walks up rather than a whole number of different pathways is part of, I think, the answer to some of the difficulties we're having around this issue. It's all very well to talk about them, but I think we're really stretching to find some practical ways of applying some of the things we're talking. I don't see a lot of difference in what we're saying. We're saying it through a different set of lenses. We'll say it through a Maori pair of eyes. Other people will see it through their eyes. But I think the journey is the same journey. And you like to think that when you get to the end of the journey, you're all at the same place together. And that's what I'm hearing from what you're saying. What my colleagues here may not fully appreciate is the Ngāti Porotanga issue that you've raised, that is part of us. We know it. But I don't think many other, if you're not from here or you haven't grown up with it, you wouldn't know it and you don't appreciate what that really means. But I want to just, I guess, focus on the issue that you raised around whanaungatanga as opposed to partnership. I take your point totally. And we haven't really talked about whanaungatanga as such in the last couple of days. Not really. We've sort of touched on it, but at a distance. We've kept it over there. And I'm as much as at fault, and that is anyone else's, because I think there are some gems in whanaungatanga that can, I think, usefully be applied to what we're trying to do here. I mean, focusing on partnership at that level, which I think needs to be done. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of that other level that you're talking about, Charlotte, that is tātou. But it's not just you and I, or you and Te Tanga Mahaki, or you and Rongo Whakaate. It's you, these guys here, us here, and everyone else in the room. So I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. And I thank you very much for reminding me, at least, that is one of the, I think one of the intricate things that we shouldn't lose sight of. We need to just keep reminding ourselves, our whanaungatanga is special to us. Engari ki whakawhānuitinga to everybody else. And I think, we might hopefully be getting the answer that we're looking for. We haven't quite got there yet, I don't think. Not in this take, but this is only one take. E hia no atu ngā take. This is just one take. So I don't have any questions. I'm just responding to the case you're making. It's not just a presentation, it's a case. And I think the guts of the case I take to be the issue around whanaungatanga. I mean, your whakapapa kōrero was all about wata wakoutou whakapapa. Nā whānau I hike mai I ngā whakapapa nei. And spread across that is, of course, it's the whole notion of whanaungatanga that I think we sometimes just take for granted because we live it. But I think that it's more to it than just living it.
Yeah, and I think also of our history, and I don't mean history from from 1800s, I mean recent history.
Yeah.
Hey, we had the 250-year commemorations.
True.
The most standout event, I would say, that happened in Aotearoa.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mawai whakahaere.
Nā koutou.
Ai.
Yeah.
I runga I te whakapapa, I runga I te whanaungatanga, I runga I ngā hononga, ki ngā iwi o te tai rāwhiti. So, I mean, that's just one. We've had Pōraori is unique in that it is there for all the tribes. So it's imperative that we do enact ki te whakatinana here I taua whanaungatanga.
Yeah.
I think the saddest part of it, which we've yet to get over, is what the treaty itself and settlement has done. regarding our relationships with each other. And that's a whole nother.
No, that's a whole nother conversation. But I think just
But I
to,
don't think it's not doable. I think it is doable.
of course it
It's
is.
just going to be a little while to get over our speed
Yeah.
bumps.
Me toro atu te ringaringa.
Koina.
Yeah.
Ma te tae au pea e here nei a tātou anō.
Perhaps, yeah. Anyway, kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. You have any
Yeah, thank you for that. So I just wanted to be clear. So you were a part of the Kiwa group.
I still am a part of.
Oh,
the
you
Kiwi
still
group,
are?
But we withdrew our support from the mortuary wastewater.
Okay.
But we stayed at the table for the wastewater and drain wise project, because there was 2 projects
Okay.
that we were asked to engage.
Yes.
with GDC.
Well, thanks for clarifying that. And so have you found that involvement positive and helpful?
With the wastewater, the other thing about my situation with the wastewater and the drain rise project, in terms of just what Rongo Carter presented and in terms of that and what Ian talked about, basically that was okay, but not happy about the dumping of the wastewater into our awa. Yeah,
Okay.
we said right from the beginning, we wanted that practice stopped. There was no reason for it.
Yes, okay. And the council is proposing a tangata whenua reference group for the period of a new consent if they get one. So you would see yourselves being involved with that? Yeah, and you're
Well-
saying for a 5-year term, so during the 5 years, you would still want to
If
work
it
with
was a
council?
5-year term,
We'd have to look at it.
yeah, we'd have to look at it.
As I explained before, we're not a trust board, we're not a runanga, we're just a little old hapu trying to get along. We're not funded to participate in any of this. Nothing that we do are we funded by someone to do. It's because we love it. But the other representatives are in a better situation where their trust or their runanga fund them.
Right.
So attending meetings and all of that and reading and blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, and doing a bit of rangaho is all done. Whereas from a hapu, and that would be for all the hapu actually, unless the runanga or trust board is going to fund towards it. We do this in between our real jobs. I actually had to give up 20 hours of work a week so I could do my hapu business while still pay for my petrol. But that's the uniqueness of how we've had to work. So some of them, the meeting is not possible for any one of us to get to because of work commitments. That's not your problem, though. That is ours, but that's actually how it works.
We would have a look at it, but I want to ask the question too, is that, because, you know, we have, I'm cynical and I'm skeptical about lots of things when it comes to when tangata treaty and comes back. What's to say that in 5 years or 20 years during that time that they'll have less to do with us, and on the 19th year, oh, we need to engage with iwi again. I have those doubts going on. So that's the question I want to ask. How, and the valuing of our mātauranga a Ngāti Wononi in their space, and that our mātauranga science, or what it mātauranga Māori or mātauranga Ngāti Wononi science, is just as equally respected and valued at the same level as Western science.
Yep. And Ro has been keeping us on song with that. Absolutely.
And so that would be, you know, because I've yet to see evidence of it.
Yeah.
Except for the bylaw around the mortuary wastewater. But that's I think that you don't have to be Māori to think human tissue from the dead and formaldehyde going into your water. You don't have to be Māori to appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just have one thing before we really wind up. I just want to tell you another pūrākau. So we have a tipuna who used to live on our maunga. His name was Tahito. And Tahito was handsome, of course. He was Ngāti Oneone. And anyway, he went off for a bit of an event over at Whakatohia, and he saw this beautiful waine, and her name was Te Ao Putaputa. Te Ao Putaputa was the puhi. So, you know, she had a lot of guards around her, heavy weights, you know, so you really got the one to, if you wanted to partner with her. Of course, our tipuna, tahito, that my mother's side, the Whakatohia side, they said, no, he wasn't good enough. So anyway, one night, Te Ao Putaputa was yearning for our tipuna, tahito. So she went to her kraua and her tohunga and said, please, can I go to Tūranga? I've got to go and see tahito. And he said, oh, okay, well, if you must, you must. So he gave her this kōrero, which you actually all know. He said I'll give you this, but when you go and you find, because there's no roads, we're talking bush, scrub, up and down. But when you go, I want you, and if you find yourself where you ever think you're going to give up, this is what I want you to say. Whaia te tikahurangi, tū ohu koe me he maunga teitei. Our team, so that was for that love story. Our team is whaia titirangi. Theirs is to never give up. Never give up. Hey, we're looking at health, wealth of our maunga, of our river, for everyone's enjoyment, not just ours, it's everyone's enjoyment. So this is our crew here, and they're whaia titirangi. So watch the space, and when you hear that name, you'll know this pūrākau of our tipuna, and you'll know the great guns that are working that story, to never give up. As for a hapu, we won't give up. We'll keep plodding along to see what's right, because we really do know what's best for us. And last thing is that our awa, another tipuna of ours, when he founded our rohe, our waka snapped. And so he went to go and find another rākau. And on the way there, he had a mimi in the awa. Now, I've seen a lot of people go, ew, disgusting. He had he urinated in your river. Well, actually, we use mimi to put on our pigsty when you've got a pigsty. We use mimi on the sack of kai when you go and get moana, kai moana. So there's a lot of properties in mimi that, and when I go back to the awa and what we used to do in the awa, I don't want that to be a case where we're never going to go and swim in our awa and bathe in the mimi, a paua. Haramai a paua, I rungai tōna waka ia, ora taka whakaru ki tunu aranui o kana waka. Haramai ki uta ki te rapa mi, ki te rapa puna ki ka ki te a te haumi, ka ki te a te puna ki e ka maka maka mi. Ia tōna mimi rere ana motu, rere ana waipa wa koko putu te putanga ki waho ki aunu mai tōna puri e pā ki a mai rā e ngamaru o te moana e takoto nei. Kahuri te haere. Kia ora rā.
Kia ora, thank you. Let's make it 5 to 4. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll come back at 5 to 4. Thank you. And we might be on time. It's a precedent for everything.
You know,
Yours read it a friend.
Sorry, I've got a list of things that these things which I think I'm not really saying it gets us to, but not to say. It will be around tomorrow. Yeah, I think, you know, we have I don't think too much more than that because conditions is pretty intense. Yeah. So, and I hopefully we'll just come back to this room.
Excuse me. I shouldn't drink water just before I'm going to talk. Welcome back, everybody. It is a better day than yesterday. I might observe outside, and it's quite bright in here. We've now come to the offices, and thank you very much for your reports. They're all very comprehensive. I see we've got some written summaries, which I assume include some updated information as a result of the hearing. So if you want to go through and either summarise those to us or read it to us, you're welcome to do so. We're very much in your hands. So, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The statements that we've just presented is essentially our final comments, and the statements do address matters that have arisen through the hearings process. So we will talk through the evidence, and we may well read those parts of the statements that are quite significant in terms of the matters that have come up during the hearings process, but we will also talk to some aspects which we can perhaps pass over. And Mr. Aiken, we would like Mr. Aiken's evidence to be read first, and then Ms. Milnes, and then my planning statement as the final statement.
My full name is Simon James Aiken. I'm a senior water resource consultant at Tonkin and Taylor, New Zealand. I have the qualifications and experience as set out on my technical memo attached to the section 42A report. The applicant has presented a large body of technical information and assessment to support the application, and has demonstrated a genuine commitment to improving the performance of the wastewater network in wet and dry weather.
Sorry, Simon, we mightn't have all have got copies of this. Juliet, you've got Simon. I've got 2, 3. Unless I've got 4. Sorry, Simon, you were in full flow.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Got it now.
Okay, the panel are now with you as we're now with you as 1 rather than with you as 2. Sorry, we're with you as 3 rather than with you as 2. Thank you. Sorry, Simon.
I'll go from the top. The applicant has presented a large body of technical information and assessment to support the application, and has, in my opinion, demonstrated a genuine commitment to improving the performance of the wastewater network in wet and in dry weather. I agree with the evidence of Mr. Garside and Mr. West that inflow and infiltration has a significant impact on the performance of the Gisborne District Council wastewater network. I agree with Mr. West that the design of the GDC wastewater network is consistent with standard engineering practice seen elsewhere in New Zealand, and that based on performance benchmarking, the wastewater system performance is comparable to national practice. I think it is an important point that overflows, wet weather overflows in the GDC network are not automatic and require manual opening and closing. This does allow GDC a higher degree of control and monitoring of wet weather overflow occurrences. I agree with Mr. Garside, Mr. West, and Mr. Cairns that in the first instance, identifying and removing sources of direct stormwater inflow into the wastewater network is a pragmatic, prudent approach to reduce the frequency and volume of wet weather overflows. In that regard, I believe the Drainwise program is comprehensive and multifaceted in its approach, and is a suitable initiative to progressively reduce the frequency and volume of wet weather overflows. Notwithstanding the above, I support the ongoing renewal and replacement of public pipework, manhole risers or manhole covers that are in poor structural condition or where there is clear evidence of infiltration occurring. For the reasons outlined in my technical memo, I believe that a 85% reduction in direct inflow is an optimistic target. Despite this, I believe the applicant has managed the risk of not achieving the desired reductions through provision of capital upgrades to the wastewater network. In the matter of wet weather overflows, I agree with Mr. Garside and Mr. Cairns that wastewater network investigations and fixes take a significant amount of time to implement. In the matter of ongoing or monitoring or quantifying improvements, I understand that the applicant has one permanent flow monitoring device installed in the wastewater network. And as part of the long-term plan, funding has been allocated to purchase and install 2 further units. I fully support the purchase and installation of additional permanent and temporary flow monitoring devices. I believe that continuous flow monitoring is critical to track the effectiveness of interventions that are being undertaken as part of the Drainwise program. As the conditions currently stand, the requirements for continuous flow monitoring are insufficient. I agree with Mr. West that GDC cannot be expected to actively manage the full extent of the wastewater network. And with Mr. Mayhew, that the statistical prediction of dry weather overflows from informal locations within the network is impossible. However, I do believe that the risk profile for the occurrence of dry weather overflows will vary across the network, and that prioritization of maintenance works can be optimized to reflect this risk. I acknowledge that GDC already undertakes proactive maintenance in this manner. In his evidence in chief, Mr. West notes that GDC has undertaken a successful trial of a depth level sensor measuring device in the Tureen Street manhole to aid in the early identification of conditions that could lead to a dry weather overflow. I understand that GDC has allocated budget in the LTP to purchase and install a number of depth sensors in known hotspots or other key locations within the network to actively monitor water levels and identify deviations away from normal flow patterns. In this manner, potential dry weather overflows could be detected and prevented ahead of time. I fully support this initiative and believe this would exceed national best practice if implemented. Based on the level of redundancy at pump station, alongside GDC's operational procedures, which have avoided dry weather overflows during a 30-hour power outage and prevented dry weather overflow since 2015, the elimination of dry weather overflows from pump stations would seem an achievable target in all but the most extreme cases or events. I believe the distinction between dry weather overflows that occur at sewer pump stations versus other informal locations in the network is important. As part of my engagement, I have not undertaken an exhaustive review of consent conditions for wastewater discharges across New Zealand. However, the selective elimination of dry weather overflows from pump stations can be achieved. For example, the Nelson Regional Sewerage Business Unit discharge permit REM 105388 stipulates that there should be no dry weather discharges from selected pump stations where a dry weather overflow could potentially reach the receiving environment. I acknowledge that this is context dependent and that further engineering investigations might need to be undertaken. As various experts have already touched upon, the relationship between wet weather overflow frequency and rainfall alone is difficult to quantify. The implication is that the performance measure based on rainfall is problematic. A long-term simulation using the wastewater hydraulic model could reveal a more robust performance metric. I support the condition for ongoing hydrological analysis of wet weather overflow events. In my experience, the application of rain radar in addition to local rain gauges could be useful, and that further analysis should consider shallow groundwater levels, antecedent moisture conditions. In response to Mr. Gibson's submission, I do not necessarily believe the observations he has made in his professional career are at odds with the applicant's own understanding of inflow and infiltration sources. I would note that it is important to differentiate the impact of inflow and infiltration sources and on peak flow and volume of sewage within the network. I disagree with Mr. Gibson that the removal of stormwater connections to the wastewater network is ineffective. There is a clear hydrological and hydraulic basis for the removal of cross connections Further, there is clear evidence from flow monitoring surveys that the wastewater network exhibits a strong response to rainfall. While I cannot speak for Mr. Garside, I note his evidence distinguishes between direct and indirect stormwater flow, and that the dominant RD2 factor is stormwater inflow. In response to the submitter's request for an independent review of the DrainWise program, my engagement with GDC included a high-level review of the suitability of the DrainWise program. Noting my reservations with the 85% reduction in direct inflow and a preference for more monitoring within the sewer network, I believe the DrainWise program is both comprehensive and extensive in its scope and can be considered good practice nationally. Finally, I believe the applicant through the DrainWise program is making a genuine attempt to reduce the frequency, duration and volume of overflows. I support the progressive management approach. Managing inflow and infiltration is difficult, and the critical aspect from my perspective is that sufficient provision is made for ongoing flow and depth monitoring to support reporting on the targets detailed in the wastewater overflow consent objectives. This will provide the applicant with more information on how the DrainWise program can be adopted in the short, medium and long term.
Thank you, Simon. Just a couple of comments before I throw it out, before I give my colleagues the opportunity to comment. Your point 11, the continuous flow monitoring is critical as the conditions currently stand. The requirements for continuous flow monitoring are insufficient. So you will work with Todd in terms of those draft conditions in that regard. Okay. And it's probably more appropriate that Peter discusses paragraph 17 with you, I think, which is the design storm events, you know, how we measure performance in that regard. So that's my only comment at that time. Do you want to discuss that paragraph 17?
Yep, sure. So yeah, I did have a couple of questions along those lines in terms of targets that they might have. And I think you had a point you mentioned yesterday about the uncertainty about the 85% removal. I think the comment you made, no, it was Ian Garside, I think, was whether it was inflow or whether it's inflow and infiltration. Has that been clarified, or what's your view as to how that target should be described?
So the infiltration component and an indirect component, which is you know, infiltration into those laterals. From what I understand, that 85% reduction is dependent upon the reduction of that RD2, that those combined direct and indirect factors to achieve that target.
Of both of them?
Both of them. But
both inflow and infiltration, or rapid?
Rapid, not infiltration into the mains, but inflow and shallow infiltration into the private lateral and removal of direct inflow, overland flow paths into gully traps, that type of issue.
And is that a target, do you think that's easily measurable and will easily be identified when it's reached? And that we can, or you can come up with consent conditions that will make it clear cut and enforceable?
It's a work in progress, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess, yeah, obviously when you all get together to revise the conditions, that will be a key thing, just to define that as clearly as possible and how it's going to be monitored. The other target is the 50% AEP event or rainfall.
Yeah.
And I'm just interested whether you have any thoughts as to how that should be defined. And again, I think you had a comment yesterday that you said because it was so frequent, maybe the conversion for an AEP to an ARI is not as straightforward, but I wasn't sure what you were meaning there.
I can supply it during before we wrap up, but there's a table in the Australian Rainfall Runoff Guidelines that shows the relationship between ARI and AEP. I personally have a preference to work in probabilities rather than ARIs because probabilities don't change over time, whereas ARIs do. And so I think we need some consistent language through that, and I think we can easily work with the applicant on that component. In terms of a performance target that is directly related to rainfall, as we've seen, that is difficult, but with some further analysis of other parameters, we might be able to refine that. I would also be interested in a long-term simulation and what the impact of antecedent conditions are on the network performance, and whether or not that might reveal a more consistent relationship between rainfall intensity, depth or duration, taking into account some of those other impacts on the network, which we know are there.
Yeah. What do you think about a target just based on the number of overflows?
I think if you tied that back to the number of connections per 1,000 properties, that could work.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I guess we'll just wait and see what you come up with. But again, I guess just thinking about the requirements of a consent condition to be clearly measurable and identifiable and have that certainty.
And there are other targets that you could look at if you were to go down the path of direct flow monitoring. You could look at your wet weather peak factor, for example, and see if you're achieving a reduction in that over time.
Yeah.
How robust that would be over the consent duration sort, I don't know. Only because I&I is really difficult. You know, you chop off the head somewhere and it pops up somewhere else, and that's why I think it's a problematic issue for all of us to get our heads around how to directly measure that. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. If you can, over time, if you can progressively reduce the frequency and duration, then you're winning. But it's kind of what do you do in that intervening time?
Yeah, okay. I just think it's important to have something practical. I don't know about using the model to judge this, because it has to be something that can actually be observed within the system and what's actually happening. Okay, so just one last question arising from your summary in paragraph 15, where you say they've had no dry weather overflows since 2015. But when I look at Todd's report, he's got 9 overflows since 2015 reaching the river. So I'm just wondering where that number came from, but it doesn't seem to.
I think that's the pump station versus other informal locations within the network.
Oh, hang on. So sorry. Oh, so this is what you're talking about in paragraph 15 is pump station.
Pump stations.
Sorry. Yep. Okay, that's fine. That's all for me. Thank you.
So if they can eliminate them from pump stations for 6 years, they should be able to eliminate them from pump stations forever.
It would seem achievable.
It's probably a bit optimistic because you never know. Like an earthquake could, for instance.
And I think those are the kind of the extreme circumstances or event where I think we have more on our plates to worry about.
very much, Simon. Julia?
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Kaiburn te maonga, ko Taieri te awa aho, no Otepoti aho, ko te whanganui a Tara toko kainga noho, ko Juliet Milne toko ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa. My full name is Juliet Rosalind Milne. I'm employed as a resource management scientist at NIWA in Wellington. I won't read the entire statement, it's quite long, but so I'll talk you through a few parts and mainly address issues that have in response to the applicant's experts. Just wanted to point out in terms of experience that I will I've got paragraph 5B there, I will be drawing on some of my past experience in designing, operating and reporting on freshwater and coastal monitoring programs, in particular in relation to managing human health effects for recreational water quality.
I think you can move to your paragraph 12 probably.
Yes. So just wanted to pick up on the hydrodynamic modelling. That modelling very clearly shows that under strong onshore southeast winds, the wastewater overflow plume that enters Te Ranganui-a-Kiwa Poverty Bay via the Te Ranganui River will be held close to shore along Waikanae Beach and towards the Waipawa River mouth. And it's in those conditions that the model was predicted the dilution will be the lowest, and the predicted intercocci indicator counts may exceed recommended guidelines for primary contact recreation for up to several days under the current 2-year and especially the 10-year wet weather discharge scenarios. And you can see those figures in Dr. Beamsley's evidence. But equally, the modelling also shows the lowest dilution rates along KT Beach under strong northwesterly winds. So while I agree that swimming and collection of kai are unlikely in wet, windy weather, other contact recreation activities may occur. In particular, Midway, Waikanae Beach and KT Beach are popular with kite surfers. And I noticed looking at the Gisborne Herald, they're described as 2 of the most popular spots for kite surfing. I visited Gisborne in September last year. I was on holiday with friends. I observed kite surfers in the water following rainfall and during southeasterly winds. And on September 11th, it was characterised by intermittent heavy rain and strong southeasterly winds. The next morning on the 12th, under a moderate southeasterly wind, there were a number of kite surfers in the water. That's close to Met Ocean Modelling Site 9. I also saw 3 people fishing at the mouth of the Te Ranganui River. I'll just point these observations out because it highlights the need for effective communication of potential health risks to recreational groups that access the shoreline at Midway, Waikanae Beach and KT Beach in conditions when the dilution of the river plume is going to be reduced. And I think this is particularly important because, as we've heard, it's going to take some years before the applicant's reduction in overflow events and discharge volumes will be realised. In terms of ecological effects addressed by Dr. Shane Kelly, I agree with Dr. Kelly that he talked about a lot of the history of modification, but he also pointed out that the lower reaches of the rivers and streams support a number of native freshwater fish species, and also birds as well. So just moving to paragraph 17, I guess what I also wanted to point out is my agreement with Dr. Kelly that the potential for substantial most likely short-term impacts from dry weather overflows cannot be discounted if they make their way into streams and watercourses. And I accept that the applicant has proposed a collective range of measures to minimise the risks of dry weather overflows reaching surface waters. But as noted in my technical memorandum, those overflows have occurred previously with detrimental effects. In terms of river water quality, we were talking, Dr. Pete Wilson spoke yesterday, you explored ammonia toxicity at length, so I won't go into that too much, except to say that at paragraph 20, I consider that it's the dry weather overflows reaching the city's rivers and streams that pose a more likely risk of ammonia toxicity. It's generally going to have to be a reasonably sizable discharge for that to occur. So in other words, probably would be a worst case scenario. And I guess that's just that point that did happen in March 2015. It was a dry weather overflow entered the Wainui stream over a prolonged period. Discharge coincided with summer low flows, high water temperatures, and resulted in the death of a large number of eels and aquatic life. And I'd put that down to the water column concentrations of dissolved oxygen and ammonia reaching lethal levels. But actually, it's probably more, in terms of dry weather overflows, I think the more significant effect is to do with microbiological water quality. Now, I accept that background concentrations of fecal indicator bacteria in the rivers and streams in wet weather are already at levels that are likely to pose an unacceptable risk to human health for primary contact recreation. However, wet weather wastewater overflows add to that contamination, so therefore they add to the risk, potential health risk downstream. Now, Dr. Wilson stated in his evidence that the effect is most pronounced in the Tahuheru River, where enterococci concentrations downstream of the overflow point during 2 monitoring events would double the maximum concentrations recorded during routine background sampling in the absence of overflows. And again, while I would agree that the rivers are unlikely to be suitable nor used for recreation during wet weather events, with or without wastewater overflows, as I just previously noted, it's the receiving coastal waters along the nearshore beaches that I'm more concerned about, that I believe could be used by the likes of kite surfers. The other part of Dr. Wilson's assessment was looking at a worst case scenario of untreated wastewater entering both larger rivers and smaller streams. And it demonstrated that if you got 2,000 litres of untreated wastewater entering either of these under sort of median, which is typical conditions in the river, it would lead to in-stream enterococci concentrations above unacceptable risk levels in the National Microbiological Water Quality Guidelines for recreational contact. I actually noted in my technical memo that the action guideline would be exceeded at both the stream and river sites if they were to receive even half that volume. And actually, in actual fact, using Dr. Wilson's figures, 100 litres at the median, not the maximum enterococci concentration that you would expect in a dry weather overflow. So just 100 litres of that is enough for a small waterway at a median flow to exceed guidelines. And I've got here a 12-litre bucket. So you don't even need to multiply that by 10 times. We're not talking about very much getting into a small stream in the city to actually render the water unsuitable from a recreation point of view. But what I'm perhaps the bit that concerns me more is that it's all very well doing a desktop calculation, but when wastewater reaches the top of fresh and saline water, what's going to happen there? If it's a calm conditions, we're going to see that wastewater sit on not in wet weather, in dry weather. It could well sit on the surface, and it could be carried a considerable distance upstream or downstream, depending on the tide and the location.
Sit on the surface because the fresh water is less dense than salt water.
Yes, I've got some commentary on that in the in my technical memorandum. We've got the salinity of the wastewater from Gisborne. In terms of the quantitative microbial risk assessment, I agreed with the assessment that Dr. Chris Datum carried out. He points out that the risk is higher for shellfish consumption, but the real point that I want to make at paragraph 25 there is that and you explored this at some depth yesterday, that a QMRA represents the increment and risk that you can attribute to the overflow discharge. And so the actual risks to human health from contact recreation and shellfish collection are much higher when you factor in the other existing contaminant sources. So we're talking here about the continuous Gisborne wastewater treatment plant discharge of wet weather runoff from rural land, urban stormwater discharges entering the rivers. I appreciate that they're not the subject of the consents, but my point is that any health risk management and communication plan should be seeking to convey to the public the complete picture of microbial risk, not just that arising from an overflow discharge. So in simple terms, the community needs to be aware that recreation along Waikanae Midway and Kaiti beaches may at times be unsafe in wet weather, whether there's discharges or not. And this is where we come into the sort of, I guess, the various measures available for communicating health risk. And I asked Dr. Data yesterday about his statements around the various notification measures the council has and the health warning signage being highly effective, his words were highly effective with respect to mitigating risk associated with primary and secondary contact recreation. And I guess I am not sure what evidence exists locally to confirm how effective health warning signs are at deterring shellfish collection or contact recreation. But given the applicant's strong reliance on health warning signs and other messaging to mitigate human health risks associated with wastewater overflows, then I'd suggest their effectiveness should be assessed. That said, I mean, I strongly agree that signage should form part of risk communication and management. It's just that in my past experiences as a manager of a large recreational water quality monitoring program in the Wellington region, health warning signage is frequently ignored. If someone wants to swim or collect kai, then they're going to do so, especially in hot weather. And I've just included there on the next page for you a few excerpts of members of the public actively ignoring health warning signage, jumping in off the famous dive platform in Taranaki Street dive platform in Wellington Harbour, and then also at the New Plymouth Beach. And so that's why it's important to look at how effective the communication messages are. And I'll come back to this point a bit later on. But as I was saying, I recommended in my technical memorandum the establishment of a comprehensive health risk management and communication plan that doesn't just address dry and wet weather overflows, but also microbial risks in the context of the applicant's entire wastewater and stormwater infrastructure and the upstream catchment. As noted by several of the applicant's experts, it's difficult to disentangle the effects of the other discharges from the wastewater and stormwater infrastructure. So therefore, we're looking at an integrated, holistic approach to risk communication. I think that sort of approach is consistent with the applicant's integrated management plans, which was referred to by Dr. Data, and the aims of Gisborne District Council's Te Ranganui-a-Kiwi Water Quality Enhancement Project, overseen by the Wastewater Management Committee. I noted that Dr. Data supported the recommendation in my technical memorandum to extend the applicant's current water quality monitoring to include collection and analysis of shellfish flesh for enteric viruses following an overflow event. Assuming that consent is granted, then I would recommend an initial survey is conducted in the first year of consent, and I'll come back to that point later. I know that Mr. Palmer was keen to see an epidemiological study to be undertaken, but I do agree with Dr. Data that around the use of the QMRA in this instance, and I note that the current national microbiological water quality guidelines are also risk-based, and in the case of freshwater, it's based on the QMRA. There was some commentary around risk of and observations around skin infections, and I agree with and my colleague, and I agree with the evidence presented by Dr. Data. I just say that overall, though, the risk of infection could be expected to be higher if anybody with a cut, scratched or otherwise broken skin came into contact with the wastewater overflow. Emerging organic contaminants, I know the evidence was taken as read from Dr. Michael Stewart, but I support his recommendation to review the priority list of emerging organic contaminants within 10 years. The science is changing all the time. It should be revisited. So just to move to the conditions, these comments that I make here are based on the most recent set of conditions I had seen in Mr. Mayhew's statement of evidence, which I think is dated 25th of June. Monitoring protocols. For clarity, I would like to see the minimum requirements of all monitoring protocols specified in the consent conditions. And I did outline some requirements in my technical memorandum as to what those requirements should include. And as an example, it's including the actual locations of the wet weather overflow sampling points, when and how they're going to be sampled, and the laboratory test details. I also think guidance is needed on the selection of upstream and downstream sampling locations in dry weather under different tidal states, and how it's going to be determined when sampling should cease. So that the dry weather protocol that was tabled yesterday by Mr. Carnes lacks detail on the sampling and doesn't define what impacted water quality is to know when sampling should cease. So I'm assuming this means that when indicated bacteria concentrations are above the surveillance or the accepted risk guideline for enterococci. I'd also just recommend that the monitoring protocols are standalone documents so that they're not cross-referencing lots of other different documents, and it makes life much easier for the people that are trying to use them. I think the suite of receiving water sampling sites and wet weather overflow events should be extended to include the coastal beaches adjacent to the river mouth. From my review of the wet weather monitoring protocol, the sampling stops at the river mouth, but we've seen the modelling and the use of the coastal environment, and I think sampling should extend for microbiological indicators only. That's all that's required. I think there's a few extra tests that could be performed on the dry weather samples. I've put there turbidity and conductivity. And I'd like to see the applicant's dry and wet weather overflow incident forms updated to better capture the environmental conditions, tidal state, river flow, wind direction and intensity at the time of sampling. These are the sorts of observations that are important for understanding the actual and potential effects of the overflow discharges. And I think in light of the evidence of the council's hydrologist and also Mr. Aiken, I mean, alongside rainfall, things like soil moisture and groundwater levels are good information to have in post-incident reporting wet weather overflows. In terms of the virus assessment, as I said earlier, I support that in the shellfish flesh. I think it should start within 12 months, given the importance of kaimoana to the community and aspirations to be able to collect that again in the future. I think that the condition lacks detail. I'd like to see more detail on the types of shellfish to be collected and the timing of collection. I agree with Dr. Data that sampling should target where bivalve shellfish collection occurs over several weeks after at least 4 overflow events. Viruses do tend to persist for some time. Sampling should include both shellfish flesh and the overlying water column, and the results compared against existing baseline microbiological data, water quality data held by the council. Like to see a suitably experienced environmental scientist oversee the survey. I note that Gisborne District Council actually commissioned a report by ESR in 2017 that addressed shellfish monitoring, and that might provide some guidance. But also the sampling results need to be reported to the community and fed into the health risk management and communication plan. Without evidence that the health warning signage is an effective deterrent to shellfish collection, then I don't agree with the applicant's suggestion to exclude sampling from sites where permanent health warning signage is in place. And on the topic of a community consultation or a liaison group, and I take the Commissioner Kirikiri's point about groups and the number of them, but the applicant also questioned the purpose of such a group, with Mr. David Wilson noting that there are already avenues for public participation through accessing consent reports, Drainwise, Wastewater Management Committee, and the Council's LTP process. The rationale for a specific community liaison group is to provide a dedicated forum in which relevant stakeholder groups, so I put there suggestions like kite surfers, recreational fishers, and interested submitters and other members of the public are able to engage annually. That could be prior to consent reporting. So I'm not talking about monthly meetings. I'm talking about once a year, people having a dedicated forum on the subject to be able to hear on the applicant's progress with wastewater overflow reductions, and also give them an opportunity to hear the summary of monitoring results, outline proposed priorities for the coming year, and invite observations and feedback from the residents. Similar conditions exist on consents for other global discharges associated with wastewater and stormwater, and I've listed there Christchurch City Council overflows, Wellington City stormwater discharges, and the conditions are really about promoting public and stakeholder engagement and tracking consent performance, complementing the statutory responsibility of councils to monitor, enforce consent compliance. In terms of the DrainWise program, given the applicant's heavy reliance on the education and awareness component of this program to reduce the incidence of dry weather overflows, it would be prudent for the applicant to expand the current review that Mr. Carnes refers to include an evaluation of its effectiveness to date in reducing the occurrences of blockages and whether or not there is merit in approaches that target specific groups or localities, so problem catchments. We heard from Mr. Gibson, for example, in relation to daycare centres. I feel that once you're starting to deal with human behaviour, you're really looking at the expertise of a social scientist to oversee on this type of an assessment. And use those results to amend the content of the existing DrainWise program as appropriate. So I guess the assessment needs to go further than just understanding, just eliciting whether or not the community has an awareness and understanding of dry weather overflows and their causes. It needs to also focus on whether changes are actually being made to behaviour. There's a difference between awareness and action. I also suggest the DrainWise website is reviewed. I had a look yesterday. The existing website is focused on wet weather overflows, and it actually lacks even a description of the existence and causes of dry weather overflows. In terms of health risk communication, the overflow discharge communications plan was attached as Appendix 7 of the application. That's focused on wet weather overflows and is primarily based around notifying potentially affected or interested parties of overflows. And I've recommended that it's replaced with a more comprehensive health risk management and communication plan that is expanded to include proactive messaging around where and in what conditions risks to human health are greatest. So at this point, I just wish to clarify the intent of forecasting microbial risk that I had recommended in my technical memorandum. I guess my point is that while the applicant employs a range of communication measures to warn recreational users of potential health risks during wastewater overflows, an incomplete picture of risk is being communicated. And this is particularly the case in wet weather when other sources of fecal contamination from the applicant's infrastructure, as well as upstream of the urban area, can render the water unsuitable for recreation and shellfish gathering. So as we've got some very comprehensive technical assessments and hydrodynamic modelling, and they've collectively provided useful insights into the influence of wind, tides and rainfall on microbiological water quality in the lower reaches of the river, as well as in Te Ranganui-a-Kiwa. So this information could be used to improve current communication of health risk from its narrow focus on wastewater overflow occurrence so that it better represents or ideally forecasts actual overall microbial risk. And that means that communications would include messaging around increased microbial risks from recreation and wet weather at Waikanae Midway Beach and southeasterly winds and at Kaiti Beach and northwesterly winds. So recognising that wastewater overflows are not the only nor the most frequent source of microbial contamination, I acknowledge that the forecasting and notification should be a joint effort with other parts of the council, such as the science, environmental health and catchment management teams. And as I've previously noted, I think this initiative would seem to be consistent with the aims of the council's Te Ranganui-a-Kiwa Water Quality Enhancement Project. Moreover, I think adopting a whole of a catchment approach would help ensure that recreational users are better informed of all conditions in which microbial water quality may pose an unacceptable risk to their health. As I've said, given the applicant's strong reliance on health warning signs and communication through social media and email to mitigate the risks to human health associated with wastewater overflows, I think the effectiveness of the suite of these communication measures should be assessed. Similar to DrainWise, that's best done by a suitably qualified and experienced social scientist, with the results used to refine the health risk and communication plan. And just on to reporting. The applicant's revised annual and 5-year reporting conditions do now include most of the additional items that I had recommended in my technical memorandum. However, I guess just a couple of points. I don't think it's appropriate to limit the assessment of overflow trends in relation to rainfall when the evidence of Ms. Bosworth and Mr. Aiken indicates that other factors, most probably soil moisture and groundwater levels, likely also influence overflow occurrence. And further, I think rather than just reporting the causes of overflows, the effects on ecology and human health should be considered by summarising river flow, tide and wind conditions alongside rainfall. So to piece all that together, I believe you should be looking at a suitably qualified and experienced environmental scientist to assess all those monitoring results. I think I'm just looking through, just moving down to wrap up. Matters arising from the hearing. Commissioners raised yesterday the possible preference for consent conditions to include performance indicators based around environmental outcomes, and you posed the suggestion of a key performance indicator around no fish deaths. I know this has been traversed further today, and I consider that such a KPI could be feasible if it's appropriately worded. And that's just to point out that it may not necessarily be possible to conclusively attribute a fish death to a wastewater overflow. I also consider that a KPI could be included around ensuring that there are no gross visual pollutants along stream banks arising from the discharges. So just, I guess in closing, my overall conclusions from my technical memorandum have not really changed. I did find the application was comprehensive in its technical assessments, particularly in terms of wet weather overflows. However, I don't necessarily agree that dry weather overflows can be considered an infrequent event when there's several a year, and we find 25% of those reach surface water. I'm of the view that the dry weather overflows have the potential to cause more than minor adverse effects on human health in the smaller water courses if even a relatively modest volume of wastewater was to enter those streams. I consider the applicant could do more to ensure that its mitigation measures are as effective as possible, including adopting a more integrated approach to managing and communicating human health risks associated with discharges from its infrastructure. And I think there's a need for the suite of consent conditions to have a greater level of specificity than those offered by the applicant. Thank you.
Thanks, Juliet. Can I just start by taking you back to your original report at your paragraph recommendation G at paragraphs 84 and 85. So those recommendations as to two.
Paragraph 84.
Pardon?
Paragraph 84, did you say?
84 and 85. Is there, as a consequence of what you've heard in the hearing, is there anything you would change in those recommendations as a result of that?
I'm comfortable with the recommendation of 20 years subject to stringent conditions along the lines of which I've outlined. I had suggested a shorter term for the dry weather overflows on the basis of the potential for them to have more than minor effects. Again, a lot of the mitigation can be addressed through consent conditions.
$85, still the same?
Up to 10 years, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also interested in your paragraph 85 in terms of the scale of the effects. And this is the same question I was asking the experts yesterday in terms of whether you rate them minor or more than minor, or less than minor. So in 85, you say there's potential for significant ecological and human health effects. Now, the ecological and water quality experts for the applicant said, I think they perhaps possibly agree with you, but they said because they're so infrequent, they would classify them as minor at most in terms of that classification of the scale of effect. And I'm interested as to whether you agree with that or whether you would see it differently.
I think in terms of ecological effects, that the risks are lower. We're talking paragraph 85, dry weather overflows.
Paragraph 85.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Right. So I agree with the applicants, experts, that it would take a worst case scenario for ammonia toxicity, something on the scale of what happened in 2015. And I understand the council has made a number of changes to the system now so that such an event should not occur. So we should not see fish deaths on that scale again. But I wished the purpose of the green bucket was simply to point out that it will only take a small volume overflow discharge to a small waterway at even median flows, not mean annual low flows, to render those small streams unsafe for recreation. Now, I'm not saying that there are people that swim in them, although we've heard from one of the submitters today to say children play along one of the streams. I certainly grew up playing along streams and by stormwater outfalls. So I just can't overlook that fact that if wastewater reaches a small waterway, the human health risks could be significant if someone comes into contact with that. They may not occur very often, as you're saying. Yeah.
Yes, I think so. I guess talking about water quality, that's what Pete Wilson was saying, that because it was so infrequent, he would still see it as a minor effect.
In relation to ammonia, though, or in relation to human health? I thought that was in relation to ammonia, which
yes,
I would agree. And he was also talking about the fact that he had used chronic guidelines for toxicity, which was conservative because acute toxicity fish and other aquatic life would tolerate a higher concentration for a short period of time.
Yeah, I think we're talking about DO, ammonia, and enterococci.
Yes.
And I guess that's my only other question is there are those guidelines in the TRMP and the NZPS FM, like maximums and 95th percentile. Is it reasonable to expect a discharge like this to avoid complying with them because it is so intermittent? And presumably those guidelines are really sort of based on monthly measurements. And in terms of those regular measurements, should they really be collecting measurements capturing a discharge like this, which is so infrequent, or is that an unreasonable comparison for this discharge and those standards?
I'm not sure if it was this morning. I think it might have been Mr. Mayhew's evidence, and I agree that the NPSFM is about setting limits and setting objectives with tangata whenua in the community on freshwater outcomes. They're not to apply at the boundary of mixing zones or anything like that. It's putting those limits to one side, there are guidelines for safe recreational contact, and what I was saying with my bucket example was that is exceeding recommended guidelines for safe swimming, irrespective of what's in the NPSFM.
Okay, and so that would be, so that would consider short-term impacts. I mean,
well, that's what council. So yes. Council has a program every week over summer, and if one result is above 280 enterococci, then they go into an alert mode and they'll repeat sampling. And if there's a problem, health warning signage, public notification goes up. That's what I'm saying would happen here. One dry weather overflow into a small stream will trigger that. Not so much in the bigger rivers. but it wouldn't take that much in the summer, in the dry weather.
Okay, so that should really be the focus, I guess, of our concern and of the conditions to control those.
Which is why I'm coming back to the fact that the health risk communication becomes so important, and that drain wise, which is heavily focused, in my view, on wet weather overflows, and I understand why, but I think the education campaign needs to be a lot more targeted.
Yes.
Because what I'm hearing is that the dry weather overflows are due to third-party actions. Therefore, you're looking at behaviour change.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's good. Thank you for those comments.
Thank you very much, Juliet, for both your reports.
Thank you.
They were very helpful.
Yeah.
Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioners. You have in front of you my supplementary statement. That supplementary statement is obviously in addition to the Section 42A report, which is dated the 16th of June. It seems like a long time ago now in terms of the additional material and evidence and submissions that have been put forward to you as part of this hearings process. I just also want to give a personal note to the submitters and also the witnesses who have presented evidence. Although I've been in the resource management game for some time now, I really do grow and I learn by coming to these hearings and hearing from a number of different people from different areas in the community, and also from the different experts. In terms of my statement, I've just done a brief introduction. I don't think I really need to talk to that section. Section 2, I've just outlined the scope of this supplementary statement. And so with your leave, Mr. Chair, I'll start at paragraph 9. Applicant's evidence. The applicant has presented 11 statements of evidence which address the full ambit of strategic and funding issues for the wastewater network, technical modelling and performance of the wastewater network, and assessment of the effects of the wastewater overflow discharges. These statements of evidence refer back to the comprehensive and substantive material and assessment of the network performance and assessment of effects as presented in the original application material, and which was further expanded on with the response to additional information requests. I do not wish to comment on all the statements of technical evidence, as this would largely revisit matters that have already been addressed and are presented as part of the Section 42A report and the supporting technical reviews. I do wish to make the following observations. In my opinion, the applicant has presented a comprehensive bundle of evidence, and this will assist the Commissioners in understanding and determining the nature and scope of effects associated with the wastewater discharges. That said, the inherent nature of the network modelling and how this responds to rainfall events is complex, and this presents challenges for defining and monitoring network improvements over time. Overall, there is a large degree of consensus between the technical experts engaged by the applicant and the independent reviews which have been presented through the Section 42A report and the technical evidence in relation to the wastewater network modelling and the matters of human health and ecology. Where there are matters of disagreement, these are more directed to the interpretation of the technical material and how this should be translated and incorporated into the conditions of consent, rather than a fundamental difference of opinion on the nature and scope of adverse effects arising from the wastewater discharges. The applicant has presented further discussion on the protocols and response mechanisms that are currently adopted in response to dry weather overflows. The applicant advises the Council's view is that all practical steps are being undertaken to minimise the risk of dry weather overflows, and it has adopted best practice. The applicant has committed to a consent and conditions framework for dry weather overflows that seeks to minimise these, however, it rejects the proposition that an eradication strategy can be adopted into the consent. The applicant has presented further evidence in relation to their engagement with tangata whenua and their endeavours to address the outstanding cultural issues which have been presented in the Kiwa engagement report and submissions. And while recognising the adverse cultural effects inherent in the nature of the wastewater discharges, the applicant considers that they have provided appropriate measures to mitigate these effects through consent conditions and through the ongoing engagement and partnership with tangata whenua. In terms of the submitter's evidence, We had some additional evidence by Mr. Zane Sandy Gibson. I perhaps don't really need to talk to that, Mr. Chair. I think that's been covered more precisely in terms of the statement from Mr. Aitken. So I was only really making some general comments there in terms of the DrainWise program and the alternative measures that would be available to the applicant if they were not successful in achieving the 85% reduction in the direct inflow. We also received a statement from Mr. Gordon Webb, who also presented evidence and submissions to us today. That was essentially around Seymour Road upgrade works. Mr. Webb only supports a 10-year consent, and he considers that the applicant's performance targets are less than specific. Matters arising from the hearing. We've had some discussion in terms of the opportunity to unbundle the applications. And I note there that the commissioners have expressed concerns about the activity status and the ability of the application to pass the Section 104D gateway test for non-compliant activities. The applicant has provided further evidence and material to support the unbundling of the applications. I do not have any objection to this approach. It occurs to me that if the applications are unbundled, then additional planning evidence will be required in terms of an assessment of the RDA criteria. This could perhaps be presented as a joint planning statement. We've had quite a lot of discussion in terms of the 50% AEP performance target, and it is apparent from the evidence presented to the hearing that there is not a reliable correlation between rain events and the wet weather overflows, which raises a question in relation to the key performance measure of no overflows in a 50% AEP event. This is further discussed in Mr. Aitken's evidence. In my opinion, alternative measures will need to be developed to embed this key quantitative standard into the consent. The definition of what counts as an overflow and whether this accommodates multiple overflows as part of a single overflow event also needs clarification. And I believe that we'll need to address that as part of the drafting of the consent conditions. Mr. Mayhew has discussed this morning the opportunity to provide indicators of network improvements to work around the issues with using an AEP metric. The variability of climatic events and the performance of the network under different rainfall events, including rain intensity variation across the network, is certainly complex. We can engage with the applicant to examine the conditions. However, there must be a transparent measure of network improvement to support any decision to grant consent. I support the concerns raised with an averaging approach, given that this is time dependent, and it will be difficult to provide a meaningful analysis of whether network improvements are achieving positive outcomes and reduction overflow discharges at any particular time. We've also had some discussion this morning in terms of the CMA application. So I've noted there that if the application is unbundled, then the need for and scope of any discharges to the CMA needs to be considered. And again, I do note that the applicant has emphasised that that application has only been put forward out of an abundance of caution. In my view, the provisions of the Tarawhiti plan are not abundantly clear. There are two mechanisms available to address any potential for discharge to the CMA when this occurs across land or from an intermediary stormwater medium. So in my opinion, either a standalone consent with very defined parameters or using the wastewater overflow and dry weather overflow consents and incorporating measures to address the potential discharge into the CMA are both available to the applicant. Section 6, consent term. There's a clear difference in the respective positions of the applicant's evidence and application, in my opinion, as the Section 42A reporting planner in relation to the term of consent for the dry weather overflows. If the applicant is seeking a 20-year consent term for both the wet weather and dry weather overflows, whereas I've recommended a 10-year term for the dry weather overflows. The applicant's case for an extended term for both overflows is based on the regional significance of the wastewater network as essential community infrastructure, and that long-term responses and funding is required to achieve the most appropriate environmental and community outcomes. I've considered the legal submissions and additional evidence presented by the applicant, and while I do not disagree with much of what has been said, I remain of the view that a 10-year consent term is more appropriate for the dry weather overflows. In this regard, and as set out in my Section 42A report, I consider that the following matters are relevant to the term issue. So as we've noted, the Tairāwhiti plan assigns a non-complying activity status to dry weather overflows. And that signals a higher planning threshold for such overflows and an intentional differentiation on the policy direction for dry weather overflows. In my opinion, a 10-year term will maintain a focus on these overflow events and the need to achieve progressive improvements and responses to these overflows. In my opinion, the applicant has demonstrated a genuine and effective regime to manage dry weather overflows over an extended term of 20 years, and particularly with the wording of conditions as currently proposed, could enable business as usual approach. Clearly, opposition from Tangata Whenua remains with specific concerns raised on the term which is sought for both the wet weather and dry weather overflows. Obviously, as it's discussed in the section 42A report, the applicant would be able to apply for a further consent for dry weather overflows based on actual monitoring data of the network and improvements over the term of the consent. And I've also noted there that the MPS Freshwater establishes a new policy direction for freshwater management. And in my opinion, the applicant should be held to account for all foreseeable discharges which can be mitigated or avoided through rigorous maintenance and preventative upgrading programs. I acknowledge that there is a limited frequency of dry weather overflows and that the effects of a dry weather overflow will depend on the location and volume of any specific overflow event. In some cases, the effects may be relatively minor with a limited volume of discharge, which can be remedied through clear up and response action. In other cases, it is apparent that dry weather overflows can have more significant, albeit localised effects on the ecology and environmental conditions of smaller waterways. And that's been discussed in the evidence by Ms. Mill. I do consider that the issues of dry weather overflows are discrete from wet weather overflows, and there is an opportunity to establish separate and robust measures and objectives for dry weather overflows that achieve greater certainty and more appropriate conditions than what is currently promoted by the applicant. While there is a common direction in terms of the need to manage and mitigate the effects of dry weather overflow, it's my opinion that a more robust framework of conditions is required. That leads me on to consent conditions. In my opinion, there has been some constructive discussion and work on the consent conditions from the initial conditions proposed by the applicant, the comments and recommendations presented in the 42A report, and the further revision of conditions proposed by the applicant in evidence. The final term of consent will have a significant bearing on the framing and scope of conditions. This will affect the performance targets and timeframes for a reduction in wet weather overflows and how any progressive improvement regime is set and monitored over the term of consent. Clearly, if the commissioners decide on a shorter term of 5 years, as requested by iwi and hapu and other submitters, then the 5-year and 10-year review conditions will not be required, and the performance targets will need to be reset in terms of a 5-year term. In my opinion, the conditions of consent are a work in progress and will necessarily require further refinement and amendments based on the matters which have been raised through the hearings process. I have prepared the following summary to highlight the matters of significance in terms of the conditions and the areas which I consider require further review. And I would like to note, Mr. Commissioners, that my thinking around the conditions has been evolving even up until the last material that has been presented by the submitters. But I've tried to capture here what I consider are some of the key issues that I think are outstanding, which will need further consideration in terms of the framing of the consent conditions. So I will read through those because these are quite specific and they go on length in terms of those matters. So clause A, I've just obviously mentioned there that the term of consent is still a live issue and has been addressed in evidence. Clause B, the applicant is not proposing any progressive improvement targets across years 10 to 20, and it's proposed a review condition at year 10 to set these targets. In my opinion, it would be preferable to have quantitative targets set in the consent, even if these were indicative, such that they could be confirmed or amended through any review process. If it is not possible to adopt quantitative targets, even on an indicative basis, the more qualitative direction should be incorporated into the consent conditions to give more definition to the concept of progressive improvement over that extended term. Clause C, we've already referred to the wet weather overflow target of the using an AEP metric and the issues that we have with that. So we'll need to come back to that one. Clause D, the condition for the Tangata Whenua Cultural Monitoring Plan is reliant on a third-party input and action which is outside the control of the applicant. This can therefore present some difficulties in terms of holding the consent holder responsible for compliance. Condition 12 acknowledges that agreement may not be achieved on the cultural monitoring plan, and this provides for the consent holder to proceed with preparing the plan. This is appropriate, however, it would be preferable for steps to be identified on how any differences may be reconciled, and that may be through, for example, further hui, an independent mediator or facilitator. And I've also considered that if agreement cannot be reached in terms of the cultural monitoring plan, then that could be a basis for a review of the consent conditions and added into condition 32. Clause E, conditions should be reframed to adopt an eradication strategy for dry weather overflows in all circumstances under the control of the consent holder. In my view, the conditions should not accommodate discharges from foreseeable events involving blockages, mechanical breakdowns, where these can be managed through preventative action and monitoring. An alternative objective is recommended as follows: to adopt and implement an eradication strategy for dry weather overflows in accordance with best practice methods and preventative action protocols, while recognising that there may be unforeseen events outside the control and or management of the consent holder which lead to overflow events. Clause F, given that the average number of dry weather overflows was 7.2 per annum for years 2015 to 2020, and the highest number of dry weather overflows in any year was 12 overflow events in 2015-16. It is not clear to me why the consent should make allowance for 15 overflow events from the commitments of the consent. This would appear to provide more latitude for dry weather overflows than is necessary or appropriate. Clause G, where a dry weather discharge incident occurs, preventative action should be undertaken to identify the cause and to address the risk of the same event repeating. A second incident with the same clause should be escalated to require immediate action. In addition to performance targets on the number of private properties inspected for inflow issues, performance targets should be developed for the proportion of properties which could be completed with works over time. Clause I, I've recommended that a 5-year reporting process involves a presentation to a review panel as part of a public meeting process. This could potentially occur through the Wastewater Management Committee, noting that the role and the membership of this committee is set out in the evidence of Mr. Dave Wilson. This could then be taken into account as part of any decision to proceed with the Section 128 review process at that stage. Clause J, in my view, it would be appropriate to ensure that any review process at 10 years, sorry, at year 10 is a public process, and that this should be mandated into the consent. I had considered that this could be subject to an OGIA condition. However, if this is not possible, and the commissioners have had some legal submissions on this, then an advice note to state that it is anticipated that any such review process will be publicly notified and that the applicant is not, supports the intent may suffice. From the legal submissions by the applicant, it also appears that the review may be subject to a Section 127 review process instead. Clause K, a metric on fish kills could, in my opinion, be developed which emphasises the need to avoid this outcome from occurring, but framed in such a way where there is a recognition that events may occur outside the control and management of the applicant. Clause L, calls for an independent review can be accommodated within a Section 127 and or Section 128 process. However, this still necessarily involves GDC acting as a consent authority, which may then allow some concerns to permeate about the degree of independence that any such process offers. That's more of a comment than a recommended change to a condition. Clause M, the framing of the conditions relating to the Tangata Whenua reference group requires further consideration in terms of the scope and partnership model of the group. Input from Tangata Whenua will be necessary in this regard. Clause N, funding is an issue which is bearing on the implementation and progress with the Drainwise program and other upgrade initiatives. In my opinion, the applicant should report on what alternative funding sources have been pursued and that this could be reported as part of the 5-year review. And just some minor matters there. I've said in clause where documents are to be similar to the consents manager for certification. Guidance is needed in the condition on whether this is purely a process to acknowledge the document has been prepared or whether it has been certified as satisfying a particular consent condition as to the contents of the document. And as we've heard in evidence, the Seymour Road conditions can be made more prescriptive. I've also noted there that Mr. Aiken and Ms. Moore have also identified some other specific amendments that will need to be considered and adopted into the consent conditions. So my conclusion, Mr. Commissioners, is, and as set out in my section 42A report, I do still support the granting of the overflow discharge consents, and I do believe granting consents is an appropriate outcome in terms of the existing issues and challenges that face the Gisborne community in terms of the existing wastewater network. The applicant has presented a large body of technical information and assessment to support the application, and I also believe that they've demonstrated genuine commitment to working with the community and tangata whenua to reach an acceptable solution and approach to managing and resolving these discharge issues. From the submissions to the hearing, there is no doubt that the wastewater discharges are wholly opposed by tangata whenua and that the only acceptable outcome will be no discharges. The term of consent is a live issue, and in my opinion, the conditions of consent must be critically examined and revised to provide more certainty and robustness to the implementation of the progressive improvement regime being promoted by the applicant. The conditions are a work in progress, however, consider that there is scope for the applicant and the consent authority to work constructively on the conditions with a view to reaching some consensus. So that's the end of my statement, Mr. Commissioners, and I'm happy to take questions on that, obviously, and also from my original section 42A report.
Your paragraph 22 in relation to the RDA criteria, somewhere in somebody's evidence, I read what the criteria are. Can somebody tell me, or the legal submissions, can somebody tell me where I read those, please? The RDA criteria?
Mr. Commissioner, in my 42A report, in my original 42A report on page 12 and page 13,
page 12 and 13.
I set out the reasons for the application, and then I also identified the assessment criteria in paragraph 5.6. But that also leads into further assessment under policy C6121, so that and I made the comment there that I believe that even though it may be considered as a restricted discretionary activity, the assessment criteria are actually very broad in nature.
Okay, thank you. So they're quite broad, but they're certainly a lot more straightforward than 104D, aren't they?
Mr. Commissioner, I mean, I believe the assessment criteria very much target and allow a full assessment of the key matters which are before you in terms of the effects in terms of ecology and human health, and also most significantly in terms of cultural values. Okay,
We'll have a think about whether we need some additional information on those. Thank you. Just in terms of your comments on conditions, and these are just my comments, and to help the applicant, and others may not agree, but this is just my reaction. 35B, wrote I agree beside it in terms of those progressive improvement targets across years 10 and 20. I agreed with E in principle, but wondered how such an objective would work, or such a condition would work. I agreed with G. I agreed with K. A whole lot of question marks beside J. In relation to L, I said but it's better than a full internal process to sort of having at least independent people consider it. So those were my very quick reactions to those, just as some guidance. Have you got any questions?
Have any questions, but I just, for fear of sounding like a stuck record, I still go back to this issue around a proliferation of different group liaison groups and which you've identified. I'm not questioning that, but it's just, I think what's come out of your summary or your thing here is just a further confirmation for me that there are so many of these groups around that the challenge, one of the challenges is going to be just how to manage them or how to deal with them and that sort of thing. I suppose one comment I might have about some of the conclusions you've come to or the observations you've made is under your paragraph 39 where you quite rightly identify the fact that tangata whenua oppose, by and large, oppose the application in its current form. But I might have thought that some, at least of the discussion we've had so far, is left the door open a wee bit for some further discussion. You know, that the door hasn't been closed entirely, and it I don't know. I kind of thought that maybe if that had been highlighted in here as one of the conclusions that we've come to, it would be a positive indication for iwi. So that I know it's said in a number of places in the evidence that we've got. So I just wondered whether that. I just wanted to make that point. But other than that, I don't have any other comments to make. Thanks.
Can I perhaps just respond briefly to that? Yes. I think perhaps what I was wanting to say there is that I think it's quite clear in the evidence from tangata whenua that the ultimate solution should be no overflows. And at this stage, the application and all the conditions is working on a basis that the effects of the overflows can be mitigated or remedied through a reduction in overflows. So we're not getting to the end goal, which tangata whenua want us to get to.
Yeah, I just wanted to check, I think earlier on in the hearing, you were pointing out some inconsistencies between the proposed consent conditions and the long-term plan requirements. Although I think the applicant said there weren't any inconsistencies. Has that been resolved or?
There is some difference in terms of the performance standards, which I think was Appendix C to the conditions, which are the LTP standards. But what the applicant has done is that they've clarified that they are sitting there not so much as standards by which the consent will be measured in terms of compliance. They're sitting there as basically to show that there are other standards which apply in terms of the LTP process, and they have to be reported alongside the resource consent conditions.
Okay. Okay. So, well, yep. Okay. So I guess when you get into discussing the conditions, if you can make sure there's no inconsistency, I guess that would be helpful.
That's correct. And I think the amended set of conditions that were attached to Mr. Mayhew's evidence had some advice notes in terms of the respective standards within the Appendix B and Appendix C. So I think that clarified that.
Okay, no, that's good. And my only other comment about the conditions as you work through them. I guess the concern I had with the initial draft is it seemed to me it just made it too easy for the river discharge to be like the default or an easy option that was always available. Whereas to me, the conditions need to make sure that the discharge to the river is the last resort and that everything that can reasonably be done is done as quickly as possible. So I guess that's sort of a different approach to the conditions, not to make it an easy option that can just be used any time, but to have it as the last resort. So maybe if that might help to focus on getting something closer to where I think we're thinking things should be.
Thank you very much, Todd. That's very helpful. Just in terms of the process from here, Rachel, I think you and I discussed this briefly and you can stay seated. You wanted maybe 3 weeks for right of reply.
Mostly just to allow us to input.
So say Friday, 3 weeks plus 2 days from now, whatever day that is, someone else can do the sums. Right of reply, sorry, what was that day? So what we will do tomorrow, because we're going to work all day on writing a decision or something similar, well, maybe not all day, is we will prepare a draft minute and just circulate it to through Katarina to the parties for some comment about the process envisaged from here. But essentially it would be that Ian, Todd and Murray Palmer at least, and perhaps others, are involved in drafting draft conditions of consent. There are points noted of agreement and disagreement. We may give some direction about what we want to see in draft conditions in light of some of the matters raised today, but we will discuss that tomorrow when we come to it. So, and we'll circulate that as a draft in a couple of days just to make sure that everybody's comfortable with what's envisaged. So unless there are any other comments, we will now close the hearing. Thank you. Or, sorry, adjourn the hearing, I should say. Kia ora. We agree we've got a tough job. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
He's crying because we're going to.
Thank you very much for that. I had the benefit of the translation. I'd just like to thank everybody for their contribution to the hearing. And I'd particularly like to acknowledge Katarina for looking after us so well. We will be in here tomorrow. And for those of you who are traveling, I wish you all safe travels and thank you all very much for your help. Take care. Thank you.